Chapter 1571. The moment Nether River Patriarch's new world was smashed by fate, endless luck flowed rapidly into the first world. Rumble. The luck entered the ground and quickly covered both the yin and yang worlds, quickly gathering the dragon veins that had been sucked away from the ground. At the same time, the luck seemed to retain its memories of the past and return to where it came from. A group of peerless experts sensed that fate had entered the world and quickly entered the world and looked at the sky above the great Qin city. Gue Guzi, Lotus deity, was surprised. Life exchanging art. Gue Guzi used his life to exchange for Yin Chuan's life? He died in place of Yin Chuan? Grave Immortal King was shocked. Their fate is the same. Only a part of fate's consciousness has awakened. It only recognizes one fate and does not care about anything else. How could these two have the same fate and hide from fate? Only one can live if they have the same fate. Heh, I thought that Yin Chuan and Gue Guzi would fight. Who would have thought that Gue Guzi would be so righteous? Everyone sighed. Boom, boom. The two Gue Guzis exploded. At the entrance of the central palace, Yin Chuan's emotions were intense. The group of peerless experts was silent. This time, Gue Guzi replaced Yin Chuan. What will happen next time? Invincible East sighed softly. With fate gone, Invincible East sighed in regret and left with Lotus deity. Grave Immortal King looked at them and also left. In this battle, he did not succeed. Nether River Patriarch also failed. The common people had lost another chance. Grave Immortal King was not in a good mood. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the border of the western outer continent. There, the Grave Clan disciples and the experts of the Great Kindness World were waiting. Family head, the Grave Clan disciples called out. Let's go back. Grave Immortal King said calmly. Yes. Everyone followed Grave Immortal King back to the Great Kindness World. Zhongshan stood in the starry sky with Jian Ao beside him. The two of them looked at the central palace entrance. Gue Guzi is righteous. Yin Chuan has escaped this calamity. Unfortunately, the Great Emperor Altar is not a good thing. Jian Ao said solemnly. Great Emperor Altar? It was precisely because of the Great Emperor Altar that fate had chosen Yin Chuan first. This thing was indeed not a good thing. Not only that, there is also zombie Yin Chuan's body. Perhaps, even without the Great Monarch Altar, fate will still find him. Zhongshan shook his head. The two of them looked at each other for a while before finally flying back to the Great Wide World. Although Wu Jiong did not participate in the war, he had always been paying attention to the movements of the world. He stood in the shadows and observed everything. At this moment, his heart grew heavier and heavier. Wu Jiong discovered that he was getting further and further away from the group of heroes. The current 16 levels of heaven could be said to be incomparably tyrannical in the past. However, in the face of the current world, it was as if it could be destroyed at any time. At the entrance of Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong sighed softly. All of a sudden, the entire world began to rumble. Arg! 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 Countless dragon roars rang out from the depths of the earth as luck filled the dragon veins of the earth once again. Then, the overflowing luck soared into the sky and returned to all parts of the world. Great Qin City and Xianyang City's surging fate once again rushed into the Sea of Fate and entered the Sea of Fate. Ong! Ong! The two golden dragons of fate appeared again. Just like the golden dragon of fate in the past, it once again acknowledged the great celestial realm. 10 days later, in the infinite realm, boom! An 18-colored mist of light surged out from zombie Yin Chuan's body. 18 levels of heaven. Zombie Yin Chuan opened his eyes. Two 18-colored lights shot out from his eyes. His gaze was sharp, and a murderous aura shot out in all directions. Zombie Yin Chuan looked at his palms. A gift from the Nether River? The power of the Nether River's birth chart and the power that overflowed from the destruction of the new world allowed me to break through? Zombie Yin Chuan said in surprise. It was difficult for Jiangchun to cultivate. Jiangchun had worked endlessly in the past, but he only reached the 17th level of heaven. He did not expect the Nether River to be so much stronger than Jiangshan in the past. Zombie Yin Chuan clenched his fists. A hint of determination flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes as he said, "Patriarch Nether River, thank you for your gift. This gift is extremely important to me. It saved me a lot of effort. Although I don't understand what you meant in the end, Jiangshan said that I've become stronger. You said that you underestimated fate, but I'll do my best not to disappoint those who have placed their hopes in me. My grandfather, Bai Wang, Gui Guzi, Kong Huangtian, Jiangshan, Mingyi, the Great Supremacy, and the Great Supremacy. Just you wait and see. I'll do my best. If your dreams come true one day, I'll do my best to help you. I hope we'll have a chance to drink and chat together again," Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yin Chuan closed his eyes and sent his consciousness into the space between his eyebrows. At this moment, there was a small droplet of liquid in the space between his eyebrows. It seemed to contain the image of the new world from before. The heart of the world? Although I don't know what this thing can do now, I'll think about it carefully, Yin Chuan said solemnly. After saying that, Zombie Yin Chuan rushed toward the Great Qin City. Boom! When Zombie Yin Chuan returned, the officials all gathered around him. Great Emperor! The officials all gathered around him. Let's go, Zombie Yin Chuan said. Following this, Zombie Yin Chuan led the officials into the Yang realm. In the Yang realm, Yin Chuan was already waiting in his human form. Almost everyone was wearing white mourning clothes. The Empress, the Crown Prince, and some other officials were waiting. The seven-dragon carriage silently stopped at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Yin Chuan, the Empress, and the Crown Prince stepped onto the dragon carriage, and the officials followed behind them. Let's go, Bai Qi called out. Roar! Roar! The seven dragon carriages took off and headed north. Almost all of Great Zhen's officials moved out, heading straight for the Great Thousand World in the outer North Continent. At this moment, Yin Chuan was no longer worried about the outside world attacking Great Zhen. The world situation was almost clear. There were only a few factions left, and Yin Chuan was sure that they wouldn't take advantage of this opportunity to attack. A few days later, everyone entered the outer North Continent. Outer North Continent, Immortal Palace. Reporting to Realm Lord, Yin Chuan has entered the outer North Continent. An official reported to Zhongshan. I know, Zhongshan nodded. Realm Lord, should we send an envoy? The official asked. No need. Yin Chuan brought the officials to the Bai clan's ancestral hall to pay respects to Bai Huang's tomb and bury Gui Guzi. There is no need to disturb them. Zhongshan said. Yes, Bai clan's ancestral hall. The seven-dragon carriage arrived. Looking from afar, countless cypress trees towered into the clouds, and the mountains were destroyed. However, Zhongshan did not allow anyone to enter. This was a forbidden area, the place where Bai Huang was buried. From afar, the dragon carriage stopped. Yin Chuan looked at the scenery around him, and his eyes were slightly moist. On the dragon carriage, there was a coffin with Gui Guzi's clothes. Mister, we are back. Yin Chuan looked at the coffin and sighed. In this place, there were countless beautiful memories of Yin Chuan's first life. Bai Yi grew up here, playing here, crying here, laughing here. At that time, the Bai clan was prosperous. At that time, Bai Huang was still alive, smiling kindly at Bai Yi. At that time, Gui Guzi was still alive, strictly teaching Yin Chuan cultivation. At that time, Bai Yi was still carefree. At that time, Bai Yi was still carefree. The sea had turned into mulberry fields. Everything had changed. Bai Huang had fallen, Gui Guzi had fallen, and the Bai clan had perished. The valley that used to be cheerful was now silent, dead silent. Tears flowed down Yin Chuan's face as he looked at the valley. Behind him, the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the officials waited quietly. Chapter 1572. In the Great Thousand World, the Bai clan's former residence. The zombie Yin Chuan sat in the dragon carriage as if he was in seclusion. The human Yin Chuan brought the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the officials to pay respects to Bai Huang's tomb. Looking at the place where the first generation was born, Yin Chuan felt sad. The Bai clan used to be prosperous, and their every move was watched by the world. Today, they were completely wiped out. After quietly reminiscing for a while, Yin Chuan let out a sigh, then stepped forward and flew towards the interior. The officials followed behind him. The surrounding mountains were shattered, and it seemed like they had been through the passage of time. Yin Chuan knew that this must have been caused by Bai Huang's last battle before he died. Inside, there were countless formations around. Walking slowly, everything was so familiar. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly along the way. The officials followed behind quietly, not daring to disturb him. Slowly, they walked to a tall mountain in the center. At the top of the mountain was a huge palace. The words Bai Clan Ancestral Hall were written on the plaque of the palace. At the entrance of the Bai Clan Ancestral Hall, an old man could be seen from afar. He was gently sweeping the area with a broom. The old man lowered his head, and his turbid eyes instantly saw Yin Chuan. Suddenly, the old man shuddered and looked surprised. He immediately put down the broom and quickly went down the mountain to welcome him. This sinner, the ancestral dragon, greets the heavenly emperor. The old man immediately knelt and said with a guilty expression, "The ancestral dragon." Yin Chuan frowned. The officials around were also surprised. This person called the great emperor the heavenly emperor. Could he be an old official of the great emperor's first generation? Many of the officials recognized him at a glance. Oomph, oomph. A series of cold snorts sounded. Clearly, their attitudes toward the ancestral dragon were not friendly. Minister Liu, who is this ancestral dragon? Yifeng looked at Liu Buwei in confusion. In the past, in our first generation, he was the supreme beast of the great Qin Empire, the ancestral dragon. In the past, the great monarch gave him a very high status, and in the great Qin imperial court, the ancestral dragon was on the same level as the great monarch. In the final battle, when the great monarch and Zhongshan fought, the ancestral dragon, as one of the main forces of the great Qin Empire, was unable to fight with his full strength. Oh, the supreme beast of the past? That's right. In the past, the Great Thousand World only had two strongest cultivators left, the Great Emperor and Zhongshan. The ancestral dragon was the sovereign of the Great Qin Empire, but he wasn't of the same mind as the Great Qin Empire. In the final battle, even if the ancestral dragon gave his all, even if he lost, no one would blame him. He was the first to fight, but in order not to offend either side, he didn't give his all. If the Great Emperor won, even if there were some flaws in his battle, it wouldn't matter much. Oomph. Liu Buwei sneered. Yifeng analyzed and said, "No wonder everyone is dissatisfied with the ancestral dragon. Not only that, I presume that the ancestral dragon didn't follow the Great Qin Empire's ministers to their deaths. Him, if he gave his all back then, even if he didn't follow us to our deaths, we wouldn't blame him." Oomph. Liu Buwei snorted. In front, the ancestral dragon knelt in front of Yin Chuan. "Ancestral dragon, your cultivation was sealed?" Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. The ancestral dragon said bitterly, "This sinner deserves it. In the past, I wanted to curry favor with both sides. In the final battle, you, the heavenly emperor, fell and Zhongshan achieved immortality. This sinner wanted to join Zhongshan, but Zhongshan looked down on me. Oh." Yin Chuan stared at the ancestral dragon. "This sinner deserves it." Zhongshan saw that this sinner didn't give his all in that battle. Not only did he not thank this sinner, but he also made things difficult for me. No, it should be the ministers of Zhongshan who made things difficult for me. The world is so big, but there is no place for me. Later, Bai Huang took pity on me and invited me into the Bai clan. Although you were guilty back then, you have contributed greatly to the Great Qin Empire. Forget it," Yin Chuan said indifferently. "This sinner is guilty, but I have come to my senses. Bai Huang also took good care of this sinner. This sinner is grateful." One day, Bai Huang divined the fate of the heavens and seemed to have guessed that the Bai clan was going to suffer a great calamity. He sent me out and brought a letter to Zhongshan to plead on my behalf. After I left, the Bai clan was fated to be annihilated. This sinner escaped the calamity. Ancestral Dragon said, "Oh." After Zhongshan knew about it, he still held a grudge against this sinner. He sealed this sinner's cultivation and asked this sinner to build the Bai clan ancestral hall here to guard this place forever to atone for my sins. Ancestral Dragon said bitterly. Looking at the ancestral dragon, Yin Chuan's expression turned solemn. Bring me to the hall. Yes, Ancestral Dragon answered. He got up and brought Yin Chuan to the Bai clan ancestral hall on the mountain. Everyone climbed the mountain and no one flew. Step by step, they walked to the Bai clan ancestral hall. Under Ancestral Dragon's lead, Yin Chuan stepped into the Bai clan ancestral hall. Inside the Bai clan ancestral hall, there were statues erected. The statues were vivid and lifelike. There were thousands of them along the way. When Yin Chuan saw these statues, his eyes turned slightly red. Most of them were familiar faces. These were all carved by this sinner. The Bai clan was destined to be annihilated. Back then, they were all annihilated, including Bai Huang. In the end, they died without a complete corpse. This sinner buried them in this hall. These statues were carved by this sinner based on my memories over the years, Ancestral Dragon said with a bitter smile. Yin Chuan looked at these statues one by one until he reached the northernmost side. It was a white-robed old man. The old man had a kind face, but there was wisdom in his eyes. Ancestral Dragon carved everyone's form very well. Looking at Bai Huang's statue, Yin Chuan's eyes turned red again. He bowed respectfully to the old man's statue. When Yin Chuan bowed, everyone followed suit. Grandpa, I brought Uncle Master back, Yin Chuan said in a slightly hoarse voice. There was a small door at the side. Under Ancestral Dragon's guidance, Yin Chuan walked to the back of the hall. It was a huge tomb. Everyone was buried together. Bury Mister, Yin Chuan said. Yes. The coffin bearers behind him answered. Here, there's space here. Ancestral Dragon immediately instructed everyone to bury Gue Guzi's empty coffin. Looking at the huge tomb, Yin Chuan felt a pang of sadness in his heart. He walked back to the hall again. Yin Chuan waved his hand gently. Whoosh! Beside Bai Huang's statue, another statue suddenly appeared. It was Gue Guzi's statue. Gue Guzi's statue leaned beside Bai Huang in a respectful manner. Then, Yin Chuan led the officials out of the hall. Standing outside the hall, he bowed again to the Bai clan ancestral hall. As soon as he bowed, the officials followed suit. Ancestral Dragon stood respectfully at the side. Whoosh! After taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan adjusted his mood and turned to look at Ancestral Dragon. He waved his hand. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in Ancestral Dragon's body. A huge aura emanated from Ancestral Dragon's body. Forget it. All these years, you've established the Bai clan ancestral hall with the power of a mortal. Let's forget about the past grudges. Go wherever you want. Yin Chuan said. Ancestral Dragon looked at himself. The familiar power surged again. The long-awaited freedom was right in front of him. His eyes were slightly wet. Ancestral Dragon suddenly knelt down again. It was Bai Huang who gave me back my confidence and dignity, and even allowed me to escape. Initially, when I was sealed by Mount Zhong, I still had complaints in my heart. After all these years, I've thought it through. It's all my fault. I'm ungrateful, and I deserve to be punished for my crimes. I don't ask for the Heavenly Emperor's forgiveness. I only ask for the Heavenly Emperor's shelter. Even if I have to pull the carriage for the Heavenly Emperor, I'll be satisfied. I hope the Heavenly Emperor will give me a chance to redeem myself. I beg the Heavenly Emperor. Ancestral Dragon cowed out. Ancestral Dragon cowed out. The officials behind Yin Chuan had a complicated expression. Yin Chuan was also silent for a while. Looking at the Bai clan ancestral hall in front of him, he finally sighed and said, in that case, you and Dragon Fifth will pull the carriage for me. Yes, thank you, Heavenly Emperor, Ancestral Dragon said gratefully. Chapter 1573. Netherworld, Inner North Continent, Undying Church. Outside the territory, a group of black-robed figures were flying. The one leading them was Mu Su Gu of the Grave Clan. He had fought with Mu Su Gu many times in the past. Now that Mu Su Gu had fallen, Mu Su Gu's status in the clan had reached the highest level. In his black robe, Mu Su Gu's appearance was extremely horrifying. His face was covered in bones and flesh, emitting a blue light. "Elder, it's here!" A man beside him shouted. Musugu squinted his eyes. "Undying Church? It's called Undying Territory," Musugu said. "Elder, this empress is really daring. She's courting death. Is the Undying Territory something she can call Undying Territory?" A disciple flattered. "That's right, Elder. Only our Grave Clan's territory can be called Undying Territory. This empress is obviously courting death and is arrogant." Another disciple shouted. "What's more infuriating is that the empress has established a sect that dares to call itself Undying Church." "What do you know?" Musugu said. Everyone was stunned. The empress is the daughter of the Great Phoenix Supreme. Of course, she has the qualifications to establish the Undying Church. Musugu said. The Great Phoenix Supreme? The daughter of the Great Phoenix Supreme who created the 72 paths of reincarnation. The group of Grave Clan disciples exclaimed. Even if they had poor eyesight, they understood the Empress's identity. The Grave Clan was a clan that grew up in reincarnation. In their cultivation, they needed the help of various paths of reincarnation. In other words, the Grave Clan could be considered a disciple of the Great Phoenix Supreme. Now, there was actually a daughter of the Great Phoenix Supreme. Everyone's expression turned solemn. Although they were only loyal to the clan, no one dared to disrespect the Great Phoenix Supreme. In the First Era, the Great Phoenix Supreme established the Undying Church. Her daughter established the Undying Church. What's wrong with that? Musugu said. Yes, we're talking nonsense. Everyone immediately said. Elder, even if the Great Phoenix Supreme is powerful, our Grave Clan leader is definitely not weaker than her. Our clan leader is now at the 18th heaven. He should be on the same level as the Great Phoenix Supreme. That's right. Our clan leader can't be weaker than the Great Phoenix Supreme. Everyone said again, all right, you're not allowed to gossip about the Patriarch and the Great Phoenix Supreme anymore. The skeleton said, yes, Elder, why have we come here today? The skeleton thought for a moment and said, last time, the sect master's plan was disrupted by the Nether River Patriarch. In the end, the Nether River Patriarch failed, and the family master had no choice but to do it again. The Great Force supremacy had fallen and disappeared, so he could only find another peerless expert from the first epoch to assist the family master. This time, we are here to persuade the family master. We have a request for the emperor. Yes, everyone replied. Go! With that, everyone flew towards the Undying sect, just as he was about to fly towards the Undying arena. Ming! In the distance, a deafening phoenix cry came from the Undying sect. Then, from a palace in the distance, one could see with the naked eye a huge illusion of 72-tailed phoenix suddenly flew out. It soared into the sky and illuminated the entire territory. Boom! Endless rays of light spread out. Propitious chi soared into the sky, and spiritual rain fell from the sky. An extremely vast aura spread out from the distance. The skeleton suddenly stopped and looked into the distance in surprise. Elder, what's going on? Everyone asked in surprise. The skeleton said, the Patriarch deduced that the lifeless soul obtained by the ghost fire died in the hands of the Emperor. The Emperor took back the inheritance of the Great Phoenix Supreme. Now, the Emperor should have broken through. Broken through. The Emperor is already at the 17th heaven. The skeleton said with an ugly expression. So what? It's only the 17th heaven. A family disciple said. The skeleton looked over and showed a trace of disdain. What do you know? Have you seen the Emperor's battle? It's always a battle of higher levels. The 17th heaven means that he has the strength to challenge the 18th heaven. Do you think he's trash like you? 17th heaven? We may have to work even harder this time. The skeleton said bitterly. With that, he continued to lead the group of juniors to the Undying sect, underworld above the inner South continent. Buzz, a dazzling light suddenly bloomed in a place. The void shook slightly, and a white-robed figure walked out from it. It was silver-eyed Yin Chuan. He finally refined the other lifeless souls. But Silver-Eyed was still the same. It was still Silver-Eyed, but at this moment, Silver-Eyed was more dazzling. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he could see through the world. Boom! 6,000 heavenly Tao suddenly surrounded his body. 3,000 heavenly Tao from the Great Thousand World and the Great Evil World became more perfect at this moment. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan stepped out and saw the giant phoenix in the inner north continent soaring into the sky. The Emperor has broken through? Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan said with a trace of surprise. After recovering from his shock, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan's face turned grave as he took a step forward and disappeared from where he stood. Yang Realm, Outer North Continent, Zhongshan Study. Sector Lord, Yin Chuan has settled down in the Bo clan's old land. Ian said solemnly. Settled down? Zhongshan frowned. Yes, there was only the human Yin Chuan, but the zombie Yin Chuan has been sitting in the dragon carriage all this time. Ian said solemnly. Zhongshan sat on the dragon throne and pondered for a while. As expected of Ing, he is waiting for me to challenge him. Zhongshan laughed. Oh, that Yin Chuan is not in Xianyang. He doesn't want to use the power of one dynasty? Ian was surprised. Zhongshan shook his head. In this battle, Yin Chuan doesn't want to use the power of two dynasties. It's just me and him. Go to the Bo clan's old land and tell them that I will be there in 3 days. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yes, Ian answered and left. After Ian left, Zhongshan stepped out of the study and looked into the distance. Soon, some important officials received the news and rushed over. Sector Lord, are you ready to fight with Yin Chuan? One of the officials asked immediately. The time has come. Zhongshan nodded affirmatively. 3 days later, at the Bo clan's old land, at the peak of a mountain, there was a pavilion on the peak of the mountain and a piece of empty land. Some of the officials were standing on the empty land. In the pavilion sat the human Yin Chuan and the zombie Yin Chuan. There was a stone table in front of them. They were playing chess with each other. Beside them stood the messenger, Yin. Yin Chuan placed his chess piece quietly. There was no noise around. Who? In the distance, there was a sudden sound of wind. Zhongshan stepped on a cloud and came with a group of officials. The two Yin Chuan stopped what they were doing, and the human Yin Chuan spoke. You are here. Yin Chuan smiled. Who? Zhongshan stepped into the pavilion. Ian bowed slightly and retreated behind Zhongshan. Zhongshan looked at the two Yin Chuan and smiled. Here. This is the Bai Clan Star Observatory. My grandfather spent most of his time here. Please. Yin Chuan nodded. Zhongshan also nodded. The three of them sat down slowly. An official from Great Zhun poured tea for them. Chapter 1574. In the world of the living, the old site of the Bai Clan Observatory, Yin Chuan and Zhongshan sat at the stone table. Why, just the two of you? Zhongshan smiled. Yin Tong, she's on her way. She'll be here soon. The human Yin Chuan said. That's good. Zhongshan raised a cup of tea and smiled. Why? Are the two of us not enough? The zombie Yin Chuan smiled. 18 levels? It seems like it's a gift from old ancestor Ming. Congratulations. Zhongshan looked at the zombie Yin Chuan and smiled. Oh, the zombie Yin Chuan looked at Zhongshan with a serious expression. She was an 18-level cultivator and a 19-level mortal body. How could Zhongshan be so indifferent? Zhongshan looked at the zombie Yin Chuan, and his expression turned serious. Life-stealing derivation is indeed a great skill. One can become two. If one day they can merge into one, it will be even stronger. Zhongshan said seriously. Yin Chuan took a sip of tea. He looked at Zhongshan and said, I remember that you also know the silhouette clone skill. If you cast it, you can create 10,000 clones? What's the use of 10,000 clones when there's a difference in cultivation level? Old Ancestor Ming, he had 10,000 clones, but he was still defeated by someone who was one level higher than him. My current cultivation level should be the same as your human body. Zhongshan said seriously. I don't think so. The human Yin Chuan shook his head. Boom. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and it was Tong Yin Chuan. Tong Yin Chuan sat down, and no one interrupted them. Tong Yin Chuan. Seems like you've gained something again? Zhongshan smiled. Tong nodded and did not beat around the bush. All right, now that all three of my clones are here, I want to know what you're relying on. Yin Chuan said seriously. Yin Chuan arranged the battlefield here so that the final battle could be carried out in a civilized manner. All right, actually, you know what I'm relying on? Zhongshan smiled. While talking, Zhongshan's eyes flashed and 19 colors appeared. 19 colors? The expressions of the three, Yin, Chuan, slightly changed. Yeah. Suddenly, Zhongshan shouted from the side. A transparent little beast suddenly appeared on Zhongshan's shoulder. The little beast seemed both real and illusory. It had 1 head and 8 tails. It was the heaven-swallowing tailed beast that had swallowed Yin Chuan in the past. Heaven-devouring tail beast? Yin Chuan's eyes darkened. Hee, it's called the octopole heavenly tail. I've refined it and merged it with my soul. You can see it as my clone. However, it is no longer the purest heaven-devouring tailed beast. In the great thousand world, it devoured a group of divine beasts and transcended with me. In the end, it became the strongest divine beast. Zhongshan said seriously. The 19 colors in Zhongshan's eyes vanished and entered the eyes of the 8 extremities heavenly tail. 19 colors? Yin Chuan's expression sank slightly. The first godly beast, it's already in the 19th heavenly layer, much higher than me. Zhongshan laughed. It's already in the 19th heavenly layer? Yin Chuan asked. That's right. Unfortunately, it's just an illusory 19th heavenly layer. It has the power of the soul, but it can't compare to fate. It doesn't have a physical body, and the physical body is me. So it still has a flaw. I've always hoped to make it stronger, and now I've been looking for a way to do so. Zhongshan said with certainty. Yin Chuan nodded. This is your biggest reliance. That's right. With it, I can face the whole world. Zhongshan nodded confidently. The soul of the 19th heavenly layer, the body of the 17th heavenly layer? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Zhongshan's situation was exactly the opposite of zombie Yin Chuan's. Of course, the stronger the soul, the more ferocious the body. Zhongshan shook his head. My cultivation is only at the 15th heavenly layer. Huh, the 15th heavenly layer? How can a person of the 15th heavenly layer be as strong as you? Yin Chuan shook his head. I've transcended. My cultivation level can no longer restrict my strength. But it's not too far off. My cultivation level should be equivalent to the peak of your 17th heavenly layer, just a little bit away from a breakthrough. This point is like a gift from the heavens. I need an opportunity. Zhongshan said confidently. Yin Chuan looked at the Ba Ji Tianwei in front of him and frowned. My zombie body, silver pupil body, and your Ba Ji Tianwei and 10,000 incarnations. What do you think? The human Yin Chuan said solemnly. That's what I think too. Zhongshan nodded. The two of them gave up their strongest advantage and prepared to fight with their weaknesses. Not far away, the two princes were watching from outside the pavilion. Big brother, I don't understand. Since father and Zhongshan are fighting, why aren't they using their full strength? Why aren't they using their full strength? Hell King asked Xing Wang curiously. Xing Wang Fu Su frowned. He looked at them and finally said, because they want to keep something as a memento. Oh, what do you mean? Hell King was puzzled. I think father wants to keep something unknown to restrain himself. Xing Wang took a deep breath and said, You mean the great monarch altar? Hell King's eyes brightened. Xing Wang nodded. 8 extreme heavenly tails, 19 levels of heavenly soul, and zombie king father, 19 levels of mortal body. As for who is stronger and who is weaker, even Zhongshan and father do not know. But if we stay here, there is still hope. Zhongshan should understand father's thoughts. Thus, they are prepared to fight with their weaknesses. Hell King nodded solemnly. In the pavilion. I'm not fighting. The silver pupil Yin Chuan looked at the human Yin Chuan. Even with pure logic, he couldn't see through it. You're not fighting. The human Yin Chuan nodded. Since that's the case, I'll leave first. Something big might have happened in the Undying sect. I'll go and check it out. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said. All right. The human Yin Chuan nodded. Standing up, the silver pupil Yin Chuan took a step forward and disappeared in front of everyone. Zhongshan, my grandfather, used to disturb fate with his 13th heavenly layer cultivation base. He must have done something big, right? The human Yin Chuan looked at Zhongshan. Zhongshan's expression was solemn as he nodded. By Huang's great wisdom, he managed to deduce the past, present, and future. He even managed to disturb fate. I think it's more than that, the Yin Chuan said solemnly. Huang. Zhongshan took out a great monarch altar. What do you mean? The Yin Chuan was puzzled. Indeed, Bai Huang divined the beginning of heaven and earth. He even used a secret technique to obtain an ancient secret treasure and gave it to me. This treasure is the main culprit that alarmed fate. Bai Huang once said that this ancient secret treasure could pose a threat to fate. He asked me to take good care of it in order to face fate in the future. Zhongshan said solemnly. My grandfather gave you an ancient secret treasure. The Yin Chuan asked solemnly. This secret treasure has been kept by me. I can't take it out and reveal even a trace of its aura. Once it is revealed, fate will sense it. Leave it with me. Don't worry. I, Zhongshan, swear that this treasure will only target fate. I will never take it out. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yin Chuan stared at Zhongshan for a while and didn't force him. All right, as you said, this ancient secret treasure will be of great use in the future. I hope you will keep your promise. Yin Chuan nodded. Although it was an ancient secret treasure that Bai Huang obtained from his divination, Yin Chuan didn't force him to take it. This was because Yin Chuan believed in Zhongshan's character. This monarch altar is a token of my apology. I know that you want to collect the 9 great altars, but everyone has their own path. I won't try to persuade you. I only wish you the best. Zhongshan said solemnly. Zhongshan looked at the great monarch altar in front of him. Yin Chuan nodded. Without any hesitation, he stood up and stepped forward. Boom! With a step, he refined the great monarch altar. In the blink of an eye, the human Yin Chuan and the zombie Yin Chuan both stepped on 4 pieces of the great monarch altar. The last piece was in Wu Jiong's hands. He sat back down. Let's start our battle on this chessboard, the human Yin Chuan said. The chessboard on the table was used by the previous 2 Yin Chuans, and it was halfway through. The human Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the black and white pieces moved to one side. A huge chessboard was restarted. When Yin Chuan waved his hand, a cypress tree suddenly appeared. It slowly rotated and connected with the stars. Above the starry sky, the 3,000 stars in the deep star layer suddenly moved. The stars in the underworld quickly moved to the Yang world. Rumble. The starry sky rumbled and the world shook. For a moment, countless experts looked up and saw the stars changing drastically. The 3,000 stars split into 2 sides, north and south. At the entrance of the palace, Dongfang Bubi stepped out of the palace with a lotus god and looked at the starry sky. The sky as the chessboard and the stars as the pieces. What a huge chessboard. Teacher, there are 3,000 pieces. The lotus god said in a daze. No, look again. The lotus god shook her head. In the pavilion in the Bai clan's old grounds, under the universe in the palm, countless small stars surrounded the chessboard. Other than the 3,000 pieces, there were also countless small stars that connected the stars in the shallow star layer. Looking at the chessboard was like looking at the starry sky, using the chessboard to connect the stars in the sky. Above the starry sky, intersecting galaxies gradually formed, forming a huge chessboard. After comprehending the Tao of heaven, I can completely control the 3,000 stars. Today, youth and I will travel the star web and explore the secrets of heaven together, Yin Chuan said solemnly. All right. Zhongshan smiled and nodded. This wasn't just a battle. It was also a sharing of realms. Zhongshan took the black pieces, and Yin Chuan took the white pieces. Thank you. Monarch Alter, you first, Yin Chuan said seriously. Then I won't hold back. Zhongshan nodded. He picked up a black piece with his index finger and looked at the intersecting chessboard. Then he placed a piece on it. Pa! Boom! As the piece was placed, a loud noise suddenly sounded in the starry sky. It was a star that moved to the focal point of the galaxy, at the center of the chessboard. Tian Yuan, the lotus god, looked at the starry sky and said seriously, Monarch's chess, first piece, Tian Yuan. Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. As Zhongshan placed his piece, countless small stars in the shallow star layer moved quickly as if there were countless officials accompanying him. Yin Chuan looked at the chessboard and smiled. He picked up a white piece and placed it on the chessboard slowly. Pop! Boom! The stars in the starry sky trembled as another star was placed. King of 9 and 5, the king of 9 and 5? Yin Chuan, are you not willing to fall behind? Dongfang Bubi said solemnly. In the pavilion in the Bai clan's old grounds. Wang, Yin Chuan and Zhongshan's minds seemed to have entered the chessboard as they placed their pieces. It was as if they had entered the starry sky. The two wheels clashed with the stars in the sky. Chapter 1575. Boom! Boom! The giant star in the starry sky fell, accompanied by countless smaller stars. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses. The repeated moves had alarmed countless beings in the Yang realm. The people in the Yang realm looked at the starry sky in confusion. The stars gathered on the huge chessboard, and the giant star became the chess pieces. Countless living beings revealed looks of shock. Who is playing chess? How can it be so domineering? The sky as the board, and the stars as the pieces? Is this a game of chess? Countless people were shocked, but almost everyone looked up at the starry sky and could not move their eyes away. There seemed to be a soul-stirring power in the starry sky that made people's minds slowly enter the chessboard. Even those who did not know how to play chess gradually saw something on the chessboard. Dongfang Bubi, Lotus Goddess, Wu Jiong, and Fushi were all looking at the vast chessboard. Master, I feel that this game is not that simple. Lotus Goddess frowned. Dongfang Bubi nodded and said, Be careful. Don't let your mind be distracted. Master, don't worry. This is just a game between Zhongshan and Yin Chuan. No matter how weak I am, I will not be distracted by a game of chess. Lotus Goddess said confidently. Lotus Goddess was also a chess master and a transcendent being. Naturally, she had boundless confidence. Dongfang Bubi saw that Lotus Goddess did not believe him, so he did not say anything else. Boom, boom, boom. When Yin Chuan and Zhongshan placed 100 pieces, a huge change finally occurred in the world. Rumble. Rolling auspicious clouds appeared in all directions, covering the sky and the sun, leaving only the chessboard in the starry sky. The blazing sun that was originally in the sky was instantly covered by the clouds. The world was calm, and everything was quiet. Only the vast chessboard in the starry sky shone brightly. The world was dark. This should have been a shocking matter, but at this moment, the world was quiet. In a city, in a restaurant. What's wrong? The sky suddenly darkened. A puzzled voice came from the restaurant. Waiter, go outside and see what's going on. Is it going to rain or something? Why is it suddenly dark? Okay. The waiter quickly walked out of the restaurant. The waiter cried out in shock. What happened? The waiter looked at the streets in shock. On the streets, countless citizens seemed to have turned into statues at this moment. They were motionless as everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. It wasn't just this street. Everyone in the entire city seemed to have been hit by the body freezing spell. They were completely motionless, and all of them were looking up at the sky. Little Fool looked up at the sky in confusion. The sun and moon in the sky were dim, leaving only countless stars arranged in mysterious orbits. Little Fool did not know how to play chess, but the moment he saw the chessboard in the starry sky, he focused his mind. It was as if his soul had left his body and shot into the sky. He charged into one of the stars in the starry sky. Little Fool seemed to have lost his soul and stopped moving. He stared at the starry sky as if he was staring at his own soul. Like everyone else on the street, the waiter stopped moving. "Waiter, waiter, what's going on outside?" An impatient voice called out from inside the restaurant. "Waiter, are you dead? I'm asking you a question." A drunkard walked out while cursing. The moment he came out, he was stunned by the scene on the street. He followed everyone's gaze and looked at the sky. Whoosh! His soul also shot into the sky and entered one of the stars. His entire body froze. This scene was happening all over the world. More and more people had their souls taken away. It was like a snowball that grew bigger and bigger. As more and more souls were taken away, the starry sky absorbed more and more souls. In the end, one didn't even need to look at it to be able to forcefully absorb soul power. Rumble! As the chess pieces were placed, the starry sky became more and more resplendent. More and more souls rushed into the sky, and the game became more and more dazzling. At this moment, even the Lotus Goddess was in a daze. It was as if the Lotus Goddess's soul was about to be taken away. "Wake up!" Dongfang Booby shouted. "Buzz!" The Lotus Goddess suddenly quivered. "Huff, huff!" The Lotus Goddess was so shocked that she broke out in a cold sweat. She took a few deep breaths to calm down. "How is this possible? Master, how did this game of chess take away my soul?" The Lotus Goddess said in disbelief. She was a Transcendence Realm cultivator and a chess master. How could she be affected by this game of chess? The Lotus Goddess was shocked. "Zhongshan and Yin Chuan have messed up the heavenly secrets," Dongfang Booby said. Everything in the world is developing according to fate. Everything is under the control of fate. However, Yin Chuan and Zhongshan have messed up the heavenly secrets with the stars in the sky. They took away the souls of all living beings and messed up their fates. Dongfang Booby said, "Oh, the starry sky will soon take away all the souls of all living beings in the world of the living. When that happens, the fates of all living beings will change greatly," Dongfang Booby said. "But what's the use of that?" The Lotus Goddess was puzzled. The starry sky now contains countless souls of all living beings. There are trillions of souls, and each soul is a different kind of thought. Yin Chuan and Zhongshan are commanding trillions of thoughts. Their own thoughts are also training within them. The two of them are affecting all living beings, and all living beings are affecting them. In the battle between the two of them, their souls are boundless. Dongfang Booby said, "Their souls are boundless?" The Lotus Goddess was confused. She still did not understand. At the same time, in the pavilion at the old site of the Bo clan, when Yin Chuan and Zhongshan placed their chess pieces, they had already closed their eyes. Their souls were almost completely immersed in the game of chess. Through this game of chess, the two of them created a world of living beings in the starry sky. When they placed their chess pieces, they created a world. When the souls of all living beings entered this world, they did not have any subjective thoughts. It was as if they were all in a daze, standing in various places in space. And in this chessboard space, there were two dazzling figures. Yin Chuan and Zhongshan sat cross-legged on the peaks of two mountains. With a wave of their hands, they mobilized thousands of soldiers and horses to attack each other. The two of them were using their own influence to recruit living beings as believers. The impact of their souls and the attacks of their layouts were not physical. But in this chessboard space, it was unusually majestic. The souls of all living beings became the two of them fighting over each other. Time after time, they fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Some souls of all living beings walked to Zhongshan's seat in a daze. They worshipped him devoutly. As they worshipped, the power of faith entered Zhongshan's body. Zhongshan could feel the world more and could mobilize the endless power around him. Rumble! One by one, the heavenly Tao was formed and slowly surrounded Zhongshan. Rays of light shot into the sky and countless auspicious vapors. Zhongshan gradually felt like he was in a sea of power. The vast and endless power listened to his command. Boom! Under Zhongshan's power, the galloping army turned into divine beasts and immortals and attacked Yin Chuan. It was the same in Yin Chuan's direction. the astral power formed thousands of soldiers and horses. At that moment, they were also strengthened by the endless power and rushed towards Zhongshan. Boom! The two of them were like the masters of the world. They commanded countless immortal wills for their own power. Their immortal wills gradually filled the entire space and enveloped more and more souls of all living beings. Gradually, the two of them forgot where they were and slowly sank into the endless sea of thoughts. Boom! The entire space formed two conflicting thoughts. They did not give in and clashed with each other. Every time they clashed, Yin Chuan and Zhongshan's immortal wills would become more vigorous. The souls of all living beings in the world were absorbed, but there were still some who managed to resist. Dongfang Booby and Lotus Goddess looked at the starry sky calmly. 10 days later, there were more and more stars. On the chessboard in the starry sky, two giant shadows could be vaguely seen. They were vast and seemed to be connected to the heavens and the earth. The two shadows looked like Zhongshan and Yin Chuan. They were surrounded by endless light, and the back of their heads shone in all directions. All kinds of colorful lights filled the starry sky. The originally monotonous starry sky had become extremely dazzling and beautiful. Master, those two wouldn't be the souls of Zhongshan and Yin Chuan, would they? 10 days. It's only been 10 days, and they're already powerful enough to dominate the starry sky? Lotus Goddess was shocked. It's them. They used the thoughts of all living beings to train their minds, and they gathered endless faith to comprehend the laws of heaven. Their minds clashed, but they climbed to the peak. They didn't crush each other like enemies, but they kept pushing each other higher in the battle. It's rare to see such a battle. Dongfang Booby exclaimed. Pushing each other higher? That's right. It's just like Yin Chuan's comprehension of the laws of heaven. He was just a step away in the past, but now he's comprehending more and more through this battle with Zhongshan. It won't be long before he completely crosses the threshold. And Zhongshan's comprehension of the laws of heaven will also be pushed to a higher level because of this battle. Dongfang Booby said, "How can there be such cultivation?" Lotus Goddess showed a hint of bitterness. Close friends are hard to come by, but enemies are hard to find, especially enemies who are similar in strength and admire each other. They're both friends and foes. On the path of cultivation, such friends and foes are the most precious. Dongfang Booby exclaimed. Another 20 days later. Boom! There was a loud sound in the starry sky. Zhongshan and Yin Chuan's shadows grew bigger and bigger. As their bodies moved, they were majestic and the stars trembled. And in the chessboard space, the souls of all living beings quickly gathered. Faith surged into the minds of the two. Yin Chuan and Zhongshan had forgotten where they were and forgot about each other. They only knew that they had to suppress each other. Gradually, the two shadows got closer and closer to each other. Each of them pointed a finger. Although their fingers were simple, their fingertips seemed to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth. They collided with each other. Boom! Around the two of them, the way of the heavens exploded. They were severely injured. Instantly, the world shook. The fingertips did not separate. It was as if they wanted to determine the winner. Just like that, the world shook and focused on the place where the two fingers touched. Their believers and the countless souls of all living beings also looked at the place where the two fingers collided. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from their fingertips. Boom! Boom! The two huge shadows exploded almost at the same time. Boom! The entire chessboard space also exploded instantly. Countless souls returned to where they came from in an instant. The huge explosion blasted all the souls back. Buzz! In the world, countless people suddenly quivered. It was as if they had a long dream. What's going on? Why am I here? I remember now. I was looking at the starry sky earlier. I seem to have broken through the bottleneck. I also feel that my realm seems to have increased a lot. What happened before? Countless living beings revealed looks of confusion. At the old side of the Bai clan, there were countless auspicious clouds above Zhongshan and Yin Chuan's heads. Their bodies were emitting dazzling light. The two of them did not open their eyes. In this battle, They had each comprehended something extremely important. Boom! Surging heaven and earth essence chi rushed toward the two of them. Chapter 1576. In the pavilion at the old site of the Bai clan, surging heaven and earth essence chi rushed towards Yin Chuan and Zhongshan. Yin Chuan sat at the side and looked at the two quietly. Boom! Zhongshan's body suddenly made a loud noise. In an instant, surging Tao sounds rushed into the sky. The Yang world was filled with Tao sounds. Wherever the Tao sounds passed, the sky was filled with pink lotus flowers. The pink lotus flowers were incomparably beautiful and had a peaceful and majestic aura. Countless pink lotus flowers scattered, but the lotus god in the eastern sect was shocked. What kind of lotus is this? Why is it stronger than my green lotus? Lotus god was shocked. Zhongshan broke through. Invincible East said, "What? Impossible, impossible." Lotus god exclaimed in disbelief. How could a transcendent break through? Although Zhongshan had told Lotus God before, Lotus God did not believe him at all. A transcendent was already the limit of cultivation. How can one go further? She turned her head and looked towards the north. Indeed, in the pavilion, Zhongshan's body was surrounded by countless divine beast phantoms. Tao sounds rumbled, and the sky was filled with light. A huge pink lotus flower appeared above Zhongshan's head. It was like the leader of all lotuses in the world. Even from a distance, Lotus God could feel an extremely majestic aura. How can this be? He can break through? Lotus God's face was bitter. Boom! Yin Chuan's body also made a loud noise. In an instant, Tao sounds different from Zhongshan's filled the world. Wherever the Tao sounds passed, countless cypress phantoms appeared. It was as if they were fighting against the pink lotus. 18th heaven. Invincible East said solemnly. Yin Chuan is also at the 18th heaven. Lotus God was a little numb. Yes, this is the scene of the 18th heaven. His aura surges and his Tao sounds burn the sky. Invincible East nodded. Lotus God looked at the two from the outer north continent. Her face was bitter as she let out a long sigh. The people she looked down on in the past had now reached a level that she could only look up to. Invincible East's eyes flashed with a serious light. Yin Chuan and Zhongshan had both reached an extremely high level. Whoosh! Yin Chuan opened his eyes and shot out two 18-colored lights. The 18th layer of heaven was the highest cultivation in the world. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan looked at Zhongshan in front of him. Zhongshan's expression was reserved, but from the countless pink lotuses, it could be seen that Zhongshan's strength was not any weaker than Yin Chuan. Congratulations! Zhongshan smiled. Same to you, Yin Chuan said. All the chess pieces on the stone table in front of the three of them had been reduced to dust. Above the starry sky, countless stars seemed to have been completely disrupted. They were still stuck at the scene where the two of them made their final moves. This game of chess is indeed a little too big. Zhongshan laughed. That's good too. This chess game contains our realms. Let's leave it for the world to observe. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. All right. Zhongshan nodded. All around, the officials of both sides revealed curious expressions. Who had won this battle? Transcendence, immortality. You are now at the 16th layer of heaven, while I am at the 18th layer of heaven. Yet, I can't defeat you. How mysterious. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. I can't defeat you either. Transcendence are easy, but cultivation is much harder. It may take a long time for me to break through again. Zhongshan sighed. If others said so, I would believe it. But you, Zhongshan? Haha, I will look forward to it. Yin Chuan laughed. Zhongshan smiled and did not say much. This time, the two of them used this battle to break through. Zhongshan also had the Ba Ji Tian Wei, which made him even more ferocious. The two of them fought around, and it was a draw. But now, the two of them did not want to continue. Although they had their own means, at this moment, neither of them had the mood to continue fighting. Yin Chuan suddenly stretched out his right hand. Wong! A pink bead appeared in his palm. The bead seemed to seal a transparent, heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Iya, iya! The Baji Tianwei on Zhongshan's shoulder cried out excitedly. The Baji Tianwei instinctively wanted to pounce on the bead. Its eyes were filled with a strong desire. This is... Zhongshan restrained the Baji Tianwei and asked solemnly. Although your Baji Tianwei has devoured many divine beasts and became the #1 divine beast, I think its original form is still the heaven-swallowing tail beast. This small bead is the sole essence of the 201 heaven-swallowing tail beasts that I faced in the past. I think it will be useful for your Baji Tianwei. Yin Chuan handed it over. Iya. The Baji Tianwei rushed over and swallowed the bead. Zhongshan did not even have time to stop it. He smiled bitterly. Thank you. This small bead will be of great help to my Baji Tianwei. It can even help it perfect itself and become stronger. But I don't understand. Why are you giving it to me? Zhongshan asked seriously. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. You should know that I am standing on the great emperor's altar, but I remember that you were able to break free from the suppression of fate. You should be stronger now, Zhongshan said solemnly. Fate? So what if I am stronger? Fate is too strong. Just in case, if I am really corroded by fate in the future, I hope that there will be someone who can stop me. The enmity between me and fate is irreconcilable. If there comes a day when I become fate, please kill me. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Kill you? Zhongshan's pupils shrank. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan shook his head and said solemnly, I am not jealous that you are stronger. I am just leaving a glimmer of hope for the common people. If I am unlucky enough to become a parasite, I will not be able to resist. Please do not be soft-hearted. You must kill me. You must. Around them, the officials of the two dynasties looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Even Zhongshan was extremely shocked at this moment. Finally, after a moment of silence, Zhongshan said, Although we are unable to determine the winner in other aspects, I know that you have surpassed me in one aspect. No, you have surpassed most people in the world. Your breadth of mind, at least among the people I know, no one is as broad-minded as you. Yin Chuan continued to stare at Zhongshan. I promise you I will. If you are unable to extricate yourself from the parasitic fate, I will do my best to destroy it. Zhongshan said in a resolute tone. Yin Chuan nodded with a smile. Zhongshan smiled and waved his hand. Rumble. The entire great thousand worlds shook. Then, the major territories in the great thousand world moved quickly. Some territories moved to the north, while others moved to the south. Boom! The great thousand world surged toward the celestial boundary. This is the great thousand worlds under my control. As long as it is a territory of the great thousand worlds, I will give you the corresponding territory of the great thousand worlds. These were all conquered by you in the great thousand worlds. Now, I will return them to their rightful owner. Rumble. The outer east continent, the outer south continent, the outer east continent, the outer south continent, and the inner south continent quickly merged with the great thousand world. The four realms shook again. Chapter 1577. Rumble. The four worlds trembled, and the 6 continents of the great thousand world quickly returned to Great Zhun. The world was in chaos. The two Yin Chuans and Zhongshan stood quietly in the pavilion, watching the drastic changes in the world. After experiencing it several times, the officials of Great Zhun no longer needed Yin Chuan's guidance. They knew how to comfort the people. Rumble. The world shook. Under Zhongshan's full power, it was much faster than before. In just one day, the Great Thousand World had already merged with the first world, Great Zhun Heaven Realm. The heaven and earth essence Qi became denser. Zhongshan let out a long breath. It was obvious that completing a task that took months in one day consumed a lot of energy. The human Yin Chuan smiled and was about to say some words of gratitude when the two Yin Chuan's expression changed. What's wrong? Zhongshan asked in surprise. The human Yin Chuan's face suddenly turned ferocious. Bastard, grave immortal king, you're courting death. With a loud shout, the two Yin Chuan soared into the sky and rushed towards Xianyang's Yellow Springs Road. Zhongshan, something happened to Great Zhun today. Let's meet again another day. Yin Chuan's voice came from afar. The Empress, Crown Prince, and officials of Great Jun were confused. What happened to Great Jun? Why did the Great Emperor leave in such a hurry? Lu Gang, quickly contact Xianyang and Great Qin City. Ask them what happened. Lu Bue immediately shouted. Yes, Lu Gang replied. Everyone quickly became worried. Realm Lord Zhong, my father has left. We will also take our leave. Punishment King Fu Su stepped forward and said. Zhongshan nodded. He knew that something big must have happened to Great Jun, so he didn't ask them to stay. Let's go, Mo Yushi shouted. The group of people flew towards Xianyang in a grandiose manner. Something happened to Xianyang? What happened? Zhongshan stood in the pavilion with his officials and watched the officials of Great Jun leave. His expression changed slightly. Realm Lord, it seems like something big happened in Xianyang. Ian said at the side. Zhongshan nodded. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from the sky. The world was filled with countless red and blue lights. The lights covered the sky, and the whole world was filled with this light. The light was like a surging river flowing towards the west. Roar! In the sky above Xianyang, a golden dragon suddenly roared. In an instant, it rushed towards the west with a red and blue light. Luck Path. Zhongshan's expression changed. It's the same for our boundless universe. Boundless luck is flowing away. Realm Lord, could it be that the great Tao warrior has come out? Ian's expression changed. Head Tao warrior, the ancestor of a life usurper master. It seems like he is about to come out. Zhongshan said solemnly. Then, do we have to control the great thousand worlds' fate? Ian asked worriedly. No need. Do you still remember the Great Force? Zhongshan shook his head. That's right. If the head Tao warrior succeeds, that would be the best. If he doesn't, he will immortalize again, and the luck will return to the land. Ian said seriously. Head Tao warrior? He is not an ordinary person. 1 life, 2 luck, 3 feng shui. For accumulation of Yin virtue, 5 study. Cultivating luck, to be ranked right after cultivating life. He must be something extraordinary. Rumor has it that the head Tao warrior is the person closest to destiny. This time, when he comes out, there will be another shocking battle. Zhongshan said seriously. All right, just now, Yin Chuan hurried back. Could it be related to this? Ian said solemnly. Zhongshan squinted his eyes. Maybe. As he said that, Zhongshan's gaze followed Yin Chuan into the netherworld. 1 month ago. Intong Yin Chuan left the old site of the Bo clan and went straight to the inner North Continent. Not long later, Intong Yin Chuan arrived at the inner North Continent, outside of the Undying sect. Who is it? A group of Undying sect's disciples shouted angrily from afar. When the group of disciples flew closer, they saw a man in a snow-white robe standing in the air. A pair of silver eyes were breathtaking. However, this was not the main point. The main point was this person's appearance. Great Emperor Dezhun. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Yindi, may I know why you are here? An Undying sect's disciple immediately asked respectfully. Everyone knew that Dezhun had an empress who looked exactly like their sect master. Thus, no one dared to slight Yin Chuan. Not to mention, with Yin Chuan's current status, even without the previous relationship, these Undying sect's disciples would not dare to be presumptuous. I want to see the emperor, Intong Yin Chuan said directly. The sect master is meeting a guest. Yindi, please. The Undying sect's disciple immediately said. Although they could not immediately introduce Yin Chuan, it was normal etiquette to lead him to the Undying sect. Soon, Intong Yin Chuan arrived in front of the Undying Hall. Rumble. At this time, the game between Yin Chuan and Zhongshan began. The rolling stars retreated from the netherworld, guided by Yin Chuan's magic power to the world of the living. Intong Yin Chuan raised his head to look at the sky. The other Undying sect's disciples were also at a loss. What happened to the sky? Bang! Not far away, the Undying Hall's doors opened with a loud bang. The emperor stepped out of the hall, followed by a group of black-robed people. When the group of black-robed people stepped out of the hall, they were slightly stunned when they saw Yin Chuan not far away. Everyone looked up at the starry sky. Yin Chuan. The emperor frowned as he looked at Yin Tong Yin Chuan. Thank you for last time, Yin Chuan solemnly said. Last time in the Undying space, the emperor dealt with the ghost fire in Jin Tong's grave and left Yin Tong Yin Chuan with a lifeless soul, causing Yin Tong Yin Chuan to become stronger. It's nothing. The emperor shook his head. Congratulations on breaking through to the 17th layer of heaven. Yin Tong Yin Chuan congratulated him again. It's just my mother's inheritance. This sky full of stars is your masterpiece? The emperor asked in a low voice. Yin Tong Yin Chuan nodded. On the side, the Undying sect's disciples looked at Yin Tong Yin Chuan in shock. Even the group of black-robed people looked at Yin Chuan in shock. The emperor was not surprised, but said, I know why you're here. Coincidentally, I'm going out. There are 108 murals in my hall for my mother's inheritance. They involve lifeless souls. You can look at them. You're going out? Yin Tong Yin Chuan asked. The emperor nodded and did not say much. Yin Tong Yin Chuan was tactful and did not ask any more questions. Let's go, the emperor said to the group of black-robed people. Okay, please. The skeleton smiled. The group of people stepped into the sky and headed towards the great kindness world in the west. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan looked on curiously, but in the end, he did not follow. He walked toward the Undying Hall. At this moment, with the emperor's instructions, the Undying sect disciples did not stop him. The moment the silver-eyed Yin Chuan entered the hall, he immediately saw the murals around the hall. The murals were profound, and each of them seemed to be a world of their own. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan was shocked. Sitting cross-legged, Yin Tong Yin Chuan carefully deduced the murals in the hall. The emperor followed the group of black-robed people and flew towards the western outer continent. Is what you said true? The emperor still had a trace of doubt. Of course it's true. The patriarch said that the other Undying domain, where my grave clan is located, is actually the Great Phoenix Supreme's training ground. The Great Phoenix Supreme's 72 reincarnations were in that place. The skeleton assured. That's the place where my mother reincarnated? The emperor asked in a low voice. Of course. The patriarch invited you this time to witness it. The skeleton affirmed. If I find out that you lied to me, none of you will live. The emperor said coldly. His voice was cold, and instantly, a piercing chill entered everyone's body, causing them to feel a chill in their hearts. No, how could it be? The skeleton laughed. Grave Immortal King revived the great power last time, but it was snatched away by the Nether River Patriarch. This time, he must be refining another powerhouse of the First Era. It can't be my mother, right? The emperor narrowed his eyes. No. The patriarch said so. Don't worry, it's definitely not her. The skeleton immediately said, That's good. Otherwise, I will slaughter your entire grave clan. The emperor said coldly. Ha! Cold sweat appeared on the skeleton's forehead. The group flew quickly and soon arrived at the western outer continent. They quickly passed through the Great Kindness World's reincarnation passage and entered the Great Kindness World's Yang realm. The group flew quickly and soon arrived outside the Great Kindness World's Undying domain. Half of the Undying domain was full of life, with divine beasts flying in the sky. The other half was full of death, with endless skeletons lying on the ground. In the distance, at the boundary between life and death, there was a huge palace. In the palace, Grave Immortal King opened his eyes. He knew that the person he was waiting for had arrived. Outside the domain, the emperor closed his eyes and sensed. After a while, he took a deep breath. As expected, the emperor said indifferently, I didn't lie to you, did I? The skeleton laughed. However, the emperor ignored the skeleton and looked at the Immortal King Palace in the distance. Grave Immortal King slowly stepped out from the Immortal King Palace. Half of his body was human and the other half was skeleton. It looked extremely awkward. Junior sister, welcome to my Undying domain. Grave Immortal King revealed a creepy smile. I'm not your junior sister, the emperor said coldly. Grave Immortal King said nonchalantly, My grave clan grew up in reincarnation. Even if the Great Phoenix Supreme did not acknowledge us, we are still her disciples. You are the daughter of the Great Phoenix Supreme, so you are my junior sister. Oomph. The Emperor said coldly. Junior sister, please. Grave Immortal King said. With that, Grave Immortal King flew out of the Immortal King Palace and to a mountain peak in the area of life. The Emperor also flew over. They landed on a mountain peak. Everyone looked down at the valley. In the valley, there was an extremely deep pool. The pool overflowed with a blue aura. Traces of blue aura were emitted. The Emperor sniffed slightly. Suddenly, his eyes darkened. This is... Junior sister, look carefully. This is the place where the Great Phoenix Supreme ascended. Her physical body passed through here and filled the world. From here, you can directly enter reincarnation. Grave Immortal King said with a smile. So what? The Emperor looked at Grave Immortal King in a deep voice. Although the Emperor wanted to immediately enter to investigate, he restrained himself. Grave Immortal King would not be so kind to let him see this deep cave. He must be up to something. Junior sister, you don't have to worry about me. Don't worry, I'm not looking for the Great Phoenix Supreme this time. I'm looking for someone else. Grave Immortal King said in a deep voice. Oh, the person closest to fate in the first era. Grave Immortal King said solemnly. The person closest to fate? The Emperor was slightly taken aback. Although he had received the Great Phoenix Supreme's inheritance, he did not know much about the first era. Head Dao Sovereign. Chapter 1578. Head Dao Warrior? The Emperor was puzzled. Head Dao Warrior is the person closest to fate. At least in that era, he was the person closest to fate, not because of his strength, but because of his cultivation. Rumor has it that his ability to predict the world is comparable to fate. Tomb Immortal King did not hide anything. The Emperor looked at Tomb Immortal King doubtfully. Of course, I went to the place where Head Dao Warrior was immortalized and found that the place had changed. In other words, Head Dao Warrior has been reincarnated. Tomb Immortal King said. Reincarnated? That's right. He has passed the cycle of reincarnation. There must be a record of him in the cycle of reincarnation. I've invited you here today to find out who the Great Dao Paragon is. The Tomb Immortal Emperor said solemnly. Oh, the Emperor looked at Tomb Immortal King. The Emperor was now at 17 levels, but the Emperor was fearless. Even Tomb Immortal King could not threaten him. Tomb Immortal King also understood that he needed help, so he was very polite and even humbled himself to call her junior sister. I'll be frank. If we enter the depths of this cave, there is a secret treasure of the Great Phoenix Supreme. My Mu clan has never been able to obtain it, but since it belongs to the Great Phoenix Supreme, my Mu clan will not force you to take it. Since Junior Sister has obtained it, it naturally belongs to Junior Sister. However, if you want to obtain that secret treasure, you will have to stir up the cycle of reincarnation. When you do so, a piece of 3 live stone will appear. I can use the 3 live stone to find the reincarnation of the Great Dao Sovereign. Oh, if that's the case, why do you need me? The Emperor's eyes flashed with disbelief. Junior sister, you don't know. How can it be easy to disturb the cycle of reincarnation? Although I'm at the 18th heavenly layer, I'm still rejected by the cycle of reincarnation. If I try, I might even destroy the cycle of reincarnation. However, I have no way to investigate the cycle of reincarnation. Only Junior Sister can do that. Also, it's not easy to investigate the cycle of reincarnation. You need the inheritance left behind by the Phoenix Supreme. Oh, the Emperor looked at Tomb Immortal King. Tomb Immortal King waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, 12 paths of reincarnation shot into the sky. Is this the honor of the mighty Phoenix? The Emperor asked in a deep voice. That's right. Back then, the Great Phoenix Supreme left behind the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Supreme Fire Phoenix, the Supreme Ice Phoenix, the Supreme Dark Phoenix, the Supreme Blue One, the Supreme Thunder Phoenix, and the Supreme Majestic Phoenix. Phosphorus Bone obtained the Supreme Majestic Phoenix in the cycle of reincarnation, which allowed him to read the records of the three lives stone. Immortal King laughed. The emperor looked at the two of them, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his heart. However, no one objected to it. After all, it wasn't a big loss for the emperor. Moreover, there were still the treasures left behind by his mother in the reincarnation cycle. Naturally, he couldn't let it fall into the hands of others. Junior sister, how is it? You take your treasures. We'll check the three lives stone. We just need to know about the reincarnation of a great Tao paragon. Immortal King said. The emperor thought for a moment and looked at the deep acupoints below. In the end, he nodded. Since there were no losses, the emperor naturally wouldn't stop them. Stepping forward, Emperor instantly jumped into the deep cave. Boom! The surging power of samsara instantly enveloped the Empress. The Empress was the daughter of the great Phoenix Supreme. Naturally, she would not be harmed. Soon, the Emperor reached the depths of samsara, where a huge node appeared. The Emperor walked deeper and deeper. You're here! A woman's soft voice suddenly came from the depths of samsara. The Emperor was slightly startled. The Emperor felt a strong sense of familiarity from the voice. Mother, the Emperor called out with a trembling voice. Come, my son. The woman's voice continued. It seemed to form a path for the Emperor to continue walking along. However, at this moment, a huge rock slowly emerged from the original cave. The huge rock quickly blocked the entrance, preventing anyone from entering. However, Immortal King didn't need to enter anymore. When he saw the huge yellow rock, his eyes lit up. As expected, I guessed correctly. Immortal King, quick, mobilize the power of samsara. Use this tear left behind by a great Tao paragon in the first era of compassion for the common people to find the reincarnation of a great Tao paragon. Immortal King said. Yes. Immortal King immediately took the teardrop that emitted 18 colors of light respectfully. Boom! The power of samsara quickly flowed into the three lives stone. In an instant, countless lights appeared on the three lives stone, as if it recorded all the reincarnations of the common people. Immortal King quickly placed the teardrop on the stone. The teardrop was absorbed by the three lives stone. In an instant, all the lights and shadows disappeared. An extremely beautiful woman appeared in the light and shadows. She looked at the sky with compassion, and a teardrop fell from the corner of her eye. It was the teardrop from before. Then, the light and shadows moved quickly, gradually revealing the reincarnation of the woman. Another beautiful woman appeared in the image. Quick, find out where this is. This woman is the reincarnation of a great Tao paragon. Immortal King said. However, Immortal King said strangely, Master, you don't have to look for her. I know her. Oh, Immortal King was slightly taken aback. What was going on? Immortal King knew her? Wouldn't it be dark under the light? She's the butterfly queen from the great accomplishment realm. Immortal King said strangely. Butterfly queen? Chao's daughter? Immortal King said in a low voice. However, in the next moment, the butterfly queen changed into Meow's appearance. Immortal King said in surprise. Master, how is this possible? Another one has appeared. Isn't this Yin Chuan's Meow? Is the three lives stone broken? Immortal King said in surprise. No, it's not broken. I remember now. Immortal King said with a smile. What? Chuan Meow is the goddess of luck, and the butterfly queen is the goddess of misfortune. They're both luck path. The reincarnation of a great Tao paragon is split into two. Both of them are great Tao paragons. So they're great Tao paragons. Immortal King said confidently. Two great Tao paragons? Immortal King said in confusion. The image on the three lives stone suddenly flashed and disappeared. That's right. How can the power of a great Tao paragon be replenished by one reincarnation? The great Tao paragon has split himself into two sides and reincarnated separately. Good. So he's been right under my nose all this time. Yin Chuan? What great luck! The great Tao paragon closest to his destiny is actually by his side. No wonder Yin Chuan's luck has always been so great. This is luck. Yin Chuan was born. I was wondering how he could have such great luck. It turns out that luck is by his side. Ha ha! Tomb Immortal King laughed loudly. Master, the Butterfly Queen and Meow are both people that Yin Chuan values very much. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Tomb Immortal King said worriedly. After all, Yin Chuan's strength was clear to the skeleton in the tomb. What's inappropriate? It's fine if I didn't know. Now that I know, this great Tao paragon will naturally help me. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Master, no need to say more. Guard the house and don't let any rascals enter. I'll go and capture the great Tao paragon's reincarnation. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Yes, everyone replied. The great Tao paragon quickly calculated with his fingers. Oh, they're all in the great Qin city. Yin Chuan left with the queen, the crown prince, and the other officials. Those two are still in the great Qin city. That's good. It saved me a lot of trouble. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Boom! Tomb Immortal King took a step and shot into the distance. Underworld Great Qin City. In a large hall, the Butterfly Queen and Meow sat quietly in the hall. Meow, little butterfly, hurry up, Meow called out. I try my best. The Butterfly Queen was speechless. The last time Father gave us the inheritance, it was Father's understanding of heaven and earth. Father is the most powerful. Even a Nether River Patriarch didn't fully grasp the 3,000 heavenly Taos, but Father has grasped the general framework of the 3,000 heavenly Taos. Let's quickly deduce it and get it to Yin Chuan. Meow said happily. The Butterfly Queen rolled her eyes and said, Father left it for us to protect ourselves. So what? Isn't it the same to give it to Yin Chuan? Who can touch us here? Meow immediately cried out. But Father left a message that we can't reveal it to outsiders. He said that people will harm us in the future, so we have to keep it for self-protection. The Butterfly Queen said, I believe in Yin Chuan. Don't you know? Yin Chuan has gone to the Yang realm to fight with Zhongshan. I heard from Yin Chuan that he might break through after that battle. When that time comes, what are you worried about? Yin Chuan is at the 18th heaven. Other than fate, who is there to be afraid of? Meow said with a look of disdain. Break through to the 18th heaven? Sigh. I said that I would go and take a look. The Butterfly Queen complained. All right, we'll take our time in the future. You and I are both at the 14th heaven. Can you understand it? Our deduction is about to end. When the time comes, we'll give Yin Chuan a surprise. When he breaks through to the 18th heaven, we'll give him a gift. How about that? I'm so smart, Meow. Meow said proudly. All right, but don't you have a contract with him? You can sense Yin Chuan. Can you sense how he's doing? The Butterfly Queen asked. It's already started, so how could I disturb him now? Wouldn't that affect his advancement? I've already cut off my connection with him. Meow said as she shook her head. All right, the Butterfly Queen said helplessly. Just as the Butterfly Queen and Meow were continuing to comprehend the legacy that Nest had left for them, a ferocious might suddenly press down on the great Qin city. Roar! The golden dragon of fate, the golden dragon of luck, the golden dragon of virtue, and the golden dragon of luck all roared at the same time. The entire great Qin city instantly fell into chaos. Countless soldiers rushed into the sky. How dare you? Who dares to act so impudently in Great Jun? How dare you? Amidst a series of jiao sounds, the great Qin city's formations were fully activated to resist the sudden pressure from the sky. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the great Qin city's formations exploded. Some of the soldiers who had rushed into the sky were sent flying back towards the palace where Meow and the Butterfly Queen were. Boom! The main hall was smashed into smithereens. Meow, which bastard dares to disturb me? Meow furiously roared. After the palace was blasted apart, Meow and the Butterfly Queen were instantly exposed. The two sisters looked towards the south of the great Qin city furiously. In the air to the south of the great Qin city, there was a figure standing there. It was half human and half skeleton. Grave Celestial King? Someone recognized him and said in shock. Chapter 1579. Tomb Immortal King. In the Great Qin City, the expressions of countless soldiers changed. Great Jun had long become the hegemon of the world. Even if the great emperor left with his ministers, there shouldn't be anyone who was blind enough to cause trouble. Who would have thought that someone would really dare to cause trouble at this moment? Tomb Immortal King might not be the overlord, but almost everyone knew that the great benevolence world listened to him. Moreover, not long ago, he had valiantly controlled a great power supremacy. No one dared to underestimate him. Meow, Tomb Immortal King. What are you doing in Great Qin? Do you want to die? Meow immediately cried out. Great Tao supremacy? How laughable. The person closest to destiny in the first epoch turned into a cat and a butterfly. How laughable. Tomb Immortal King laughed. Meow, what did you say? Meow said in surprise. Butterfly Queen's expression also sank. I feel that bad luck is coming. Sister, he's here to cause trouble for us sisters. Huh? Meow's eyes widened. When they looked carefully, they saw that Tomb Immortal King was indeed staring at them. Tomb Immortal King, you want to capture us? Meow said coldly. That's right. I've come today to invite the two of you to my Undying territory for a chat. Do you want to come with me? Or do you want me to invite you? Tomb Immortal King sneered. Before Meow and Butterfly Queen could speak, the expression of an official not far away suddenly changed. Not good. Quick, inform the great emperor. An official cried out. All the officials knew how powerful Tomb Immortal King was. Now that Great Qin was empty, he wanted to capture Meow. Meow was the great emperor's favorite. If she was captured, what would happen? Yes. One of the attendants beside him immediately replied. Stop. No one is allowed to contact Yin Chuan. Meow immediately roared. Huh? The group of officials was slightly stunned. Meow quickly took out a command medallion. The great emperor's heavenly decree? The surrounding officials exclaimed. The great emperor's heavenly command was equivalent to the emperor's presence. It was the highest command token in the great celestial realm. Meow, watch carefully. This is Yin Chuan's heavenly order. Now that Yin Chuan is not here, I will issue an order. Yin Chuan and his team are to go to the old site of the Bo clan. If there is no news from the old site of the Bo clan, no one is to disturb Yin Chuan. Meow shouted. But Tomb Immortal King wants to deal with you. An official exclaimed. Meow looked at him coldly. Yin Chuan is doing something big. Everything else should be put behind him. Whoever dares to disobey will be punished for treason. The official was stunned, but in the end, he could only feel helpless. After Meow gave the order, she looked at Tomb Immortal King. Tomb Immortal King also looked at Meow strangely. Huh, you really don't want to live anymore? And he's stopping everyone from informing Yin Chuan? Tomb Immortal King asked curiously. Big sister? Butterfly Queen looked at Meow worriedly. Little butterfly, Big Sister has let you down this time. If you have any difficulties, Big Sister will accompany you. Meow stood in front of Butterfly Queen. Big Sister, I didn't. Butterfly Queen smiled bitterly. Tomb Immortal King laughed coldly and said, All right, come with me. Tomb Immortal King, you trespassed in the Great Qin City today and even tried to capture me and Butterfly Queen. Aren't you afraid that Yin Chuan will come and destroy your Tomb Immortal clan? Meow roared. Yin Chuan? Ha, what a joke. You think I'm afraid of a loser? Stop talking nonsense and come with me. Tomb Immortal King said coldly. Loser? Remember what you said today. Meow said coldly. Oof, shut up. Come with me. Tomb Immortal King was impatient and reached out to grab the Great Qin City. Archers, fire. One of the generals shouted. Boom! 100,000 arrows shot out towards the Tomb Immortal King. Kill. Protect Butterfly Queen and Meow. Instantly, loud shouts could be heard. In the Great Qin City, a large number of experts soared into the sky and charged towards Tomb Immortal King. Although they knew that Tomb Immortal King was powerful, no one retreated. Rays of sword light and saber light shot towards Tomb Immortal King. The arrows were like a meteor shower, rushing towards Tomb Immortal King. Oomph! Tomb Immortal King snorted coldly. His body shook slightly, and instantly, all the sword light, saber light, and arrow rain shattered. A powerful force surged out and shook the entire Great Sheen City. "Treasure, stop!" the Shadi shouted. Boom! Rolling golden light surged towards Tomb Immortal King. However, Tomb Immortal King was too powerful. Small tricks. Break. Tomb Immortal King flicked his right palm. Boom! The golden light shattered, and even Shadi's body stopped abruptly. The huge impact hit the entire Great Sheen City. Countless commoners revealed looks of panic. "Time got art slow," Dongfang Zhengpai shouted. Rumble. The shock waves were slowly blocked, but the Great Sheen City still trembled. "Xiao Dai, let's go," Meow called out. Swish! The Butterfly Queen and Meow quickly flew towards the west of the city. "Sister, what should we do now? Where should we go?" The Butterfly Queen asked anxiously. "Don't implicate the entire city because of our sins. Let's leave the city," Meow shouted. Rumble. Outside the Great Sheen City, there was another explosion. Although the soldiers of Great Sheen tried their best to defend, Tomb Immortal King was too powerful and heavily injured everyone. "Haha, you still want to escape?" Tomb Immortal King laughed. Boom! Tomb Immortal King instantly flew in front of Meow and grabbed at her. "Meow!" Meow cried out in shock. Boom! A huge force instantly sent Meow flying. It was the Butterfly Queen. Seeing that Meow was in danger, she quickly pushed Meow away. "Xiao Dai!" Meow cried out in shock. "Sister, our calamity is too great. I can't escape, but you can. Use the contract with Yin Chuan and quickly teleport over. Teleport to Yin Chuan's side, and you'll be safe," the Butterfly Queen shouted. Boom! A palm hit the Butterfly Queen. The Butterfly Queen spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, she was instantly caught by Tomb Immortal King. "Ha ha ha, you still want to escape?" Tomb Immortal King laughed. "Xiao Dai!" Meow cried out in shock. "Run!" The Butterfly Queen shouted in her heavy injuries. "Run? Where do you think you're going?" Tomb Immortal King grabbed at Meow again. "Meow!" Meow roared and grabbed at Tomb Immortal King. Boom! The void trembled, and Meow was instantly sent flying. In the blink of an eye, Meow was caught by Tomb Immortal King. "Sister, why aren't you leaving?" You can leave, the Butterfly Queen cried out. "Meow, Yin Chuan can't be disturbed." "I don't want to disturb him at this time." "Xiao Dai, isn't it good to have me by your side?" Meow said with a sad smile. "Sister," the Butterfly Queen also cried sadly. "It's okay. Yin Chuan will avenge me. He definitely will." Meow, who was restrained, looked at Tomb Immortal King with hatred. "Noisy." Tomb Immortal King snorted and slapped the two. Buzz. Meow and the Butterfly Queen were both knocked unconscious. "Ha ha ha." Laughing, Tomb Immortal King grabbed the Butterfly Queen and Meow. He headed west. Chapter 1580. Inner North Continent, Undying Palace. After looking at the 108 diagrams, silver-eyed Yin Chuan seemed to have grasped something, and he closed his eyes and started to comprehend it. Even though silver-eyed Yin Chuan had pure rationality, sometimes it wasn't the best. After all, many times the increase in cultivation was related to emotions. Emotions were a mysterious thing that could make people strong or weak, but silver-eyed Yin Chuan didn't have such a thing. Even though his cultivation increased very quickly at the beginning, so much so that he surpassed both Yin Chuan and Zombie Yin Chuan in a short period of time, Zombie Yin Chuan was already at the 18th heaven, and Zombie Yin Chuan had gone to play chess with Zhong Shan, so he wasn't far from the 18th heaven. However, silver-eyed Yin Chuan was only at the 16th heaven in terms of cultivation. The further he went, the more difficult it became. Because silver-eyed Yin Chuan had sacrificed his emotions, he seemed to have a natural flaw. Sitting cross-legged in the palace and comprehending the 108 diagrams. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan seemed to have comprehended something. Suddenly, silver-eyed Yin Chuan opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. Because of silver-eyed Yin Chuan's powerful analytical abilities, some of the formations in the Great Qin City and Xianying City had been modified by silver-eyed Yin Chuan, and these formations were connected to the heavenly Tao. However, in that instant, silver-eyed Yin Chuan felt that the formations he had set up had been shattered. Boo! Silver-eyed Yin Chuan's expression darkened, and he stepped out of the Undying Palace. Yindi, the Undying sect's disciples asked curiously. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan ignored them and turned to look in the direction of the Great Qin City. Looking over, he saw that the Tomb Immortal King had destroyed the Great Qin City's formations against Miao and Butterfly Queen. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Just as silver-eyed Yin Chuan was about to head towards the Great Qin City, she suddenly stopped. As if seeing through Tomb Immortal King's intentions, silver-eyed Yin Chuan turned around and flew toward the western outer continent. Silver pupil Yin Chuan's speed naturally couldn't compare to Tomb Immortal King. Therefore, it was impossible for them to stop the Tomb Immortal King. Thus, they could only wait in the western outer continent. Swish! Silver-eyed Yin Chuan flew west. In the Great Qin City, Tomb Immortal King also caught Miao and Butterfly Queen. Ha ha ha! Laughing heartily, Tomb Immortal King grabbed the unconscious Miao and Butterfly Queen and headed west. The Tomb Immortal Emperor was incredibly fast. He soon arrived at the western outer continent. He stepped onto the Yellow Springs Road and quickly entered the Great Kindness World's Yang Realm. The moment they left the world of the living, boom, a dazzling golden light shot out. Grave Immortal King's expression changed. He could only hurriedly counter with a palm strike. Boom! The golden light was extremely powerful. Under the super heavy blow, the void shattered for hundreds of thousands of miles. Even Tomb Immortal King was forced to retreat 100 feet. How dare you? Tomb Immortal King shouted angrily. Not far away, there were 6,000 heavenly Daos circling around. Above the heavenly Daos was an enormous golden eye. Below it stood silver-eyed Yin Chuan. It was silver-eyed Yin Chuan who was guarding this place, ready to deal a fatal blow to Tomb Immortal King. However, the heavenly eye above the heavenly Tao couldn't do anything to Tomb Immortal King, even if it used all its strength. Tomb Immortal King, you've crossed the line. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said coldly. It's you, Yin Chuan? Haha, you want to stop me too? In the past, the power of an entire country couldn't stop me. Now, in my Great Kindness World, you want to stop me? Tomb Immortal King sneered. Hand over Miao and Butterfly Queen. My main body cares about them very much. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said coldly. If you have the ability, then come and get it. Tomb Immortal King sneered. Boom! 6,000 heavenly Tao instantly enveloped Tomb Immortal King. The heavenly Tao cycles from the Great Thousand World and the Great Evil World quickly rushed towards Tomb Immortal King. Rumble! The rolling power of the turbulent flow rushed straight over. The power of the turbulent flow was strong and could deal with others, but Tomb Immortal King was an 18th heaven expert. Ha! How dare you be presumptuous in front of me? Yin Chuan, you found the wrong opponent. Tomb Immortal King sneered. With a wave of his hand, a monstrous giant palm was formed. Boom! The 6,000 heavenly Tao were crushed by the monstrous giant palm. The giant palm swept through everything, and silver-eyed Yin Chuan's method suddenly failed. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan's face darkened. It's useless break. Tomb Immortal King's palm hit silver-eyed Yin Chuan's body. Bang! Puffed. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan was immediately injured and spat out a mouthful of blood. Tomb Immortal King was too strong. An 18th heaven expert, silver-eyed Yin Chuan couldn't resist at all. In an instant, silver-eyed Yin Chuan's bones were shattered, and he fell to the ground in the distance. Tomb Immortal King stood in the sky and looked down coldly at silver-eyed Yin Chuan. At this moment, silver-eyed Yin Chuan no longer had the strength to fight back. The gap was too big. Lifeless soul? Oomph, you're still far from it. This time I won't kill you. Go and report to your main body. If you dare to come again, don't blame me for being impolite. Tomb Immortal King said coldly. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan looked coldly at Tomb Immortal King, who fell to the ground, his eyes cold. Oomph. With a cold snort, Tomb Immortal King waved his sleeve and flew toward the immortal domain. With difficulty, silver-eyed Yin Chuan got up, leaning against a big tree. He watched Tomb Immortal King leave. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Main body, I've already done my best to stop him. I know you care about Meow, but I still lost despite my determination to fight to the death. At this moment, you're at the final juncture of your breakthrough. With pure reason, I can't inform you, in case it interferes with your breakthrough. I have no emotions, so there's no point in blaming me. Your strength is the most important. I only hope you can break through as soon as possible. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan sat cross-legged under the big tree, adjusting his breathing and recuperating. Tomb Clan, Immortal Domain. Patriarch, you're back? Tomb Phosphorescence Bone was pleasantly surprised. Not far away, Tomb Immortal King landed in front of the Immortal King Palace with the unconscious Meow and Butterfly Queen. Phosphorescence Bone, prepare all the materials for the altar. I'm going to awaken the great Tao Sovereign. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Yes, Tomb Phosphorescence Bone shouted. At his command, the entire Tomb clan was mobilized. With the foundation of several eras, it was easy to find some materials. Patriarch is the awakening of a great Tao paragon similar to that of a great Force paragon? Tomb Phosphorescence Bone asked Tomb Immortal King. Of course not. Great Tao paragons are the ones closest to fate. They naturally have their own uniqueness. Even if I want to refine them, it's several times more difficult than a great Force paragon. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. But Meow and Butterfly Queen are only at 14th heaven? What do you know? I care about their fate, not their cultivation. Even at 14th heaven, a great Tao paragon is more difficult to refine. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Yes, I'm going to open up a new space. I'll give you 10 days. Bring me everything on the altar. Tomb Immortal King ordered. Yes. Tomb Immortal King stepped into the Immortal King Palace. He placed Meow and Butterfly Queen in the main hall, reached out his 19-colored right hand, and pointed at the void. Wong. A 19-colored dot of light suddenly appeared in the void. The light expanded as Tomb Immortal King quickly filled it with power. Rumble. After 10 days, Tomb Immortal King's right hand loosened. Master, the materials are ready. Tomb Immortal King said respectfully. Let's go. Follow me into the small space. Tomb Immortal King led Meow and Butterfly Queen into the small space. Whoosh. Tomb Immortal King also stepped in. In an instant, they entered a special space. 3,000 heavenly Tao revolved around the space. It was a vast grassland. Quick, Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Yes, under Tomb Immortal King's control, countless heavenly treasures were quickly spread out in all directions. A huge altar was slowly built. Half of the ground was covered in withered bones, while the other half was covered in lush greenery. The huge altar shone with bursts of yellow light. Master, the altar is ready. Tomb Immortal King said respectfully. Tomb Immortal King nodded. He placed Meow and Butterfly Queen on the altar. The two women were still unconscious at this moment. In the cycle of reincarnation, life and death are separated. Once the tomb is formed, both life and death will be buried. Tomb Immortal King shouted. Boom! Billowing power rushed toward the two women. Wong. The two women trembled violently. Their faces were contorted in pain. The Tomb Immortal King was rapidly refining the two women. However, the two women were too strong in their first lives. They were great Tao paragons, the ones closest to destiny. How could they be refined so easily? Tomb Immortal King quickly refined them. Tomb Immortal King waited quietly at the side. The The two women gradually woke up from the pain. Meow, Meow cried out in pain. Sister, Butterfly Queen cried out miserably. Sister, I'm sorry. Meow cried out. No, I'm fine. Sister, hurry up and leave. You can go to Yin Chuan through the contract. No one can stop you. Hurry up and leave. Butterfly Queen cried. No, I won't leave. Meow cried out in pain. Leave? None of you can leave. Ha ha. Tomb Immortal King laughed. Rumble. Billowing power rushed into the two women's minds. The two women were in so much pain that they felt like they were being cut into pieces. The two women cried out in pain. This refinement took another 21 days. Boom! After 21 days, the two women suddenly trembled and their eyes became hollow. Finally refined, Tomb Immortal King took a deep breath. Master, it's done? Tomb Immortal King asked in surprise. Let's go. Tomb Immortal King said. Yes. The two quickly flew out of the small space. The tomb skeleton stood off to the side, while the Tomb Immortal King looked at the 19 color done in front of him. Within the dot was the refined Meow Meow. That's enough. Head Immortal King, summon the world's fate. Summon your first life's original body. The world's fate will be under your command. Head Immortal King shouted. Boom! The small dot of light instantly bloomed with dazzling light. At the same time, the entire Great Benevolence world instantly shot into the sky and gathered toward the Immortal King Palace. Rumble! The four worlds shook almost at the same time. Surging fate quickly gathered toward the Great Benevolence world. Endless fate gathered from all over the world, whether it was Great Jun, Great Zhou, or the upper class world. The surging luck Tao seemed to have found its true master. It rolled over, and no one could stop it. Wu Jiong and Lotus Deity looked at the sky in confusion. Just a moment ago, the human and zombie Yin Chuan were talking to Zhongshan. Suddenly, the expressions of the two Yin Chuan changed drastically. What's wrong? Zhongshan asked in surprise. The human Yin Chuan's face suddenly turned ferocious. Bastard, Tomb Immortal King, you're courting death. With a loud shout, the two Yin Chuan soared to the sky and rushed toward the Yellow Springs Road in Xianyang. Chapter 1581. Under Zhongshan's command, the 6 continents of the Great Thousand World merged with the Great Celestial Realm. The zombie Yin Chuan and human Yin Chuan were originally in a good mood. After all, the human Yin Chuan had reached the 18th heavenly layer, and the zombie Yin Chuan was also at the 18th heavenly layer. Others did not know, but Yin Chuan had a wild ambition deep in his heart. The human body and the zombie body shared the same fate, which was divided into the life fate and the death fate. However, in the end, they were still one. Now, could the two become one again? If the human body and the zombie body merged, could they use this to break through to the 19th heavenly layer? Yes, the purest 19th heavenly layer, the height of fate. Yin Chuan looked at the merging of the 6 continents and let out a long breath. His eyes shone brightly. If he could reach the height of fate, how could fate continue to live on him? Suddenly, a message from the silver-eyed Yin Chuan sounded in his mind. Is everything over? Come to me when it's over. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan's voice sounded in his mind. During this period of time, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan had purposely cut off contact with the human Yin Chuan. However, the human Yin Chuan was the main one, and the silver-eyed Yin Chuan was the secondary one. It was easy for the human Yin Chuan to check on the silver-eyed Yin Chuan situation, and even the silver-eyed Yin Chuan could not stop it. However, this period of time was a critical time for a breakthrough, and the human Yin Chuan thought that the silver-eyed Yin Chuan did not want to disturb him. However, the connection that the silver-eyed Yin Chuan had just established was weak. Weak? The human Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. In an instant, the human Yin Chuan took over the silver-eyed Yin Chuan and understood the general situation. The Tomb Immortal King had destroyed the Great Qin City and captured Meow and the Butterfly Queen. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan had tried to stop him, but he was also on the verge of death? Meow? Yin Chuan suddenly became angry. In Yin Chuan's heart, Meow was already his family. But now, she was actually heavily injured and captured by the Tomb Immortal King. From the looks of it, it was obvious that he was going to refine it. The human Yin Chuan's face suddenly turned ferocious. Bastard, Tomb Immortal King, you're courting death. With a loud shout, the two Yin Chuan soared into the sky, heading straight for the Yellow Springs Road in Xianying. A monstrous rage brewed within the two Yin Chuans, and both of their faces turned ferocious. Those who were watching Yin Chuan all revealed looks of curiosity, whether it was Zhongshan or Dongfang Bubi. Master, what's wrong with Yin Chuan? Lotus Deity asked in surprise. Invincible East's expression changed slightly, and his fingers moved slightly. He then took a deep breath and said, "Something has happened in the Great Qin City." Oh, boom! When Yin Chuan entered the Yellow Springs Road, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Surging fate, Dao, squeezed out from all directions and flowed rapidly. Wu Jiong looked at the sea of clouds above his head seriously. Roar! The Fate Dao Golden Dragon roared and carried Great Zhou's Fate Dao, wanting to leave Great Zhou. Great Emperor, this is bad, Shangguan Wana said anxiously. However, Wu Jiong took a deep breath. This time, he did not stop the Fate Dao from flowing away. The Great Dao Sovereign is coming out, Wu Jiong said in a low voice. The two Yin Chuans of the 18th heaven entered the netherworld and lowered their heads to look at the Great Qin City. Great Emperor! The officials and commoners cried out excitedly. The Great Qin City was in ruins, and countless commoners, officials, and soldiers were injured. Inform all the alchemists in Xianying to treat the injured in the Great Qin City. Wait for my return, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, countless officials cried out. With Yin Chuan's return, everyone's worries were naturally dispelled. Boom! The two Yin Chuans headed towards the western outer continent. They were incredibly fast, and they soon arrived at the western outer continent. The peerless experts of the Great Kindness World lived in the western outer continent. A month ago, Mu Immortal King had wreaked havoc in the Great Qin City, and the peerless experts of the Great Kindness World had long since heard about it. During this month, they had been watching the Great Qin City. Seeing Yin Chuan in the Great Qin City, everyone's hearts trembled. Everyone, Yin Chuan is about to come. I've already sent people to inform the Mu clan. How about we stand guard for the Mu clan for a while? A peerless expert said. All right, we're all at the 16th heaven. No matter how strong Yin Chuan is, we should be able to hold him off for a while. Another peerless expert said. All right, everyone stood guard at the Yellow Springs crossing in the Great Kindness World. They stared at Yin Chuan in the distance. They had thought that they would have to wait for a while, but the distant Yin Chuan was simply too fast to the point that it was shocking. In just a short while, boom! Yin Chuan was right in front of them. Everyone's hearts trembled. So fast. Yin Chuan, this is the Great Kindness World. You shouldn't be here. A peerless expert shouted as he blocked in front of Yin Chuan. Zombie Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and slapped out. The supergiant palm carried boundless might. Under the supergiant palm, the peerless expert was instantly unable to move. It was as if the surrounding space had been locked down. Boom! That peerless expert was instantly smashed into meat paste by zombie Yin Chuan. The shockwaves were massive, and the surrounding peerless experts were sent flying, coughing up blood. The two Yin Chuan did not waste any more time and stepped onto the Yellow Springs Road, heading towards the Great Kindness World's Yang realm. The surrounding peerless experts who were sent flying looked at the meat paste not far away and felt a chill in their hearts. A bone-piercing coldness froze their backs. Since when had Yin Chuan become so ferocious? Could this still be described as ferocious? It was laughable that they had wanted to stop Yin Chuan. With a shudder, the group of peerless experts supported each other and flew into the distance. Is this Yin Chuan? How can he be so terrifying? Should we inform Master Mu? I think we should forget about it. Yin Chuan's anger has already burned the 9 heavens. That palm strike just now could not be so easily executed even by a 17th heaven expert. No, it is impossible for a 17th heaven expert to be so powerful. The old pangolin is a 16th heaven expert, and the pangolin's body is extremely strong. However, it was still not a match for Yin Chuan's palm strike. 18th heaven. Instantly, everyone was shocked. 18th heaven? Yin Chuan was an 18th heaven expert? If something happened to the butterfly queen and Meow, Yin Chuan would definitely have an earth-shattering battle with the Tomb Immortal King. Tomb Immortal King would definitely not be able to kill Yin Chuan at 18th heaven. In this case, if Yin Chuan won, would he come back to find trouble with them? Even if Yin Chuan lost, would he vent his anger on them? The group of peerless experts smiled bitterly and finally shook their heads. They did not want to get involved in this mess anymore. At the same time, they felt a sense of sadness. The Great Benevolence World had made a huge leap in the past million years. They originally thought that the Great Benevolence World would be the leader of the four worlds, but now they sadly found out that there were peerless experts born in each of the four worlds. Apart from the Tomb Immortal King, the Great Benevolence World only had a group of 16th heaven experts. The two Yin Chuan rushed across the Yellow Springs Road in an instant. At the Yellow Springs Road intersection, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan was waiting for the two with injuries. The two Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with anger. They blamed the silver-eyed Yin Chuan for not informing the main body earlier. But the silver-eyed Yin Chuan's eyes were clear. Standing on the most rational side, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan wanted to ensure that the main body did not lose this precious opportunity. Don't worry about me. Go find the Tomb Immortal King. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan shook his head. The two Yin Chuan looked at each other and did not want to delay. They stepped towards the Undying domain. Boom! In just a short while, the two arrived above the Undying domain with 2 gusts of wind. In the Undying domain, surging luck gathered. In the Immortal King Palace, the Tomb Immortal King sat on his throne and looked at the 19-colored ball in front of him. Countless luck gathered into it. The Tomb Immortal King's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Beside him, the Tomb Immortal King's expression changed and stepped out of the palace. Elder, the Great Benevolence World sent news. Yin Chuan is here. A Tomb Immortal disciple shouted. Yin Chuan. Yes, the zombie Yin Chuan and the human Yin Chuan have both returned to the Great Qin City. They seem to be coming to our Great Benevolence World. The Tomb Immortal disciple said. Understood. You may leave. After the Tomb Immortal King gave the order, he immediately entered the palace and said, Family head, the two Yin Chuan are coming. Let them come. The situation is already set. It's useless even if they come. The Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Yes. The Tomb Immortal King said proudly. The two watched the luck gather. But not long after. Boom! 2 gusts of wind rushed towards the Undying domain. Wherever the gusts of wind passed, the withered bone region would be filled with bones, and the life region would be intimidated. Red light shot into the sky. The Yin Chuan's fury was so condensed that it seemed to burn the sky. Immortal King Palace? The human Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He stretched out his right hand and waved it. Boom! A huge astral palm rushed over. Wherever the astral palm passed, the void shattered. The Tomb Immortal disciples howled in pain. At this moment, a huge 19-colored palm suddenly appeared in the Immortal King Palace. Boom! The 2 palms collided, causing more and more destruction. More and more places were blown to pieces. 18th heaven, the Tomb Immortal King exclaimed in surprise from the Immortal King Palace. The Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the ruins scattered, revealing the Immortal King Palace in the distance. The Tomb Immortal King walked out of the palace. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as he stared at the 2 Yin Chuan in the air. Tomb Immortal King, where are Meow and the Butterfly Queen? The zombie Yin Chuan asked coldly. The Tomb Immortal King was not afraid. He laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, the luck of the 4 realms is gathered. Don't you understand? The human Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. They have already been refined by me. Like the great 4 supremes of the past, they will soon be under my control. The Tomb Immortal King laughed loudly. You're courting death. The human Yin Chuan shouted and struck out at the tomb Immortal King. Whoosh! The tomb Immortal King stepped forward and instantly rushed into the clouds. If you want to fight, go to Wuji. With our destructive power, this world can't withstand it. The tomb Immortal King laughed loudly. The tomb Immortal King rushed into the clouds. Boom! The human Yin Chuan shattered the Immortal King Palace with a palm strike. But at this moment, there was nothing in the Immortal King Palace. Only endless luck gathered and then disappeared into thin air. The tomb Immortal King had powerful methods. The two Yin Chuan could not find Meow and the Butterfly Queen for a while. The Yin Chuan's face turned cold, revealing a ferocious expression as he looked at the tomb Immortal King flying towards Wuji. Oof! The two Yin Chuan snorted coldly. With a burning battle intent, the two Yin Chuan chased after the tomb Immortal King and quickly killed him. It had been a long time since he was so angry. Meow was like Yin Chuan's reverse scale. No one could touch it. Whoever dared to touch it would have to pay the most painful price. No matter who it was, even the tomb Immortal King had to pay the most painful price. Chapter 1582. Boom! The two Yin Chuan rushed out of the boundary of the heaven and earth and entered Wuji. You really dare to come? Tomb Immortal King sneered. Yin Chuan was burning with rage right now. Naturally, he did not waste any more words. What Yin Chuan needed right now was to take down the tomb Immortal King so that she could release Meow. Oh! Yin Chuan instantly appeared in front of tomb Immortal King and punched out. In Wuji, he could go all out. The tomb Immortal King's right palm slammed forward. Boom! Their fists and palms collided. The two of them stopped abruptly and were in a deadlock. The tomb Immortal King revealed a hint of smugness. Suddenly, a fist appeared at the back of his head. It was zombie Yin Chuan who had made his move. A force even more ferocious than Yin Chuan's human body. A super huge attack came. Grave Immortal King's expression changed. Ooh! His body jerked to the side, but zombie Yin Chuan's fist still landed on his back. Zombie Yin Chuan's strength was extremely strong. Even though tomb Immortal King only had half of his body, he still couldn't withstand the attack and was sent flying. Boom! The three of them separated abruptly, but tomb Immortal King's expression changed. You are also at the 18th level? Tomb Immortal King exclaimed. In that case, would it be equivalent to facing two 18 heavens? Great Tao of the Nether River, surging Black Sea. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a vast black river appeared around them. The black river was so huge that it submerged the three of them in the blink of an eye. Boom! The three of them once again fiercely collided. After inheriting the Nether River Patriarch's legacy, zombie Yin Chuan became even more ferocious. At this moment, the two Yin Chuan no longer cared about fairness. At this moment, they just wanted to beat the tomb Immortal King to the ground. Rumble! A huge battle ensued, and the Black Sea surged. At the mouth of heaven and earth, the original peerless experts also came out to watch. Zhongshan, Dongfang Bubi, Lotus God, Wu Jiong, Sha Di, and the heroes of the Great Kindness world were all watching. There were fewer and fewer peerless experts in the world, but they were getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, the battle between Yin Chuan and the tomb Immortal King was even more of a manifestation of extreme strength. In the heavenly demon world, Meng Rongrong looked worriedly at Limitless, while Snake Spirit led the Snake Clan to observe. Fushi, on the other hand, sat on a huge throne and did not go forward to observe. Instead, a natural 8 trigrams diagram appeared in his palm, and he carefully examined it. Head Dao Warrior? The person whose realm is closest to fate? Fushi pondered for a moment and said. After pondering for a while, Fushi slowly raised his head, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. It's time. Fushi's eyes flashed with determination. Snake Spirit, come here. Fushi called out. Snake Spirit was currently leading the Snake Clan to watch the great battle in Wuji when she suddenly heard Fushi's voice. When he turned his head to look, he realized that the other members of the snake clan had not heard him. Filled with curiosity, the snake spirit flew into a valley in the heavenly demon world. "King, you're looking for me?" Snake spirit asked curiously. "Spirit, how's the matter that I've arranged for you?" Fushi asked in a deep voice. "I've supplemented the 64 exchange beasts in the past according to King's request. It's already perfect. The number of Undying is complete." Snake spirit said solemnly. With that, Snake spirit glared. "King, could it be that you're preparing to begin? The time has come. It won't come again." Snake spirit, this matter concerns the lives of the world. Are you willing to make a sacrifice for it? Fushi's eyes flashed with seriousness. Yes. Snake spirit's expression turned solemn. "Go and inform Meng Rongro. Her fate matches this number as well. Tell her the whole story," Fushi said solemnly. "Yes," Snake Spirit replied. In the world, the surging luck continued to rumble. The heroes of the world unanimously did not go forward to stop it. The surging luck quickly gathered in the Undying domain and then disappeared into thin air. Rumble. After a few days, all the luck in the world disappeared. In Wuji. Boom. Boom. The two Yin Chuan were fighting extremely crazily at this moment. One of them might be slightly inferior to the Tomb Immortal King. After all, Yin Chuan had just reached the 18th heaven. However, the two Yin Chuan could fiercely suppress the Tomb Immortal King. Yin Chuan became braver and stronger as he fought. Most importantly, the Tomb Immortal King had a weakness. Half of his body was a skeleton. This was the Tomb Immortal King's greatest weakness. If the right half of the Tomb Immortal King's body was at the 19th heaven, then the left half of the skeleton was at the 17th heaven. Neutralizing it, it was the power of the 18th heaven. After Yin Chuan severely injured the skeleton twice, he knew that weakness. Yin Chuan did not care whether it was fair or not. The most important thing now was to save Miao. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan's fist collided with the Tomb Immortal King's right fist. The energy wave formed a huge space, and the surging waves of power swept in all directions. The river Styx surged, and the surging dark power surged towards the Tomb Immortal King. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan punched the left half of the Tomb Immortal King's body. Crack! Half of the skeleton instantly shattered. Bastard! The Tomb Immortal King roared. Crack, 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 crack. Soon, the shattered left half of his body regrew. However, this was extremely taxing on the right half of his body. Rumble. After several days of fighting, the Tomb Immortal King was increasingly frustrated by the two Yin Chuan suppressing him. So the right half of his body was also gradually turning into bones. Cultivating half of your body? If you don't hand over Miao, I'll beat you back to your original form. Zombie Yin Chuan roared. Boom! The two tangled in the river Styx. The Tomb Immortal King's undying Great Tao emerged, but it was firmly trapped by the river Styx's Great Tao. The Nether River Patriarch's Great Tao was naturally unparalleled. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan's body merged with the Great Tao, turning into a black dragon and becoming increasingly ferocious. Boom! Crack! The two Yin Chuans were like one, cooperating with each other very well, and the battle was also very intense. The battle did not stop, and the Tomb Immortal King was repeatedly defeated. However, Yin Chuan's human body seemed to be gaining more insights the more he fought. Bastard! The Tomb Immortal King roared. Boom! The two Yin Chuans would not show mercy, and fought for another 10 days. 1/3 of the right half of the Tomb Immortal King's body had been beaten back to its original form. No matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do at this moment. He was extremely anxious. Where's Miao? Zombie Yin Chuan punched the skeleton half of his body. Where's Miao? Zombie Yin Chuan punched his head. Rumble. From the beginning, he was able to resist, but now it was a one-sided beating. Even the strong 19th heaven physical body region was swollen at this moment. You still won't speak? Forget it. Since you won't speak, I will completely shatter you, then refine your soul and strip your memories. Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. Strip. Tomb Immortal King's expression changed. Tomb Immortal King suddenly remembered that Yin Chuan still had such a divine ability. Strip? Strip memories? Suddenly, Tomb Immortal King revealed a look of anxiety. Kill! Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. I'll speak. Tomb Immortal King shouted. Boom! Tomb Immortal King was still sent flying. Yin Chuan, who was in human form, instantly appeared in front of him. You're finally willing to speak? Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. He grabbed Tomb Immortal King and flew towards Great Benevolence World. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan put away the Nether River Dao and also rushed down. Countless experts in Everlasting were left behind with a cold expression. These two Yin Chuans were too savage. Master, isn't Yin Chuan's growth a little too exaggerated? Lotus Deity smiled bitterly. Invincible East sighed and turned to look in the direction of Great Benevolence World. The experts of Great Benevolence World were all dumbfounded. They wanted to stop Yin Chuan earlier? In this state, could they stop him? Was this not courting death? Great Benevolence World, Undying territory. Many of the Tomb Clan disciples were heavily injured. As they supported each other, they arrived at the ruins of the Immortal King Palace. Elder, they are too heavily injured. A Tomb Clan disciple said bitterly. Mu Lingu took a deep breath and said, Humph, ignorant Yin Chuan, how dare you come to my Mu clan to cause trouble? With the Patriarch here, those two Yin Chuans won't be able to get away with anything. Just you wait. The Patriarch will avenge you. Yes, the Patriarch will definitely avenge us. The Tomb Clan disciples were full of confidence. At this moment, a black duck rushed down from the starry sky. It instantly arrived at Undying territory. Boom! It was as if he had fallen, instantly creating a huge crater in the Undying domain. Under the huge impact, Undying territory was instantly torn apart. A sea of bones soared into the sky, and the four seas swept over. Rumble! Under the huge impact, the volcanoes around erupted. The Tomb Clan disciples' faces changed. Instead, he saw two Yin Chuans standing in midair, looking down at the huge crater that was created. From the crater, Tomb Immortal King's figure slowly climbed out. Ma, Patriarch? Tomb Skeleton exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? The Patriarch was forcefully smashed down. Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan smashed the Patriarch down? The Patriarch was defeated? No. The Tomb Clan disciples could not accept this unbelievable scene. How could this be? It should not be like this. The Patriarch should be invincible. Everyone was Jiaohu. Tomb Immortal King climbed out of the crater and looked at the two Yin Chuans with hatred. The two Yin Chuans' eyes were still cold. Quick, release Meow and Butterfly Queen. The human Yin Chuan said coldly. Tomb Immortal King climbed out of the crater, ignoring the erupting volcanoes around him, and took a few deep breaths. It's too late, Yin Chuan. Tomb Immortal King said coldly. The human Yin Chuan's voice was cold. 218 levels, I'm not your match. But if it's just one of you, you're not my match. 18 levels? Haha, I also have an 18 level. Head Dao Sovereign has completely refined her. She listens to my orders. I'll make you pay for the battle, just now. Tomb Immortal King said coldly. Tomb Immortal King waved his hand at the Immortal King Palace. There was a ruin there. In the ruin, there was a 19-colored light spot. With a light wave, the light spot quickly enlarged and formed a space entrance. Head Dao Sovereign, follow me to battle. Tomb Immortal King shouted coldly. Silence. There was no movement in the space. What? Head Dao Sovereign, come out and fight with me. Tomb Immortal King shouted again. Silence. There was still no movement in the space. What the hell? Tomb Immortal King, are you crazy? The human Yin Chuan said coldly. Tomb Immortal King also knew that something was wrong, but he quickly flew to the space entrance. Where's she? Where's Head Dao Sovereign? Tomb Immortal King exclaimed. Yin Chuan, who was high up in the sky, was getting impatient. Tomb Immortal King, are you playing with me? Yin Chuan said coldly. No, Head Tao Sovereign is gone? I placed them here. They're gone? How can it be gone? Tomb Immortal King exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 1583. Are you messing with me? Tomb Immortal King. Yinchuan said coldly. No, the Grand Tao Paragons are gone. I placed them here, and they're gone? How could they be gone? Tomb Immortal King exclaimed in disbelief. Boom! The Tomb Immortal King stretched out his hand and broke open the spatial gate. The scene inside the spatial gate was revealed to everyone. Dried bones were everywhere, and a huge altar was shining with 18 colors. But there was no sign of Meow or the Butterfly Queen on the altar. Still not being honest? Zombie Yin Chuan snorted coldly. He stepped forward and charged. A punch landed on Tomb Immortal King. Boom! The huge impact caused the Undying domain to churn again. Countless disciples of the Tomb clan cried out in pain. Tomb Immortal King blocked Zombie Yin Chuan. Boom! Yin Chuan in human form suddenly appeared and sent Tomb Immortal King flying. Rumble! The three fought and charged into the stars again. Tomb Immortal King, since you're not being honest, then I'll beat you back to your original form. Zombie Yin Chuan roared. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan and Zombie Yin Chuan both charged at Tomb Immortal King. I didn't. I put them over there. They're over there. Someone else stole them. Tomb Immortal King roared in grief. Last time, he plotted against a Grand Tao Paragon, but the Nether River Patriarch took advantage of him. This time, it was even worse. Not only did someone else take advantage of him for plotting against a Grand Tao Paragon, he even diverted all of Yin Chuan's anger onto himself. Do you think I'll believe you? Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan in human form didn't believe Tomb Immortal King's words, and only thought that he was just being stubborn. Hence, he was even more merciless than before. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan was also extremely vicious. Once again, it was a one-sided beating. Yin Chuan, you lunatic! Tomb Immortal King roared in grief. Lunatic? Why didn't you say that you were crazy when you caught Meow and Butterfly Queen? You want me to believe your words? Wait until I refine you first. Yin Chuan said furiously. Rumble! Graveyard Immortal King was filled with grief and indignation as the two of them started fighting again. It wasn't that Yin Chuan didn't believe him, but it was useless even if he did. Where was Meow? Right now, he needed to vent his anger. Since you, Tomb Immortal King, dared to offend me, you have to suffer the baptism of my anger. In Wuji, another great battle broke out. In the heavenly demon world, Fushi, the Naga clan, Snake Spirit, and Meng Rongrong arrived at a huge altar. On top of the altar, there was a golden ball of light. Outside the ball of light was a huge net formed by Fushi's 64 hexagrams, sealing the golden ball of light inside. Master, what is this? Meng Rongrong was puzzled. This is the fate of a great Tao Paragon. Fushi said calmly. Master captured Meow and Butterfly Queen, who Yin Chuan was looking for. Meng Rongrong said in surprise. That's right. At this moment, I'm going to take her cultivation base and carry out my grand plan. Meng Rongrong, Snake Spirit, I need your help. Fushi said solemnly. Meng Rongrong was at a loss. Yes, Snake Spirit answered excitedly. Roar! Fushi opened his mouth. Suddenly, a suction force swallowed the fate of a great Tao Paragon on the altar. The figures of Meow and Butterfly Queen could be vaguely seen in the fate. No! Meng Rongrong exclaimed. However, it was too late. Fushi had already swallowed it. Following that, Fushi sat on the altar. Fushi was in his giant form. When he sat on the altar, he looked like a mountain. But just now, Fushi had swallowed both Meow Meow and the Butterfly Queen. I've sealed the fate of a great Tao Paragon with the 64 hexagrams. However, it's about to be revealed. Destiny will soon discover it. Snake Spirit, Meng Rongrong, later I'll unsheathe my spirit divinity and envelop it with endless essence. My body will quickly wither and decay. This is extremely dangerous. I need your primordial souls to leave your bodies and reside in my body. Then, you'll continuously draw out endless heavenly demons to replenish my body's decay. Fushi said in a low voice. Ah, heavenly demons? Meng Rongrong was slightly taken aback. That's right. Heavenly demons are already a great supplement to my body. This is also the reason why I've been teaching the Naga clan to use heavenly demons all these years. When the time comes, all the Naga clan's disciples will have to control heavenly demons to replenish my body, Fushi said in a low voice. Yes, all the Naga clan members answered. As long as my body is fine, I'll be fine, Fushi said in a low voice. Yes. Fushi looked at Meng Rongrong and Snake Spirit. Meng Rongrong, Snake Spirit, I hope that you can forget about your personal gains and losses and work hard for the sake of the common people. My body can't be controlled by one person. Your primordial spirit can't leave your body completely. I need you to energize your bodies and completely transform them into primordial spirit bodies, Fushi said in a low voice. Yes, the two women answered. Fushi waved his hand, and a rolling force rushed toward the two women. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the two women's bodies seemed to melt. Gradually, a yellow and transparent body appeared. Their bodies slowly melted into the yellow and transparent body. I'll leave my body, and the two of you will enter my body. Remember, as long as my body is not destroyed, I won't die, Fushi said in a low voice. Yes, the two women answered. Boom! Fushi's body trembled violently. Then, Fushi seemed to have turned into a statue. Countless cracks appeared on his face. Above Fushi's head, a golden human figure slowly flew out. The golden transparent body contained the life providence of a great Tao warrior. A 19-colored halo appeared above Fushi's head. This is? Meng Rongrong's primordial spirit said, in surprise. The king's primordial spirit has already reached the 19th level. Coupled with the great Tao warrior realm, he is already invincible, Snake's spirit explained. Boom! Fushi's primordial spirit suddenly left his body. Fushi's body, on the other hand, was rapidly disintegrating and drying up. Meng Rongrong, quick! Snake's spirit shouted. Oh! Boom! Meng Rongrong and Snake's spirit quickly entered Fushi's body. In an instant, Meng Rongrong and Snake's spirit appeared in the eyes of Fushi's body. Heavenly demons enter the body. In the eyes of Fushi's body, Meng Rongrong and Snake's spirit urged their bodies. Fushi's body opened its mouth. Roar! Opening its mouth, countless heavenly demons poured into its mouth. The group of Snake Clan members began to move quickly. They controlled all the heavenly demons in all directions. The heavenly demons stirred and moved towards Fushi's body. Meng Rongrong and Snake Spirit used Fushi's body to refine these heavenly demons. In order to protect Fushi's body, Rumble, the rolling heavenly demons drowned Fushi's body. As for Fushi's primordial spirit, it flew out of his body and headed towards Wuji. Whoosh! Fushi headed straight for the depths of Wuji. Crack! The 64 hexagrams in Fushi's primordial spirit suddenly collapsed, and the great Tao warrior's life providence could no longer be bound. Waves of great Tao warrior's aura emanated from the life providence. Where am I? The great Tao warrior's aura came. Great Tao warrior, I am Fushi. I want to borrow your life providence and realm to help me destroy fate. Fushi said solemnly. Take me in realm. The woman's voice carried a trace of doubt. I will pass on my thoughts to you now. What do you think? Fushi said as he flew. After flying for a while, the woman suddenly sighed. Fushi? The Snake Clan, what a great idea. What do you think? You have been planning since the first era and almost succeeded. At the very least, I am inferior to you in this aspect. My realm can be used by you. I hope you succeed. I hope the people of the world can live. The great Tao warrior's voice carried a trace of pity. I will do my best. Fushi's primordial spirit replied. Boom! Fushi continued to fly into the distance. On the other side of Wuji, the two Yinchuan were trampling on the unlucky Tomb Immortal King. Tomb Immortal King screamed, I didn't lie to you. You lied to me. The human Yin Chuan shouted. I really didn't. I put Meow and Butterfly Queen into that space. I really didn't lie to you. It's true, it's true. Tomb Immortal King wailed. I know it's true. The zombie Yin Chuan said as he fought. Tomb Immortal King was hit hard in the face, but his mind couldn't keep up. You know? I just want to hit you. The zombie Yin Chuan continued. Puffed. Tomb Immortal King was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Yin Chuan, spare people when possible. Have you had enough? Tomb Immortal King said with grief and indignation. Boom. Yin Chuan ignored him. Tomb Immortal King was extremely frightened. Suddenly, the two figures of Yin Chuan paused and froze in the middle of Wuji. What are you doing? Tomb Immortal King was shocked. These two couldn't be thinking of some abnormal move, right? Yin Chuan paused. Fate is here again? Did fate discover the life providence of a great Tao paragon? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Rumble. The overwhelming consciousness of fate was about to drown Yin Chuan again. Yin Chuan naturally resisted. After the first experience, it was much better this time. Buzz. The great emperor altar appeared under their feet, and a golden light suddenly surged into their bodies. Buzz. Zombie Yin Chuan became fate's first choice again. Suddenly, another head grew next to the zombie Yin Chuan's head. However, this time, Yin Chuan did not faint. Bastard. The human Yin Chuan quickly rushed over. Fate's head appeared and twisted. Suddenly, a golden light appeared in its palm. Boom. The golden light rushed toward the human Yin Chuan and instantly formed a sphere, trapping the human Yin Chuan inside. Rumble. Yin Chuan in his human form tried his best to hit the sphere, but the sphere was too hard, and he couldn't break it no matter how hard he tried. What? The human Yin Chuan's expression changed. It was not because he was trapped, but because of Fate's head. Fate's eyes actually had more spirituality than before. Yes, spirituality. Although Fate's eyes had 19 colors in the past, they were extremely dull. But this time, they had spirituality. In other words, Fate's consciousness this time was more than before. It was much more than before. Boom. The zombie Yin Chuan also reached out to hit Fate's head. How dare you? Fate's head shouted coldly. It suddenly spat out a golden light from its mouth. The golden light instantly surged into the zombie Yin Chuan's head, and the zombie Yin Chuan's head was instantly sealed. The zombie Yin Chuan of the 18 heavenly layers was completely powerless in the face of Fate. Not far away, the Tomb Immortal King looked at Fate in shock. Is Fate going to completely awaken? Why is it so spiritual? The Tomb Immortal King said in shock. Fate's gaze swept across the Tomb Immortal King and then turned to look at the depths of Wuji. Oomph. Boom. Fate continued to surge forward. Chapter 1584. Is Fate about to fully awaken? Why is it so intelligent? Tomb Immortal King said in shock. Fate glanced at Tomb Immortal King and then turned to look at the depths of Wuji. Oomph. Boom. Fate continued to surge forward. Fate snorted at me just now. That look? Has Fate completely awakened? It can't be. Tomb Immortal King's face darkened. At this moment, even though Tomb Immortal King was seriously injured, he quickly chased in the direction of Fate. In the Golden Ball, Yin Chuan was trapped and couldn't get out. Boom, boom, boom. After destroying it again and again, the Golden Ball only shook for a while. Is this the 19th heaven? Yin Chuan's face flashed with an ugly look. He was already at the 18th heaven and had the top strength in the world, but his current strength was useless in the face of Fate's imprisonment. Forget it. Since I can't break this seal, then I'll comprehend Fate's body. You're in my body. I'll check your strength. Yin Chuan slowly calmed down. Sitting cross-legged, Yin Chuan's mind sank into his body. To be precise, he sank into Fate's consciousness. Yin Chuan's consciousness was still in the surging chaos sea, but Yin Chuan knew that this was a rare opportunity. Fate appeared so close. How could he waste it? After calming down, Yin Chuan's mind entered the chaos sea. After a while, Yinchuan gradually saw the difference in the Chaos Sea. The Chaos Sea was not liquid. Instead, it was like an endless net. It was densely packed and formed the shape of the Chaos Sea. This net was also connected to endless small light spots. They were of different colors. This is the fate of everyone in the world? Yinchuan's expression suddenly turned serious. The net of fate connected all the fate of the world. Are all birth charts under the control of fate? Fate? Yinchuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly searched in the net of fate, trying to find a connection to his fate. First world, northeast continent. Dongfang Bubi suddenly looked up at the sky. Master, what's wrong? Lotus Goddess asked curiously. Fate has appeared again. Moreover, it's different this time. At least half of Fate's consciousness has awakened. Invincible East said solemnly. Half? Lotus Goddess asked in surprise. Half. Invincible East nodded solemnly. How much was it in the past? How much was it when you fought the Nether River Patriarch? Lotus Goddess asked curiously. A quarter at most. Could it be that the awakening of the great Tao sovereign startled him? Dongfang Bubi said with a gloomy expression. As he spoke, Invincible East stretched out his hand and started calculating. After calculating for a moment, his face suddenly darkened. Fushi? So that thing was placed there by Fushi? Invincible East was shocked. Speaking of the limitless realms, apart from the four realms, there was another place that existed within the limitless realms. It was called the sky beyond heaven. Heaven's beyond battlefield. In the past, before the four realms were united, the various heroes of the four realms met in the heavens beyond battlefield and fought against each other. This was an otherworldly land, an extremely strange place. The original form of the heavens beyond battlefield was an incomparably vast human figure. The human-shaped battlefield lay across the limitless realms. The four realms had their own passageways that were connected to it for the powerhouses of the four realms to fight here. After the four realms were united, no one returned. However, this place remained quietly in the limitless realms. Even as the limitless realms continued to melt, it remained resolute. Outside the North Continent. Realm Lord, there's a message from the entrance of the heavens beyond heaven. There's been a change. Ian shouted. Zhongshan replied. Oh. As he spoke, Zhongshan quickly passed through the entrance of the greater world and looked towards the heavens beyond heaven. That incomparably huge heavens beyond battlefield. At this moment, the ground was cracking, layer by layer, and trembling rapidly. At the entrance of the greater world, there was a monument of the martyrs of the greater world. It was erected by Zhongshan in the past to pay tribute to the martyrs of the greater world. At this moment, the monument of the martyrs was about to fall. Zhongshan waved his hand and grabbed the monument of the martyrs. Along with that, a large piece of land peeled off. There was no eruption of volcanoes. Only a large piece of land shook. It was as if a layer of dead skin was spat out. Slowly, the heavens beyond battlefield spat out a layer of skin, revealing an inner shell that was sparkling and translucent. It was as bright as pearls and jade, and its entire body was glowing with 19 colors. What's going on? Ian asked in surprise. Zhongshan stepped forward and entered the heavens beyond heaven. Rumble! The rolling dead skin fell off, and the outline of the heavens beyond heaven became more and more obvious. Is it really a giant? Zhongshan asked solemnly. Jinao also came to the side. No. Why did the heavens beyond heaven become a giant? Is this a corpse? 19 colors, a body of the 19th heaven? Jinao exclaimed. No, it's not a body. It has a soul. Zhongshan widened his eyes. Jinao was also surprised. However, this soul does not have spirituality, but it is extremely outstanding. However, it seems to be pieced together. There are countless... Zhongshan suddenly widened his eyes. What's wrong? Jinao asked curiously. Zhongshan's face darkened. I understand now. Someone purposely created the heavens beyond heaven to create this monster of the 19th heaven. Purposely? Jinao's eyelids twitched. You're saying that the heavens beyond heaven in the past was a conspiracy? Someone purposely started the war, and then used the blood, flesh, and souls of the heroes of the four worlds to nourish this monster. Jian Ao's face darkened. That's right. When the four worlds were separated, there were rumors that each world wanted to annex each other and use each other's worlds to nourish their own. For the sake of the people in their respective worlds, the four worlds selected countless peerless experts to fight in the heavens beyond heaven. It was like a war between the four nations. This is a battlefield. Bones are everywhere. Flesh and blood are everywhere, and souls have nowhere to go. This is all a conspiracy. Zhong Shan's face darkened. Who? Jian Ao's eyes flashed with anger. This conspiracy caused the deaths of countless peerless experts. Wang. At this moment, a ray of golden light suddenly appeared. It was Fushi's spiritual deity. The spiritual deity wrapped in the life providence of a great Tao paragon and suddenly appeared on the heavens beyond heaven battlefield. Below, the heavens beyond heaven battlefield had already turned into a level 19 monster without spirituality, and it emitted a strong aura. Fushi. Zhongshan's face darkened. In midair, Fushi looked down at the heavens beyond heaven battlefield. The blood, flesh, and souls of the elites have finally been nourished. Heroes of all worlds, your sacrifice will be worth it. Fushi shouted loudly. As he shouted, Fushi's spiritual deity slowly descended on the heavens beyond heaven battlefield. Zhongshan and Jian Ao quickly retreated. As they retreated, Fushi's spiritual deity instantly entered the heavens beyond heaven battlefield. Wang. The human-shaped heavens beyond heaven battlefield suddenly emitted a dazzling 19-colored light, and a strong aura surged in all directions. This aura... Jian Ao was shocked. Level 19. Zhongshan's face darkened. Rumble. The heavens beyond heaven battlefield shook, and as it trembled, it gradually shrank. Although it shrank, its aura became stronger and stronger. The eyes of the jade-like body slowly opened. Wang. Two 19-colored lights were emitted from its eyes. After twisting its body, the human-shaped monster slowly straightened its body and turned to look at Zhongshan and Jian Ao, who were not far away. Fushi. Congratulations, Fushi. What a great idea. Although you relied on external forces, you managed to reach the level 19? Zhongshan congratulated. Fushi nodded from afar. I've thought of everything. Body, soul, spirit cultivation level. I've reached the 19 heavens, the most perfect 19 heavens. In the past, Nether River created a new world. Unfortunately, even though he mobilized the power of an entire world, he still wasn't a match for fate because Nether River Patriarch's 19 heavens were still lacking. Today, I have achieved enough. Fushi nodded. Zhongshan nodded. Although countless heroes in the past have been implicated by Fushi's scheme, if Fushi really succeeded, everyone would be willing to die. Level 19. I, Zhongshan, wish Fushi victory. Zhongshan said solemnly. Fushi nodded. As he spoke, he ignored Zhongshan. This was because Fushi felt a strong aura coming from afar. Boom! Another figure that was shining with 19-colored light suddenly appeared. It was Zombie Yin Chuan. However, Zombie Yin Chuan had two heads. One was Yin Chuan's consciousness, which had been sealed. The other was naturally fate. Fate stopped not far away from Fushi. 19 heavens? Fate revealed a surprised expression. Fate is surprised? Jian Ao's expression changed. Zhongshan's expression also sank. In the past, when Fate recovered, it was only a part of his consciousness. His expression was dull, and his thoughts were monotonous. But now he was surprised? The recovery of Fate's consciousness is much stronger than before. Zhongshan said solemnly. Fushi set up the heavens beyond battlefield to fight against Fate. Jian Ao said solemnly. Mingyi Old Ancestor wanted to create a new world, a place for the common people to live in. It was a place where they could hide from Fate. However, he failed in the end. Fushi is obviously not that simple. Fushi's idea is to defeat Fate and kill it? Zhongshan's eyes narrowed. By killing Fate, the common people will naturally be safe. But to kill? This? Jinao was shocked by Fushi's plan. On the other hand, he was worried. Defense is bound to fail. Fushi is turning from defense to offense. He wants to kill fate, Zhongshan said. At this moment, not only Zhongshan, Dongfang Bubi, Lotus God, Shadi, Tomb Immortal King, and other peerless experts all appeared. They were watching the upcoming battle in Wuji. Fushi's 19-color divine flame burst out. Fate's 19-color divine flame was still there. The two peerless experts looked at each other. Most importantly, Fate's expression was no longer dull. Level 19, you dare to hide this from me? You've got guts, you meat worm. Fate said coldly. The obvious logic in his words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Fate, without spirituality in the past, had swept everything. Now that he was full of spirituality, it was even more terrifying. Chapter 1585. Yin Chuan was trapped. His consciousness sank into the chaos sea and saw the vast net of fate. Apart from that, he could feel the threads that connected him to his life charts. Although the trillions of life charts were controlled by fate, the number was simply too large. Even with Yin Chuan's current strength, he could not help but feel dizzy. It was impossible for fate to pay attention to everyone at all times. It would only focus on knowing who it was when it needed a target. In the vast net of fate, it was extremely difficult for Yin Chuan to find the thread that connected him to his life charts. After searching for a while, he still could not find it. Yin Chuan's consciousness gradually closed his eyes and focused on comprehending his life charts. He used his life charts to find the thread that connected him to his life charts. In the chaos sea, Yin Chuan roamed around for a while. After an unknown period of time, perhaps 10,000 years, or perhaps just an instant, Yin Chuan's consciousness suddenly opened his eyes. Through his senses, Yin Chuan found his line, which was connected to a light spot. However, the dot of light was inconspicuous. It was surrounded by a layer of gray fog. Compared to the trillions of life charts, it was even more insignificant. Is this antimatter that has concealed the brilliance of my life providence? Yin Chuan's consciousness flashed with satisfaction. Then he turned around and studied the life charts that connected him to his life charts. Those that were close to his life charts should be people close to him, right? After searching for a life chart that was not far away, Yin Chuan did not know who it was. Instead, he sent a message with his consciousness. I'm Yin Chuan. Who are you? A brief message was sent. Xianyang City. Some of the important officials returned to Xianyang from the Bai clan's old site to appease the people. Bai Qi was giving instructions to a few of his personal guards when his expression suddenly changed. My lord, what's wrong? One of the personal guards asked in surprise. Protect me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. Understood, everyone replied. Bai Qi quickly closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. Just a moment ago, he heard someone calling out to him, I'm Yin Chuan. Who are you? The Great Emperor? Official Bai Qi greets the Great Emperor. Bai Qi said respectfully in his heart. Although he didn't know what was going on, he could still recognize Yin Chuan's voice. Bai Qi. Within the sea of consciousness, Yin Chuan was overjoyed. Yes, Your Majesty. We have just returned to Xianyang and heard that the Tomb Immortal King has caused a ruckus in the Great Qin City. Right now, we are commanding the alchemists to help the injured citizens and to gather the souls of those whose souls have been scattered. Bai Qi said solemnly. Very good. Now, we need someone to cooperate with us to experiment on some things. Yin Chuan said solemnly. This subject will cooperate fully. Very good. I need to borrow the power of your birth chart. Bai Qi, think of my name and borrow the power of my birth chart. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Bai Qi quickly thought of Yin Chuan's name in his heart. Following that, a wave of energy seemed to disappear into thin air and surge toward Yin Chuan through the connection. At this moment, the energy of the birth chart was depleted. Bai Qi's body was instantly drained of energy. His originally burly figure quickly lost weight, and his face looked haggard. "My lord? What's wrong with my lord? Oh no! My lord cultivation has gone berserk. Quickly wake my lord up." Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw Bai Chi's change. Fortunately, Bai Chi's personal guards had followed him for many years. They carried out Bai Chi's orders 100%. "Stop! My lord hasn't given any orders. No one is allowed to disturb him." One of the guards stepped forward. "Boss, look. My lord's blood essence is being depleted. It'll be bad if we don't wake him up." The guard's expression stiffened. "I understand, but my lord's orders are above everything." Everyone felt helpless. The leader who stopped them had an anxious expression on his face. Bai Chi, who was originally strong, had lost a lot of weight at this moment. Bai Chi also noticed that his blood essence was being depleted. However, due to his loyalty to Yin Chuan, he did not stop him. "All right." Yin Chuan's voice rang in the air. Bai Chi's birth chart power was cut off. "Great Emperor, is this enough?" Bai Chi asked inwardly. Very good, very good. Bai Chi, you've done me a great favor. You've allowed me to control a great power." "Good. Ha ha ha." Yin Chuan's voice slowly faded away. Bai Chi sensed his surroundings for a moment. We could no longer sense Yin Chuan. He slowly opened his eyes. "My lord, you're awake? My lord, are you all right?" Everyone was anxious. Ha 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 ha. Although Bai Chi had lost a lot of blood essence, he still laughed loudly. Bai Chi's laughter was filled with joy. Although he did not know how he had helped Yin Chuan, based on Yin Chuan's attitude, he understood how important it was. Bai Chi was happy to be able to help the great emperor. "My lord, how are you?" A general stepped forward to check on Bai Chi. Bai Chi had lost a lot of blood essence, and his vitality was greatly damaged. How could Bai Chi still laugh? "Scram, you little rascals. Let's go. I'm in a good mood. Let's go have a drink." Bai Chi smiled and pushed the general away. In the Chaos Sea, Yin Chuan, who had just obtained Bai Chi's birth chart power, was overjoyed. Yin Chuan's consciousness returned to his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. The net of fate connects all living beings. Earlier, I only used Bai Chi's birth chart power. The situation was very small, so I didn't disturb fate. What if I can use the birth chart power of all living beings? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. That won't do. First of all, not all living beings will lend their birth chart power to me. Secondly, if I cause too much of a commotion, fate will definitely retaliate. It won't be that easy. Yin Chuan frowned. Fortunately, I have the great emperor's altar. I can borrow the east wind. Now that the east wind is ready, I just need to do everything. Yin Chuan took a deep breath as excitement flashed in his eyes. Now that he had grasped the most crucial part, the future would not be so difficult. Now, I'll try to find someone else to make sure nothing goes wrong. Yin Chuan's consciousness returned to the Chaos Sea. In another battlefield in the Wuji realm, Fushi's monstrous avatar was already at the 19th heavenly layer. Its ferocious might was not inferior to his opponent's birth chart. Birth chart already had spirituality and was getting more and more terrifying. Fushi smiled slightly. Birth chart is one with the heavens and earth. It should follow the heavenly Tao and coexist with all living beings. If you are benevolent, all living beings will respect you and obey your orders. However, you are too cold. You are like a worm to them. After using you, they want to destroy you. That's why there is today's calamity. I already hate you bunch of worms. Now, I hate you even more. How dare you hide from me and ambush me several times? All of you deserve to die. Birthchart said coldly. As he spoke, Birthchart took the lead and punched at Fushi. The invincible heavy punch had the power of the 19th heavenly layer. It was the same power that killed the Nether River Patriarch in the past. Boom! Wherever the giant punch went, a sea of energy surged. Fushi's eyes focused. He stretched out his right palm, and an 8 trigrams pattern appeared in his palm. Boom! The palm and fist collided. Fushi did not move from his spot and blocked the punch. The sea of energy around him exploded. Huge waves surged into the sky. However, Fushi easily blocked Birth Chart's attack. Easily? In the distance, a group of peerless experts widened their eyes. Fushi was too strong, wasn't he? Chapter 1586. The surging sea of energy swept up huge waves. At the center, Fushi and Ming Shu's fist and palm collided. Fushi easily blocked Ming Shu's punch. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. Zombie Yin Chuan, whose fate was intertwined with his body, revealed a look of joy at this moment. Fushi's lips curled into a faint smile, but fate remained unmoved. Fushi punched out with his other hand, fiercely hitting Ming Shu. Smack! Ming Shu's other hand instantly formed a palm and struck out. The two of them clashed with each other. The ferocious force formed a wave of energy that was several times stronger than before. Rumble! The rumbling sound shocked the surrounding cultivators. What a powerful Fushi! Lotus Goddess said in surprise. Grave Immortal King had a blank look on his face. If I reach the 19th heaven, will I be as strong as Fushi? Grave Immortal King said in confusion. Open! Fushi yelled. Boom! The huge force instantly sent Ming Shu flying. Yes, Ming Shu was sent flying. What a shocking thing this was. Was Ming Shu's first defeat? Lotus Goddess, the Great Kindness World's experts, and Jin Ao all applauded Fushi. Fushi actually had the upper hand in the battle against Ming Shu. What an inconceivable scene. Rumble! The surging energy was quickly dissipated by Wuji. Ming Shu stood in the void and stared at Fushi. Again, Fushi smiled. As he spoke, Fushi's figure flashed and charged at Ming Shu. Ming Shu's face darkened. He quickly waved his hand and a golden light shot out. It was like the golden light that trapped Yin Chuan not long ago. It seemed to want to trap Fushi too. Fate cage? Umph. Fushi snorted coldly and crashed into it. Boom! The cage of fate instantly shattered, and Fushi slammed into fate. Boom! Ming Shu was sent flying again. Rumbling anger erupted. Fushi's current strength was unparalleled. Whoosh! Ming Shu stabilized his body and looked at Fushi in surprise. The crowd in the distance had long held their breaths. Fate, the unsurpassable peak, was actually being beaten back repeatedly in front of Fushi. Fushi! Destiny's eyes darkened. Buzz! Countless silhouettes of Fushi appeared beside Ming Shu all of a sudden. Master, what are you doing? Lotus God asked in surprise. Fate is looking into Fushi's growth. Dongfang Booby explained. Fate governs the fate of the common people. Everything that happens in the common people is recorded. Fushi is being targeted. Dongfang Booby said solemnly. But Fushi has the advantage now. Lotus God frowned. You forgot that this is only half of the consciousness of fate. Invincible East said in a low voice. The Lotus Goddess was slightly taken aback. Not far away, Fushi's silhouette appeared for a moment. Boom! All the lights and shadows suddenly disappeared. You actually erased all information about yourself after the first epic? Fate said solemnly. Fushi stared at his fate. Let's continue. Fushi's figure flickered as he charged forward once more. Knowing how powerful Fushi was, Destiny's expression turned serious. He punched out and clashed with Fushi's palm once more. Boom! Destiny's other hand also clashed with Fushi's other fist. Boom! A monstrous wave of energy surged around the two of them. Rumble! The two of them continued to be in a stalemate. Fate's power grew stronger and stronger. After knowing how powerful Fushi was, more and more consciousness is awakened. The most direct understanding was in the Chaos Sea. Yin Chuan's consciousness felt even more ferocious waves. Boom! Yin Chuan's consciousness quickly retreated from the Chaos Sea. Fate was growing stronger. Fate and Fushi were in a stalemate. Waves of divine flames spread out from their bodies. Fushi's expression gradually turned serious. Fate's gaze also turned colder. His gaze, which originally had some spirituality, became even more sinister. Zombie Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. Not good. Fate's consciousness is awakening, Zombie Yin Chuan said worriedly. Fuxi and Fate were in a stalemate. 10 days passed in a flash. During these 10 days, none of the experts left. Their power grew stronger. The impact grew stronger. However, there was still no clear victor. Master, Lotus God said, feeling a little depressed. Dongfang Booby's eyes flashed. It seems like I was right. What's wrong? Fate has awakened another quarter. That means that 3/4 of it has awakened. However, Fate has stopped awakening. Dongfang Booby said. What do you mean? That means that Fate has confirmed that he can defeat Fuxi now. Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. Is there something wrong with Fuxi's 19 heavens? Lotus God said in shock. No, Fuxi's 19 heavens might have been pieced together, but it is perfect. There are no flaws. The only flaw is that he still underestimated Fate. Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Can't you see? Fate is only fighting with a part of his consciousness. Just a part of his consciousness is already so strong. What do you think will happen if Fate goes all out? Fate has been in the 19 heavens for countless years. Can it not be stronger than Fuxi, who just reached the 19 heavens? Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. Boom! Indeed, Fate's power surged again. As his power surged, the 19-colored light around him became even more dazzling. The dazzling light instantly lit up the surroundings. The light even drowned Fuxi, who was in a stalemate. Roar! Fuxi used his full strength. The fighting spirit in his eyes was still strong. Although Fate was getting stronger, Fuxi refused to admit defeat. Fate, I won't let you destroy the world, Fuxi said with a ferocious expression. With a ferocious expression, Fuxi stared fixedly at Fate's eyes. As he stared, Fuxi's pupils suddenly constricted. Fate's eyes shone with 19-colored light. However, Fuxi seemed to see another color in the 19-colored light. That other color flashed and disappeared as if it had not been born yet. However, that flash of light made Fuxi's scalp tingle and his heart turn cold. The 20th color flashed and disappeared. You're trying to reach the 20th heaven? Fuxi's voice was trembling. No, that cannot exist in reality. How can you reach the 20th heaven? That doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, Fuxi exclaimed. The loud explosion covered Fuxi's voice. However, Fuxi's terrified expression was seen by everyone in the distance. What's wrong with Fuxi? Did Fuxi see something terrifying? I think Nether River Old Ancestor had the same expression when he fought Fate. What did they see? Chapter 1587. The 20th color flashed in a flash. Even though Fuxi was not defeated yet, he still showed a look of despair. Every heaven, after reaching the ancestral immortal realm, was like the difference between heaven and earth. 19 heavens was a nightmare of all 18 heavens. In the past, the Nether River Patriarch's 10,000 18 heavens clones were no match for 119 heavens. And now, he had barely reached 19 heavens, only to realize that Fate might be ascending to 20 heavens. 20 heavens? Who could be his match? All his hard work had been exchanged for such a truth. What a cruel truth. Could everyone have been wrong? Or was the extinction of all life irreversible? No, Fuxi roared in despair. He channeled his power ferociously. However, Fate's power was getting stronger. On Fate's neck, Zombie Yin Chuan's head was also struggling to break free from Fate's seal. Crack! The seal was broken. Fuxi was slightly taken aback as he looked at Zombie Yin Chuan. Fuxi's eyes were filled with the image of the 8 trigrams. Suddenly, he saw a drop of liquid flickering between Zombie Yin Chuan's brows. Nether River Patriarch's new world? Fuxi exclaimed. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan wanted to help Fuxi, so he opened his mouth and spat out the Nether River. Boom! The stick slammed into Fate's head, instantly wiping out Fate's advantage. Furthermore, Fate trembled violently and was sent flying by Fuxi. Quick! Zombie Yin Chuan shouted at Fuxi. Fate turned his head and looked at Zombie Yin Chuan's head. You're courting death. When I destroy Fushi, it'll be your time to die. Fate's consciousness had already awakened 3/4, so he naturally understood the severity of Yin Chuan. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Fushi did not dare to hesitate as he punched Fate again. Boom! Fate and Fushi were in a stalemate. Fushi, you're already at 19 heavens and #1 in the world. If you lose again, all life will die. I'll help you destroy Fate. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted as he controlled his left hand with all his might. Buzz! With a slight movement, it caused the power of Fate to deviate. Fushi's heavy blow landed on Fate's head. Boom! Fate's head exploded with a loud bang. Buzz! The great monarch sacrificial altar beneath Yin Chuan's feet shone brightly, and the Fate godhead that had exploded earlier grew out once again. Bastard! How dare you interrupt me from killing the Fushi celestial race? You're courting death. Fate glared at Zhongyu and shouted. As he spoke, he reached out his hand to destroy Yin Chuan's head. When Fushi saw that he was rushing over, he could only give up. However, he turned his head and spat out another beam of golden light. Boom! Yin Chuan's head was sealed again. Boom! His fists and Fushi were once again in a deadlock. Fushi stared at Yin Chuan. He was also very surprised. Yin Chuan actually broke free from the suppression of Fate. Furthermore, the Nether River Patriarch had passed on all his inheritances to Yin Chuan. The Nether River Patriarch had given up on repairing his own fate to help Yin Chuan. He even gave the heart of the new world to Yin Chuan and placed all his hopes on Yin Chuan. Why? Fushi's eyes flashed with confusion as he faced Fate. There were only a few heroes in the world that Fushi admired, and the Nether River Patriarch was one of them. In the past, they often communicated and naturally understood how ambitious the Nether River Patriarch was. He refused to submit to heaven and earth and wanted to create a new great world. How could such an ambitious person place all his hopes on Yin Chuan? Buzz! 2 8-trigrams spun quickly in Fushi's eyes as he stared at Yin Chuan's forehead. Fushi's gaze seemed to be looking into the past. Even the great Tao Venerate that was swallowed was shocked by the powerful deduction technique. As he deduced and deduced, Fushi saw what he wanted. In Fushi's eyes, he gradually saw the Nether River Patriarch that day. I understand now. Yin Chuan, I underestimated you. It's not that you don't have a foundation, but that your foundation is stronger than anyone else's. Hope. Haha. Hope for the common people. When heroes like us face fate, almost all of us have the determination to die. We will die without hesitation. We cut off all means of retreat and force ourselves to move forward. But you are different. You have hope in your heart. You have hope for the great harmony of the world. You firmly believe that the common people will be saved. You persist in this hope. You are led by hope. We are forced by ourselves. This is your foundation. This is the foundation that allowed you to reach where you are today. Our various divine abilities are just tools on your journey. You have the greatest foundation. Yin Chuan, today, let me fulfill your wish. I'll let you use my strength, not for you, but for the common people. We've all underestimated fate. I've underestimated him. Ha ha ha. He's not what you think he is. The 4 realms are about to merge. Even if I'm fully recovered, I'm still no match for fate. You're different, Yin Chuan. You have something that we don't have. Hence, I'll grant you your wish. You're able to contend against fate, and you've succeeded in your first attempt. Yin Chuan, you bear my hope. You must succeed. You must. A new world was born and destroyed. However, I have perfected the world core. Now, I seal it between your eyebrows. I hope that I can awaken again. I hope that when I awaken again, fate is gone. Everyone can live a life of desperation. Everyone can be a dragon. Fushi continued to deduce Nether River Patriarch's words. When he reached this point, Fushi showed a hint of bitterness. So, Nether River Patriarch also saw the 20th color. He also saw it. Fushi smiled bitterly. No wonder he chose to sacrifice himself even after perfecting the world core. I originally thought that his world core wasn't perfected, but turns out that his idea of creation was realized. It's just that he encountered something even more terrifying, something like fate. Fushi thought seriously. In a deadlock with fate, Fushi was being suppressed more and more thoroughly. His expression was bitter. My thinking is also correct. Defeat fate, and the common people will be saved. However, I still underestimated fate. Establishing the heavens beyond and reaching the 19 heavens was still not enough. I was still too short-sighted. Fushi showed a bitter expression. He looked at the sealed Yin Chuan and then at the ferocious fate. Fushi's expression gradually became serious. Defeat fate. This time, I have also failed. If I fail, Yin Chuan will also die. After all, fate is not like last time. He has recovered 3/4 of his consciousness. He will not mistake Yin Chuan again. Fushi stared at Yin Chuan. Fushi's eyes flashed with determination. Head Dao Warrior, I have offended you this time. However, I still failed at the last step. I am very sorry. Fushi said loudly. In Fushi's body, a golden fate shone with golden light. A gentle voice lamented, "There is no need to be sorry. The common people's calamity has its own way. You also did it for the common people. However, fate's foundation is the strongest. I do not blame you. I only feel sorry for the common people. As long as the common people do not die, the great Tao will not end. Although we have lost, there is still hope for the common people. Head Tao Warrior, I need you to help me leave a spark for the common people," Fushi said solemnly. Spark? Head Tao Warrior was slightly confused. Fushi immediately transmitted what he had deduced to Head Tao Warrior. Hope. The hope of the common people. I understand. Fushi, I will help you, Head Tao Warrior said solemnly. Facing his fate, he revealed a puzzled expression. Flame Seed? What hope are you talking about? Fate stared coldly at Fushi. Head Tao Warrior, your realm is close to fate. At this moment, fate has partially awakened and has not reached its peak. Do your best and burn our fate charts to use the art of stealing fate, Fushi said solemnly. All right, Head Tao Warrior said. Fate, in the past, you were the one who erased the common people's memories. Today, I will erase your memories and clear fate, Fushi said. Yin Chuan, who was standing at the side, opened his eyes wide. Erase the common people's memories? How could Fushi and Head Tao Warrior erase the common people's memories? Buzz. Fushi's body suddenly emitted a dazzling 19-colored light. In an instant, the light enveloped fate. However, Fushi's body seemed to be burning rapidly. The burning light rushed towards fate. What? Fate suddenly exclaimed. Burn my fate charts and burn your memories, Head Tao Warrior said. Fushi's art of stealing fate rushed towards fate with Head Tao Warrior's full support. Rumble. The rolling power drowned the four of them. Zombie Yin Chuan saw and knew Fushi's plan. Sadness flashed in his eyes. Yin Chuan's body showed a trace of bitterness. He gradually withdrew his consciousness and sank into the chaos sea, pretending to be unconscious. Rumble. Fate's memories flowed in reverse. Gradually, the memory of the previous battle disappeared. Slowly, it returned to how it was at the beginning. Around them, the peerless experts widened their eyes and looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Rumble. Fushi's physical body was gradually burning. Fushi and Fate's bodies also gradually retreated to Yin Chuan's body. Fate's expression was slightly empty. Many of his memories were erased. Suddenly, Fate's eyes narrowed. Rumble. Fate's consciousness returned and broke through all the art of stealing fate. At this moment, Fushi and Head Tao Warrior were all destroyed. I hope that everyone in the world can live a miserable life. Fushi sighed slightly. The light gradually dissipated. Fate woke up but lost some of his previous memories. At this moment, he suddenly saw that not far away, Head Tao Warrior's fate chart had countless cracks. Ka. Head Tao Warrior's fate chart gradually shattered, then turned into rolling luck and surged into heaven and earth again. Fate frowned and looked in front of him with a strange expression. I haven't looked for you yet, and you've already immortalized? Head Tao Warrior? Where's your courage? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Fate looked at the collapsing head Tao warrior's fate chart and sneered. In his memory, Fate only woke up when he sensed head Tao warrior waking up. However, as soon as he woke up, he saw head Tao warrior scared to the point of collapse. Fate revealed a strange expression. Although he felt that something was wrong, it didn't seem to be a problem at all. Looking around, Fate slowly closed his eyes. Buzz. Fate slowly retreated. The head of Fate on zombie Yin Chuan's shoulder also slowly dissipated. The cage of Fate that trapped Yin Chuan's body also dissipated. The two Yin Chuans woke up at the right time. Chapter 1588. The two Yin Chuan awakened at the right time. Standing in the middle of Wuji, the two were silent. His fate was much stronger than he had imagined. He was close to the 20th heavenly layer, or perhaps he had already reached it. All of Fushi's creations had failed. Determination flashed in the eyes of the two Yin Chuan. Suddenly, they turned their heads and looked into the distance. In the distance, Dongfang Booby, Lotus Goddess, and the others were rushing over. Yin Chuan froze. All of the peerless powerful beings were extremely shocked as well. They did not know what was going on for Fushi to not continue fighting. What was going on? Everyone was puzzled. They all surrounded Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, what happened to Fushi just now? Although he was suppressed just now, he wasn't defeated yet. Why did he give up? Zhongshan was puzzled. The Tomb Immortal King, Dongfang Booby, Lotus Deity, and the peerless experts of the great benevolence world were all staring at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan didn't try to hide the truth. Fushi saw the 20th color in the fist of fate. 20 colors? Everyone's expression changed. The 19 heavenly layers were already unimaginable to the crowd. Now, there was still the 20th heavenly layer? Graveyard Immortal King clenched his fists. Everyone fell silent. Turning his head, Dongfang Booby suddenly looked at the heavenly devil world. Fushi? Still there? Invincible East's expression froze. Boom! Invincible East shot straight towards the heavenly devil world. Yin Chuan's expression changed, and he flew over as well. A group of people rushed towards the Snake Clan. The Nagas controlled countless heavenly demons to enter Fushi's body, but Fushi's body was still in a state of decay. How could this be? Snake's spirit exclaimed. Quick, quick! Master said that as long as the physical body is not destroyed, Master will not die. Quickly, Meng Rong shouted. Hurry up! The group of Snake clan members frantically activated countless heavenly demons. Heavenly demons surged into Fushi's body. Buzz! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the head of the Fushi's body, and a third eye appeared. Master! My king! Everyone cheered. Fushi had awoken. He looked around. Sigh. Fushi sighed. Swish. Suddenly, a large number of peerless experts also landed beside Fushi. Heavenly demon? Everyone's expression changed. No one stopped the Nagas from manipulating the heavenly demons. They all looked at Fushi. Fushi, you're not dead? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. As long as my physical body is intact, I won't die. What a pity. Fushi sighed. Pity what? Even if I survive, there's nothing I can do about fate. It's up to you now. Fushi said solemnly. We will do our best. Yin Chuan nodded. Dongfang Booby looked at Fushi with a complicated look in his eyes. Yin Chuan, the head Tao warrior, and I did everything we could to prevent fate from remembering you. I hope you can take care of yourself. That was the last time. If fate wakes up again, no one can help you. Fushi said solemnly. Thank you. Next time, I already have a plan. Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. That's the best. Fushi smiled. The head Tao warrior has immortalized. I'm going to immortalize too. Fushi said again. Master, aren't you immortal? Meng Rong suddenly shouted. Previously, I erased a part of fate's memory. It's more serious than being killed by fate. If I survive, I will trigger fate like the head Tao warrior. Therefore, I must immortalize. Only in this way can I hide from fate. Fushi said solemnly. The surrounding people were slightly solemn. Nagas, listen to me. When I immortalize, Meng Rongrong will be the new king. Fushi said, "My king, don't immortalize." All the Nagas knelt down in grief. What's there to grieve about? What's there to grieve about death? I can just resurrect in the future after immortalizing. I can use my strength to reverse the primordial spirits of the two of you and restore your physical bodies. Fushi said with a smile. Buzz. His eyes flashed slightly. The primordial spirits of Meng Rongrong and Naga Jingjing flew out and surged into their bodies. Rumble. The primordial spirits were reversed and restored to their original state. Master, my king. The two girls knelt down. Yin Chuan, since I've placed all my hopes on you, this bead is for you. You have a fateless soul. This bead is the result of my cultivation. It contains my 64 hexagrams and can help your fateless soul to make the final breakthrough. Fushi spat out a golden bead. On the bead, there were 64 hexagrams floating. Thank you. Yin Chuan took it and bowed solemnly. Ha 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 ha. Fushi laughed loudly. Gradually, his physical body turned into countless small light spots and then slowly dissipated. He immortalized and left. My king. Woo 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 woo. My king. Don't go. My king. The Nagas were indescribably sad. Yin Chuan was also silent. The heroes of the great kindness world looked at each other and then left under the lead of the grave deity king. Zhongshan and Jianao looked at each other and also left. Only Yin Chuan, Dongfang Bubi, Sha Di, and Lotus deity remained. Meng Rongrong knelt on the ground where Fushi had immortalized and wept softly. After crying for a while, Naga Jingjing looked at Meng Rongrong with a complicated look in her eyes. Then, Naga Jingjing looked at Yin Chuan and understood Fushi's intention. Fushi knew about the relationship between Meng Rongrong and Yin Chuan. Therefore, he entrusted the Nagas to Meng Rongrong. In return, he entrusted the Nagas to Yin Chuan. The Nagas and Meng Rongrong lived together day and night. Naturally, they were like family. Although Fushi did not say it explicitly, he had arranged the future of the Nagas. Naga Jingjing greets my king. The rest of the Nagas were slightly stunned and unwilling. However, when they saw that Naga Jingjing had knelt down, they could only feel helpless. Greetings, my king. Greetings, my king. A series of greetings left Meng Rongrong at a loss. It took her a while to react. Rest assured, everyone. Master has entrusted you to me. I will do my best to share weal and woe with you. Meng Rongrong said solemnly. Thank you, my king. The Nagas said respectfully. Yin Chuan naturally waited for Meng Rongrong while Dongfang Bubi took a deep breath. Meng Rongrong. Dongfang Bubi shouted. Meng Rongrong wiped her tears and turned to look at him. Do you still remember what you promised me? Dongfang Bubi said. Meng Rongrong was also a member of Dongfang Bubi's sect in the past. However, she was a non-staff member. It was Dongfang Bubi who sent Meng Rongrong to the heavenly demon world. Yin Chuan was also present at that time. He only had one request, which was to help Dongfang Bubi find the Naga's supreme treasure, pushing Skynet. Sect Master, Meng Rongrong said with a complicated expression. Yin Chuan naturally walked to Meng Rongrong's side. He gave her support. Yin Di was also present at that time. It's time to fulfill the promise. You are now the king of the Nagas. Presumably, the pushing Skynet is also under your command. Dongfang Bubi said with a smile. Meng Rongrong's expression was slightly complicated as she looked at Dongfang Bubi. Yin Chuan also looked at Meng Rongrong. This was what Meng Rongrong had promised. It should be decided by Meng Rongrong. No matter what the decision was, Yin Chuan would stand on Meng Rongrong's side. Pushing Skynet is an imitation of the original form of the Great Net of Fate by Fushi in the past. It is used to predict the future of the world. It is useless to you, but useful to me. Give it to me and consider it fulfilling the promise of the past. Of course, I can also help you revive Xuan Miao and Butterfly Queen. Dongfang Bubi said with a smile. Revive. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Chapter 1589. Revive, Meow, and the Butterfly Queen? Meng Rongrong said in shock as she looked at Yin Chuan. Invincible East nodded. When head Dao venerates consciousness awakened, his current life's memories and temperament will be destroyed by the first life. Even if he revives, the Butterfly Queen and Meow will not be able to come back. However, I have the mind controlling divine power, Invincible East said solemnly. Mind controlling divine power? The one from the Lotus Goddess Association? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Back then, the Lotus Goddess used mind controlling divine power to control Yin Dongan, but Yin Dongan managed to dodge it. Master's mind controlling divine power is naturally not something I can compare to. Master's is the true third divine power in the world, the Lotus Goddess said. Invincible East nodded. Mind controlling divine power is not just about controlling consciousness. The Butterfly Queen and mystical divine power's consciousness are currently scattered in the world's luck. I can extract their consciousness from the endless luck. This is mind controlling divine power. Mind controlling divine power? The third divine power in the world? Yin Chuan frowned slightly and turned to Meng Rongrong. Sure, I can give you the push heavenly net. I hope Sect Master Dongfang can fulfill his promise. Meng Rongrong said solemnly. Invincible East smiled. The Snake Clan members at the side were unwilling, but with the snake's spirit pressuring them, they could not say anything. As he spoke, Invincible East reached out and grabbed at the sky. Boom! 3,000 stars suddenly lit up in the sky. As they lit up, an invisible force seemed to rush into the world's luck. Rumble! Golden light flashed as two torrents gathered at the heavenly demon world. Buzz! The two torrents gradually formed two egg-shaped spheres. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on each of the egg-shaped spheres. Meow! A cat's cry came from one of the egg-shaped spheres. Boom! The two egg-shaped spheres cracked open. Meow, Yin Chuan. A small cat slowly opened its eyes in one of the egg-shaped spheres. It was extremely weak. It had lost all its cultivation. A colorful butterfly flew out of the other egg-shaped sphere. Pooh! The butterfly flapped its wings and landed on the kitten's back. Meow! Yin Chuan's face lit up, and he immediately hugged Meow. Meow! Yin Chuan, I have no strength, Meow. Meow cried. Yin Chuan grabbed Meow and examined her carefully. Indeed, she was still Meow. The Butterfly Queen was still the Butterfly Queen. This soul fluctuation couldn't be wrong. Their consciousnesses are newly born consciousnesses of the Tao of Luck. I have separated them from the Tao of Luck. From now on, they're no longer related to the Tao of Luck. Invincible East said. Many thanks. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yin Emperor, you don't have to be like this. We're all just common people. Invincible East shook his head. He turned to look at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong also walked towards Fushi's throne. Meng Rongrong quickly cast a spell. Gradually, the shape of Fushi's throne changed slowly. It softened and emitted waves of black energy. Here, Invincible East's eyes flashed with joy. The throne gradually formed a black liquid. However, if one looked carefully, they would realize that it wasn't black liquid, but an extremely dense net. Sect Master Dongfang. Meng Rongrong signaled Invincible East. Invincible East waved his sleeve. Boom! He pushed the net into his sleeve. All right, then I will take my leave. Invincible East smiled. Wait! Yin Chuan called out. Oh! Invincible East was confused. Sect Master Dongfang, you control the Eastern Territory. There are some other territories around the Northeast continent. When will you take them? Yin Chuan asked. Yin Emperor, what do you mean? You want to get your hands on the Eastern Sect? Lotus Goddess immediately interrupted. Invincible East also looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. I need the power of the common people to help me complete a major task. Sect Master Dongfang, I have observed the Northeast continent. Your Eastern Sect doesn't have the intention to control everything, so? Yin Chuan frowned. Invincible East smiled and said, that's fine. Other than my Eastern Territory, you can take everything else. Master? Lotus Goddess said unwillingly. For the common people, I can indulge you. Invincible East shook his head. Thank you. Yin Chuan bowed slightly. Invincible East smiled, turned around, and stepped into heaven and earth with Lotus Goddess. Yin Chuan also turned to Meng Rongrong. Rongrong, the common people's calamity is imminent. Follow me back to Dijon so that we can settle down the snake people. Meow, yes. Sister Rongrong, come back with us. Meow called out. Okay. Meng Rongrong nodded with a hint of joy in her eyes. After settling down the snake people, they entered heaven and earth and returned to the heaven realm of Dijon. Zion Yanku. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan took the bead from Yin Chuan's hands. Is this Fushi's gift? The deduction realm of 64 hexagrams? Silver-eyed Yin Chuan said solemnly. In terms of deduction, no one in Dijon is better than you. What do you think? Yin Chuan asked. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Fushi is the best in the world in the art of deduction. His peak realm is naturally very useful to me. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Perhaps I can catch up with you because of it. That will be best. Yin Chuan nodded. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan went to cultivate in seclusion in Heaven Pavilion. Yifeng also walked over. Great Emperor, I have already sent a message to the people in the great wide world. They are heading to Mount Zhong, saying that you will be here soon. Yifeng said, That's good. I will head to the great wide world immediately. Yifeng, do you remember what I said earlier? Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng. Yes, great Emperor. Don't worry. I have already made arrangements. Once you return, we will officially attack the Great Kindness World. Yifeng said solemnly. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Then, Yin Chuan headed straight to the North Outer Continent. Yin Chuan went to the Immortal Palace alone. It did not take long for him to arrive at the North Outer Continent. Boom! A violent gust of wind swept over. Stop! A large number of guards rushed into the sky. Stand down. In front of the palace, Zhong Shan shouted. Yes. The guards quickly retreated. Whoosh! Yin Chuan landed in front of Zhong Shan. Yin Chuan? What's the matter? Zhong Shan revealed a hint of curiosity. Didn't they just meet not long ago? Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, There's something I want to ask you for help with. Oh. Zhong Shan revealed a hint of curiosity. Please come in, Zhong Shan said. Yin Chuan nodded. The two of them entered the hall at the side. After the hall closed, Yin Chuan did not stand on ceremony and directly said, I want the life force of all your people. Huh? Zhong Shan revealed a hint of confusion. You want the life force of all my people in the great wide world? Not only the great wide world, but Great Jin also counts, right? Zhong Shan asked in confusion. Yes. In fact, I will attack the Great Kindness World and take over all its territory and almost all the people in the world. Yin Chuan said solemnly. What do you want to do? I want to use this to break through to the 19th heaven. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with determination. Chapter 1590. 19 Heavens. Zhong Shan's eyes narrowed. Not long ago, Fushi had reached the 19 heavens. That powerful strength had shocked everyone. Yin Chuan nodded. With my strength alone, it is difficult to reach the 19 heavens. But what if I gather the strength of all living beings? Oh, moreover, I also understand why fate is so sensitive to the revival of Great Force Venerables, Great Chi Venerables, and Great Tao Venerables. Yin Chuan said solemnly. What do you mean? Great Tao Venerables, Great Force Venerables, Great Virtue Venerables, in terms of individual strength, they are all at the 18 heavens. For example, you and I are at the 18 heavens. Why has fate never paid attention to us? Yin Chuan asked. Fate. Zhong Shan's expression froze. That's right. Fate, force, merit, and fate. When the four combine, it will become fate. Monarchs like us pay the most attention to it. Although the four first epic experts only had the 18 heavens, if the four combine, they should be able to reach the 19 heavens. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Oh, Zhong Shan had a trace of doubt. Fate was worried that the combination of the four would form the 19 levels of heaven, which would affect it. That's why it appeared again and again. This is a taboo item of fate, but I can use it, Yin Chuan said. You want to absorb the strength of the four into your body? Zhong Shan asked solemnly. I have thought about it. It is almost impossible for my two bodies, human body and zombie body, to combine. I need an enormous strength that even I cannot resist. That can only be fate or the living beings. Fate cannot help me, but the living beings can. They can help me gather endless strength and then forcibly absorb the fate, force, merit, and fate. With this strength, I will definitely be able to reach the 19 heavens, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Zhong Shan stared at Yin Chuan. Then what are you going to do? I have a great monarch altar. Not long ago, my body was seized by fate. My consciousness entered the sea of consciousness of fate and observed the great net of fate. As long as I design it well, I can reach at least the 19 heavenly layers, Yin Chuan said affirmatively. Taking a deep breath, Zhong Shan pondered for a moment before saying, if that's the case, then Tao venerate, great virtue venerate, great force venerate, great chi venerate. Won't they all awaken at the end? They've already been defeated in the first era. What's the point of awakening again? I need your support to attack the 19th firmament with all my might, Yin Chuan said solemnly. But Fuxi is already at the 19 heavenly layers, yet he's still lost, Zhong Shan said. Fuxi has lost. That's why I can't lose, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Zhong Shan pondered for a moment, and after a while, he finally nodded. All right, I can help you. Yin Chuan smiled. I can help you, but how are you going to absorb the powers of the great Tao venerables, great virtue venerables, great force venerables, and great chi venerables? Zhong Shan asked curiously. Have you forgotten the second skill? Yin Chuan smiled. The fusion of fate? Zhong Shan's expression changed. Yin Chuan nodded. You know the second skill? It's not me, it's Nest. Nest is the body of an ice toad. It can swallow anything and everything. It has the second skill, but it hasn't used it yet. In the past, it took a part of the great net of fate and passed it down to Meow and Dai Queen. Now that Meow and Dai Queen have revived, I know that they will help me, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Nest, if that's the case, then I'll wait and see. Your request, I'll do my best to pass it down to the people. Zhong Shan nodded. If that's the case, then many thanks. Yin Chuan smiled and said. 3 days later. Netherworld, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Zombie Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne and looked at the officials solemnly. For this expedition to the Great Kindness World, I have decided to lead the troops personally. Zombie Yin Chuan said solemnly. Anyone who stands in the way of Great Zhun, kill. Anyone who deceives the people, kill. Zombie Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Li Si, write the declaration and announce it to the world. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Li Si answered. 3 days later, we will attack the West Outer Continent. Meng Tian, Jin Diyu, Wang Jian, and Bai Qi will be the vanguard and set off first. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, the 4 generals answered. Boom. Great Zhun's expedition to the Great Kindness World began. The news instantly exploded in the Netherworld. At the same time, it also exploded in the Great Kindness World. If it was in the past, the heroes of the Great Kindness World were not afraid. The strongest person in Great Zhun was Yin Chuan, but so what? The Great Kindness World had the Tomb Immortal King, a peak level 18 expert. Who could compare to him? However, not long ago, the Tomb Immortal King was defeated by Yin Chuan, which swept away the confidence of the heroes of the Great Kindness World. Before the generals arrived, the civil officials arrived first. A group of envoys led by Zhang Yi continuously entered the territories of the various heroes and persuaded them to surrender. Some of the heroes were disdainful, but some were willing to submit. After all, Great Zhun's declaration had spread throughout the world and was unparalleled. Who could defeat them? If they submitted early, they might be able to preserve their current great power. The entire Great Kindness world instantly fell into chaos. Meanwhile, in the Great Kindness world's undying dominion, at this moment, the Tomb Immortal King was listening to the news that had spread throughout the world. Yin Chuan? I didn't go to find him, but he actually came to find me? The Tomb Immortal King said with a gloomy expression. Patriarch, how could this be? Does Yin Chuan really have such a great desire for power? He's already at level 18. Even if he mobilizes the power of the world, it's impossible for him to reach level 19. The Tomb Immortal King said anxiously. Patriarch, could Yin Chuan be here for revenge? Another Tomb Immortal King shouted. The Tomb Immortal King's eyes widened. Revenge? Was it because of Meow and the Butterfly Queen? They had already fought once, and he had lost face. Moreover, wasn't it rumored that those two women had been resurrected by Invincible East? The Tomb Immortal King was irritated. Head Dao Supremacy, Great Force Supremacy, and Great Chi Supremacy have all ascended again. Now it seems that I can only find another great virtue, Supremacy. The Tomb Immortal King took a deep breath. Xianying Pass. Yin Chuan in human form looked at the west of the world of the living, the great Zhou, celestial world, and frowned slightly. Beside him stood Empress Lu'er. The former palace master of the Absolute Palace shared the same fate as the emperor. Lu'er, I haven't been able to contact the emperor, but I need the power of the people in the Netherworld's North Continent, so I need your help. Yin Chuan looked at Lu'er. Husband, please speak. Lu'er's eyes flashed with deep love. I need you to temporarily replace the emperor and take over the North Continent. Also, bring the North Continent into the Great Zhun celestial world. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Lu'er was slightly taken aback. Of course, if you're not willing, I'll think of another way. Yin Chuan smiled. No, I can do it. I can do it. Lu'er said immediately. Yin Chuan smiled gently. I have no choice. In the future, when the calamity of the common people is over, I will return the world to the emperor. I understand. Lu'er's eyes were filled with a strong sense of trust. Chapter 1591. Great Kindness World, Undying Territory. Immortal King Palace. Mu Immortal King sat on his throne and looked at the peerless experts of Great Kindness World in front of him. Mu Family Master, Great Zhun's army has invaded Great Kindness World. Please help us. Mu Family Master, although Great Kindness World is divided, we have an alliance in our hearts. As long as Mu Family Master gives the order, we will obey. Mu Family Master is the leader of Great Kindness World. Mu Family Master, Great Kindness World is in danger. Please help us. The peerless experts of Great Kindness World were pleading respectfully. Although the group of peerless experts was powerful, and there was even a peak 16th heavenly layer among them, if Yin Chuan wasn't around, they would still be able to fend off the Great Zhun. But now, Yin Chuan was personally leading the troops. Yin Chuan was 18th heaven, and the rogue cultivator Sha Di had also come. Sha Di could deal with 16th heaven experts in an instant. How could they resist such a powerful Great Zhun? Great Kindness World was divided, and this caused the people of Great Kindness World to not have a strong sense of unity. From the bottom, they could not unite. How could they resist Great Zhun's army? Great Zhun had almost obtained Great Evil World. There was no threat in the Yang realm. Zhongshan would not declare war on Yin Chuan. Now that Great Zhun's army was attacking, who could resist? Everyone looked at Mu Immortal King with desire. Mu Immortal King looked at everyone with a complicated expression. Mu Immortal King did not expect Yin Chuan to attack Great Kindness World. In the current situation, if he did not interfere, it would not be long before the Great Virtue World was taken over by Great Zhun. If he did not agree this time, the Mu clan's prestige in the Great Kindness World would instantly be lost, and this group of heroes who followed him would immediately turn around and throw themselves into Great Zhun's embrace. Fine, I will go with you. Mu Immortal King said in a deep voice. Thank you, moo moo moo. Everyone said excitedly. Yang Realm, Inner North Continent, Undying Hall. The Emperor's 12 disciples had returned. Countless disciples of the Undying sect were standing in the square. They looked at Undying Hall in confusion. Within the Undying Hall, Le was dressed in the Empress robes of the Great Jin Empress. Behind her were a group of subordinates. She looked at the Emperor's 12 disciples before her. When the 12th disciple saw Le, he had a complicated expression on his face. Do you know who I am? Le asked indifferently. One of the disciples said solemnly, Greetings, greetings. After talking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a proper way to address Zhang Xian. Forget it. Le shook her head. Do you know about my relationship with the Emperor? Le asked again. The disciple from before replied respectfully, Yes, you and Master are one. It's good that you know. The Empress has now entered the cycle of reincarnation. I've already told her about it, and she agreed. Le said, Agree to what? Everyone was slightly taken aback. Incorporate the Inner North Continent into the territory of the Great Celestial Realm. Le said in a low voice. What? Everyone's expression changed. The Empress can't be in two places at once, so I'll give the order on her behalf. You all will carry it out. I've brought along a group of officials from the Great Jin Empire, and there will be more coming one after another. You all just need to cooperate with these officials. Le said, No, how can this be? This is the Undying sect's North Continent, something we fought for. That disciple cried out. Huh? Le's eyes widened. Everyone immediately dared not speak. Don't worry. This time, we're recruiting the people of the Inner North Continent because we have something important to do. We have no choice but to do so. In the future, Yin Chuan has already agreed to return the land to you all. Le said in a low voice. Everyone was still somewhat dissatisfied. All right, the Empress has already agreed. Now, I can represent the Empress here. Why? Do you have any objections? Le said in a low voice. Everyone was in a stalemate for a while before they finally said solemnly, Yes, I know you're unwilling, but look at the situation now. The world is about to be destroyed. What's the use of occupying a continent? The Empress has been too lenient on you all. Le said coldly. Everyone's face stiffened. Finally, they said, Don't worry, we'll cooperate fully. I'll stay here for the time being. Le said in a low voice. Yes, everyone responded. Le and the Empress were the same person, but also not the same person. Their extremely complicated relationship made everyone treat them with caution. Go, Le said lightly. In the Yang realm, Xianyang City, in Yin Chuan's study with a human body. Great Emperor, the collection of the Northeast continent has already begun. Other than the Eastern Dominion, the collection of the other dominions will also begin soon. Lu Buwei said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded. Great Emperor, with Zhongshan's full cooperation, more than half of the people in the world can be mobilized. Now, only the Western Dominion is left. Great Emperor, do you want to take the Great Zhou Celestial Realm? Lu Buwei asked solemnly. Great Zhou Celestial Realm? Wu Jiang, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Lu Buwei's eyes flashed coldly. It was a coldness towards the Great Zhou Celestial Realm. At this moment, the Great Zhou Celestial Realm was sweeping across the world. The Great Zhou Celestial Realm occupied 36 dominions. The one in charge of the Great Zhou Celestial Realm is not Wu Jiang. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. I know it's Hong Jun. However, ever since Hong Jun faked his death, he has never appeared again. He was only at the 15th heaven. Even if he appeared again, he would not be able to stop the Great Emperor. Lu Buwei frowned. You may leave. I'll think about it. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yes. Lu Buwei could only feel helpless. After Lu Buwei left, Yin Chuan closed his eyes and pondered in the study. Hong Jun was not dead. Yin Chuan had already confirmed that there were still countless crickets alive in the Purple Cloud Palace. However, what exactly was Hong Jun planning? How could he remain calm? The calmer he was, the bigger his plan was. Invincible, Yin Chuan said softly. Whoosh. Suddenly, A black figure appeared in the study. Great Emperor, the black figure said respectfully. I have always wondered why Hong Jun would take a fancy to Wu Jiong and even made her the Empress on Earth. Perhaps we have all underestimated this woman. I need Butian Pavilion to enter the Purple Cloud Palace again and investigate all the news about Wu Jiong. Even if you have to find Wu Jiong's fake tomb, you must find some clues for me. I will let the Eastern Righteous faction control the time of the Purple Cloud Palace. Go and return quickly, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Underworld, West Outer Continent. The Tomb Immortal King, surrounded by a group of peerless experts from the Great Benevolence World, arrived at the front line of the battlefield. On a huge floating island at the front line, Zombie Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne and personally led the army. He had his own strategist to mobilize thousands of troops. Yin Chuan, as the emperor, inspired the morale of the entire army. On the dragon throne, Zombie Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and saw the Tomb Immortal King on the peak of a mountain in the distance. The Tomb Immortal King was surrounded by a group of peerless experts. The Tomb Immortal King and Zombie Yin Chuan looked at each other from a distance. Chapter 1592. Netherworld, West Outer Continent. Zombie Yin Chuan and Tomb Immortal King looked on coldly from afar. Tomb Immortal King. Yin Chuan sat on the dragon throne with a cold gaze. Yin Chuan, your great perfection, celestial domain, really has a big appetite. Tomb Immortal King said in a deep voice. Although Tomb Immortal King had been defeated by two Yin Chuan, there was only one Yin Chuan in front of him. Tomb Immortal King was not afraid. What? You want to stop me? Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, a wave of battle intent surged out of his body and surged into the sky. Tomb Immortal King narrowed his eyes, but the faces of the Great Kindness World's experts sank. Other than Yin Chuan, Shadi's gaze was also cold. Back then, I captured the Butterfly Queen and Xuan Miao and disturbed your great perfection, celestial domain. Later, you destroyed my immortal domain. As for Xuan Miao and the Butterfly Queen, they were resurrected. Your anger should have invented, right? Tomb Immortal King said in a deep voice. So what? Zombie Yin Chuan gently turned a ring on his finger with a cold gaze. Great Kindness World is my place. Tomb Immortal King said angrily. Yin Chuan sneered and said in a deep voice, so what? Tomb Immortal King narrowed his eyes and raised his eyelids. The Great Kindness World's experts behind him also had extremely ugly expressions. Even though they had invited Tomb Immortal King, Yin Chuan did not seem to buy it. Moreover, his words were full of provocation. The Tomb Immortal King drew in a deep breath. Speaking of which, the Tomb Immortal King didn't wish to fight against Yin Chuan. Although there was only one Yin Chuan in front of him, as long as they fought, it wouldn't take long for another Yin Chuan to arrive. If they really fought, it would only make him more embarrassed. How good would it be if he could obtain all the power of the virtuous supremacy now? Great Kindness World, Netherworld, I can give it to you. Tomb Immortal King took a step back and said, Netherworld? The expressions of the Great Kindness World's peerless experts changed. Was he backing down just like that? Everyone looked at Tomb Immortal King with disappointment. Although he was disappointed, he could only rely on the Tomb Immortal King now. What about the mortal realm? Yin Chuan asked as he twirled his thumb ring. What? Is the underworld not enough? The Tomb Immortal King said coldly. The netherworld of the Great Benevolence World was the Western Outer Continent, the 36 dominions. Yin Chuan gently shook his head. He did not speak. The Tomb Immortal King's face darkened. Hee, how greedy. Other than the Great Benevolence World's Yin realm and the Great Benevolence World's Yang realm, how many more continents do you want before you retreat? Tomb Immortal King said solemnly. Yin Chuan smiled. He stared at the Tomb Immortal King and said, I want all of them. All of them? The Tomb Immortal King's eyes widened in rage. The Great Benevolence World experts behind him were even more surprised. How dare you? Yin Chuan, do you really think that I'm a pushover? Tomb Immortal King raged. Boom! His rage soared to the heavens. It swept out in all directions. I can choose not to take your undying dominions, but the other dominions must belong to the great Jun world. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Impossible, the Tomb Immortal King rebuked. Didn't you come here today to challenge me? Come on. Yin Chuan did not waste any time and slowly flew into the sky. The great benevolence world experts looked at the Tomb Immortal King. The Tomb Immortal King took a deep breath. He could not suppress the anger in his heart, and he followed. Great Jun army, charge. Sha Di, kill anyone who dares to stop the great Jun army. Yin Chuan's voice came from the starry sky. Boom! Yin Chuan and the Tomb Immortal King rushed into the starry sky and entered the Wuji realm. Boom! The 218 heavens began to fight again. On the other side, the great Jun army charged forward. Sha Di held the light, calming gourd in his hand and looked coldly at the heroes opposite him. The faces of the heroes on the opposite side stiffened. They looked at Sha Di with ugly expressions. Sha Di was an extremely powerful expert at the peak of the 17th heaven. Would a group of 16 heavens be enough for him to kill? Kill! The great Jun army rushed into the battlefield. Whether it was the top experts or the ordinary experts, the great Jun world was superior to the great benevolence world. In fact, they could not compare to the great Jin world in terms of numbers. The battle began. Not long after, some of the peerless experts could not hold on anymore. The three Wind Dominions are willing to submit to the great Jun world. The Light Dominions are willing to submit to the great Jun world. Shouts came one after another. The west outer continent of the Netherworld surrendered. After all, the Tomb Immortal King, the hope of the great benevolence world, had already given up on the Netherworld. If they fought for it, they would only be courting death. The sounds of surrender came. The expressions of the peerless experts became more and more unpleasant. Under Sha Di's cold gaze, they were forced into the Yang realm. Rumble. The great Jun officials quickly occupied the cities of the great benevolence world and took over the west outer continent to appease the people. Attack the great benevolence world of the Yang realm. Yifeng ordered. Yes, sir. The army moved toward the Yang realm. Rumble. With Sha Di paving the way, the Yellow Spring Road could not stop the great Jin army at all. A month later, the army was already in the Yang realm. In Wuji. Boom, boom, boom. Zombie Yin Chuan and Tomb Immortal King started fighting. At this moment, Tomb Immortal King no longer had the upper hand. After a month of fighting, Zombie Yin Chuan actually stopped Tomb Immortal King and became stronger and stronger. How can this be? How long have you been in the 18th heaven? How did you become so strong? Tomb Immortal King asked in surprise. In the past, he could not defeat 2 Yin Chuan, but he could suppress 1 Yin Chuan. But what was going on now? He could not even defeat 1 Yin Chuan? Not long ago, I was possessed by fate. Although I could not move, fate showed me how to use my 19th heaven body to its fullest potential. It was fate that taught me how to become stronger. Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. Boom! Tomb Immortal King was sent flying with a single punch. Tomb Immortal King looked bewildered as he stood in the distance. Tomb Immortal King, you've lost. Don't struggle anymore. Whether it's the Nether River Patriarch or Fushi, you've lost to them. Now, help me and achieve more. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. No, I'm the savior of the world, not you. Tomb Immortal King roared. With that, he left for the realm with a strong sense of gloom. Remember this, Tomb Immortal King. You have already lost. I will allow you to make your own arrangements in the great benevolence world. The Undying domain is yours, but I want everything else. Zombie Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Boom! Tomb Immortal King charged into the realm with a great sense of gloom. With that last punch, Tomb Immortal King knew that he had lost. There was no reason to fight with Yin Chuan now. With a bitter smile, Tomb Immortal King charged into the Undying domain. Boom! He landed in front of the Immortal King Palace. Patriarch! The Tomb Clan disciples were worried. In the distance, the peerless experts of the great benevolence world saw Tomb Immortal King and wanted to rush over. "I will not meet anyone who comes," Tomb Immortal King said somberly. "Ah!" Tomb Skeleton was surprised. Clang! Tomb Immortal King stepped into the palace and closed the door. Chapter 1593. The heroes of Great Benevolence World had waited so long for the return of Tomb Immortal King. Just as they were about to seek Tomb Immortal King's help, Tomb Immortal King closed his doors and disappeared. The result was self-evident. Tomb Immortal King had been defeated and could not be bothered with anything else. Instantly, the heroes felt as though the sky had collapsed. Great Jun's army had already entered Great Benevolence World's Yang realm. At this moment, the army had split into 16 directions and was charging towards 16 weaves. At the Yellow Springs Crossing, Shadi and Ifone were overseeing. The powerful Shadi could instantly take action no matter where there were peerless experts. For a time, Great Jun's army was invincible. Sunlight Weave is willing to submit to Great Jun. Gold God Weave is willing to submit to Great Jun. Great Jun's envoys continued to rush to various weaves and gradually became the honored guests of the various weaves. Perhaps these weaves were still unwilling to submit to Great Jun, but as the news of the one-sided battle spread, they gradually panicked. Great Jun's envoys continued to persuade the weaves. When they saw the surrounding weaves submitting to Great Jun and being entrusted with important tasks, they became even more anxious. In a certain weave, Zhang Yi looked at a weave lord in front of him. "Ha, Sec Masterly, can't you tell? Tomb Immortal has completely abandoned you. How long can you hold on? Moreover, you've seen Great Jun's sincerity. As long as you're loyal to Great Jun will still be able to give you a piece of land. You will still be above everyone in the future," Zhang Yi said with a smile. Sec Masterly was silent for a while before finally sighing. "All right, I'm willing to submit to Great Jun." "Good. A wise man submits to circumstances. The Great Emperor has already said that as long as you're willing to submit to Great Jun, you'll be promoted to a baron. Next, you'll be allowed to expand your territory and make contributions. As for how much power you'll have in the future, it'll be up to you to fight for it," Zhang Yi said with a smile. "I'll help you take control of my weaves." Sec Masterly sighed softly. "No, that's not all. Sec Masterly, you have friends all over the world. Great Jun is attacking Great Benevolence World, and there are many weaves around it. If Sect Master Li can persuade the other weaves to submit, it'll be a great contribution to the country," Zhang Yi said with a smile. 3 years. Great Jun's ferocious army completely took down the Great Kindness World. In the Undying weave, the skeleton in the tomb revealed a bitter expression, but there was nothing it could do. At the same time, under Lu Er's suppression, the north continent of the Netherworld quickly became Dejan's territory. In the mortal realm, apart from the eastern weaves, the other major weaves in the northeast continent had also become part of the Great Jin Empire. Great Kindness World, First World combined. Great Qin cities, Yin Chuan roared. Rumble. The entire Great Benevolence World began to tremble as it rapidly closed in on the First World. With the exception of the West Outer Continent, everything was quickly becoming one. The Western Outer Continent of the Great Kindness World was just like the Western Outer Continent of the Great Evil World. The various territories moved quickly and deviated from their original positions. Boom! The mortal realm was in chaos. The two worlds merged. Great Thousand World, First World combined. In the Great Wide World, Zhong Shan shouted. Rumble. At the same time, Mount Zhong of the Greater Kiliacosm was also rapidly merging the Western Outer Continent and the Inner North Continent with the First World. The Yang Realm's Northeast Continent was also merging with the Greater Kiliacosm's corresponding territory. Boom! The world was in chaos. Zhongshan and Yinchuan sent each other off. It took an entire month for the world's chaos to end. During this time, Silver-eyed Yin Chuan carefully observed the 3,000 heavenly Daos of the Great Kindness world. Great Thousand, Great Evil, and Great Kindness, a total of 9,000 heavenly Daos, were all deduced by Silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Now more and more of the four worlds merged. All the continents merged with the first world, except for the western outer continent. In the mortal realm, the Great Kindness world's western outer continent, the Great Thousand world's western outer continent, the Great Evil world's western outer continent, and the first world's western outer continent were separated from each other. The other places were all perfect for the four worlds. With Zhongshan and Yin Chuan working together, the world was almost unified. In the Eastern Weave, the Lotus Goddess looked up at the sky with a group of junior brothers behind her. Eldest senior brother, Zhongshan and Yin Chuan have merged the Great Kindness world and the Great Thousand world with our territory? Meng Ling Tian asked curiously. Yes, this is not bad for our Eastern Weave. Moreover, it can be considered our compensation for giving the other territories to Dezhen. The Lotus Goddess nodded. But I haven't seen Master recently. Master is in seclusion to comprehend the great Tao. No one is to disturb him. The Lotus Goddess said. Yes, Xianying Yin Chuan's study. Now that the world is at peace, only the western outer continent's 36 territories are left. Great Emperor, do you want to send troops to Dezhou? Lu Buwei asked again. When the four worlds merge, we should focus on pacifying the world. Now that there are tens of thousands of people in the world, we need to appease them and let them have their way. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Li Si. Yes, sir. When Dezhen expands, there are bound to be parasites. I want to set up a law enforcement army. You will set up a law enforcement army to patrol the major cities of Dezhen to prevent corruption in the country. Yin Chuan said. Yes, sir. Pacify the people and wait for the final battle. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Everyone stood respectfully on both sides of the desk. Lu Buwei. Yes, sir. I have a task for you. Please speak. Great Emperor, the four realms have merged into one. Fate is about to appear, and all life is about to be extinguished. This news has not been made public yet. I need you to spread this news throughout the Great Zhou world, so that everyone in the Great Zhou world will know. Yin Chuan said. Oh, Dezhou? Lu Buwei was slightly stunned. When the time comes, there will be people from Dezhou world to cooperate with you. Yin Chuan said. Yes, sir. Lu Buwei replied. 3 years later, in Yin Chuan's study, Yin Chuan sat behind the desk with a black-robed figure standing in front of him. Yin Chuan held a small golden ball in his hand. It was the ball that led to the Purple Cloud Palace. Woody, you're back. How did the investigation go? Yin Chuan stared at the black-robed figure in front of him. Great Emperor, I've been on Earth for the past few years and have been searching for information about Wu Jiong, including her mausoleum, the wordless monument, and the things she used in the past. I've also searched for all kinds of information in ancient books of the Tang Dynasty. I found some information. Duga Wudi said seriously. Oh, when Wu Jiong was born, it was the Tang Dynasty on Earth. The Emperor Li was the descendant of Hongjiuan's eldest disciple, the Grand Elder. On the day of her birth, immeasurable merit fell from the heavens into the Wu family. There were even rumors that when Wu Jiong was born, a golden dragon soared into the sky, illuminating the world. Duga Wudi said, Oh, when Wu Jiong was born, merit followed. A golden dragon soared into the sky, illuminating the world? In that case, when Wu Jiong was born, she had the protection of a golden dragon? Yin Chuan's expression froze. Yes, according to some information, when Wu Jiong entered the Tang Dynasty's imperial palace, there was the wail of a giant dragon and thunder in Chang'an. It rained for days and nights. Duga Wudi said. The golden dragon that protected Wu Jiong suppressed the Tang Dynasty's dragon veins? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Yes, Wu Jiong had a meteoric rise. Not long after she entered the imperial palace, Emperor Taizong of Tang, who was protected by the Grand Elder's treasure, died. Then, together with Emperor Gaozong of Tang, they united the country. After Emperor Gaozong died, Wu Jiong turned the tide and suppressed the dynasty, becoming the Empress. On the day of her ascension, auspicious light soared into the sky, and countless auspicious auras appeared. Boundless merit appeared out of thin air. Dugawudi said gravely. Boundless merit again? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Based on this subject's guess, Wu Jiong should be the reincarnation of a person of boundless merit. Dugawudi said gravely. Hongjun cultivates merit, which can be considered accumulating merit. He is extremely sensitive to merit. Naturally, Wu Jiong's appearance attracted his attention. However, he placed such importance on Wu Jiong that he brought her out of the Purple Cloud Palace. Then, Wu Jiong's identity must have moved Hongjun, Yin Chuan said after some thought. As Yin Chuan thought about it, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. A virtuous venerate. What? Dugawudi asked, confused. That's right. Butterfly Queen and Meow are the reincarnations of great Tao venerates. Why can't a virtuous venerate reincarnate with a new consciousness? Wu Jiong is actually the reincarnation of a virtuous venerate. In this way, everything can be explained. Hongjun is sensitive to merit and naturally guessed Wu Jiong's identity. Even so, Hongjun actually thought of controlling a virtuous venerate. This scheme is shocking. What does he want to do? Yin Chuan said with a frown. Wu Jiong is a virtuous venerate. Dugawudi asked in surprise. This is only my guess. However, there is a 70% chance that Wu Jiong is a virtuous venerate. Phew, I finally understand why Wu Jiong's cultivation was not obvious, but she was able to persist until today. It turns out that she is virtuous and has boundless merit. Even if her cultivation is insufficient, her merit has given her countless opportunities, allowing her to smile until today. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, That's right. In the past, even Tong Tian died, but Wu Jiong was fine. She even used Tong Tian's gift to raise her cultivation to a higher level. Dugawudi nodded. Great Benevolence World and the First World had merged. At this moment, there was only one continent left that had not completely merged. It was the Western Outer Continent. Western Outer Continent of Great Benevolence World. Tomb Immortal King walked out of the Immortal King Palace with a gloomy face. Master, Tomb Phosphorescent Bone came forward. Have you found any news about the virtuous venerate? Tomb Immortal King asked in a low voice. Not yet, Master. I couldn't find the virtuous venerate on the 3 Live Stone. Tomb Phosphorescent Bone smiled bitterly. Well, he is different from a great Tao venerate. If you want to find a great Tao venerate, you must have the great Tao venerate's treasure. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. But we don't have it. Tomb Phosphorescent Bone said bitterly. It's fine. Lotus Goddess has a virtuous seal. I will ask her for it. Tomb Immortal King said in a low voice. Master, Nether River Patriarch, and Fushi are watching the Great Tao Venerate and Great Tao Venerate. Will there be peerless experts watching this virtuous venerate too? The virtuous seal is in Lotus Goddess's hands. Will Dongfang Bubi be unwilling to give it to her? Tomb Phosphorescent Bone said worriedly. Indeed, he had gone to great lengths to revive the Great Tao Venerate and Great Tao Venerate the last 2 times, but they had been snatched away. I will talk to Dongfang Bubi. This time, I must get the virtuous venerate. Otherwise, the true body technique will never succeed. I will always be suppressed by Yin Chuan. Humph, I must get the virtuous venerate. Tomb Immortal King said coldly. Yes. Tomb Phosphorescent Bone could only nod helplessly. Whoosh. Tomb Immortal King took a step forward and rushed toward Dongfang Cult. He was going to borrow the virtuous seal from Lotus Goddess and find the whereabouts of the virtuous venerate. Chapter 1594. Great Zhou Heavenly World. Wu Jiong sat on the throne. Renjia stepped forward. Great Emperor, there are rumors going around in the Great Zhou realm that the end of the world is near. The 4 realms will merge and fate will appear. Everyone is in a state of panic. According to reliable reports, there are some officials in the major cities who are spreading the news. Renjia said solemnly. Wu Jiong looked down. Great Emperor, is this true? An official stepped forward. The ministers all looked at Wu Jiong. Taking a deep breath, Wu Jiong looked at the ministers and said, Fate is about to appear, but might not be the end of the world. What? The officials were in an uproar, and they all looked surprised. Great Emperor, no matter what, the people of the Great Zhou heavenly world are unstable, which is not good for our dynasty. I feel that perhaps Zhongshan or Yin Chuan released the news to shake the people's hearts and shake the foundation of our Great Zhou heavenly world. They spread the news and caused the enemy spies to be exposed one by one. I beg the Great Emperor to give the order to capture the spies and stabilize the situation. Renjia said seriously. This minister agrees. This minister agrees. The ministers agreed to capture the spies, but Wu Jiong slightly frowned. Wu Jiong tapped the throne, and the hall fell silent. Great Emperor, Shangguan Wan'er stepped forward. The news is already spread. If we forcefully capture the spies, it might backfire. If someone else uses it, it will be even worse. Shangguan Wan said seriously. Wu Jiong nodded. The common people should know about the calamity. Since it has already spread, we might as well spread it. Shangguan Wan'er, this minister is here. You will write the calamity document and spread it throughout the Great Zhou heavenly world. Guide the people to understand the calamity. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yes, Shangguan Wan'er replied. Not long after, in the Great Zhou heavenly world, notices appeared in the various cities. The notices explained the power of fate, the origin of the calamity, and the efforts of the heroes for the world. Suddenly, the Great Zhou heavenly world was in an uproar. Eastern Territory. Who? A gust of wind blew and Mu Mu Immortal King landed in the Eastern Palace. The one who welcomed Mu Mu Immortal King was the Lotus Goddess. Master Mu, we are honored by your presence. May I know why you have come? Lotus Goddess frowned. At this moment, Invincible East was in seclusion and did not wish for anyone to disturb him. I'm looking for Dongfang Bubi. Tomb Immortal King said solemnly. Master is in seclusion. Master Mu, please wait. Lotus Deity shook her head. Kwang, not far away. The door opened with a bang. Mu family head has come from afar. Come in. Dongfang Bubi's voice rang out. The hall was dark and gloomy, like the entrance of a cave, causing Tomb Immortal King to raise his brows. Seeing that Dongfang Bubi had summoned her, the Lotus Deity no longer stopped him. Master Mu, please. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Tomb Immortal King nodded and followed Dongfang Bubi into the great hall. The hall was pitch black. No, it was more like a starry sky. When the two of them entered, it was as if they were in a dark, starry sky. Above them, 3,000 stars slowly rotated. Above the 3,000 stars, there was a large net that seemed both real and illusory. A soul-stirring aura pressed down on the Tomb Immortal King. Tomb Immortal King's brows twitched as he turned to look at Dongfang Bubi, who was not far away. Dongfang Bubi was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat. His eyes were slightly open, but it was as if he saw two black holes in them. The black holes seemed to have a suction force that caused even Tomb Immortal King's mind to go into a daze. Tomb Immortal King quickly came to his senses. Dongfang Bubi, Tomb Immortal King looked at Dongfang Bubi in shock. He felt as if Dongfang Bubi had seen through him. What technique did Dongfang Bubi cultivate that was so terrifying? Tomb Immortal King, why have you come to my eastern territory? Dongfang Bubi asked in a low voice. Tomb Immortal King took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. I want to borrow your seal of virtuousness. Lotus Deity frowned. The seal of virtuousness was obtained by Great Emperor Ziwei in the past. After his death, it was obtained by Great Emperor Huangjin. Great Emperor Huangjin recklessly tried to cause trouble for Dongfang Bubi in Wuji when he was facing Great Emperor Huangjin. Dongfang Bubi killed Great Emperor Huangjin with a single strike, and then gave the seal of virtuousness to Lotus deity. Great Emperor Huang Jin's seal of virtuousness? Dongfang Booby frowned. Yes. Back then, Mingi and Fushi disrupted my plans. Now, I have one more chance, and that is Great Emperor Huang Jin. I want to refine him, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to find him. I can only borrow your seal of virtuousness. Tomb Immortal King said solemnly. Oomph. Lotus deity snorted. Lotus deity was naturally unwilling to lend it to him. She didn't know if she could return it. Borrow it? Dongfang Booby frowned. Yes. As long as I can find Great Emperor Huang Jin, I can refine him. I want to use him to break through to the 19th level. Tomb Immortal King said confidently. Dongfang Booby didn't answer. Instead, he stared at Tomb Immortal King for a while. In the end, Dongfang Booby shook his head. You don't have enough luck. What? Tomb Immortal King's expression changed. The first time, Great Emperor Huang Jin, you worked hard, but in the end, Mingi got it. The second time, Great Emperor Huang Jin, you worked hard, but in the end, Fushi got it. You gained nothing and lost a lot instead. Dongfang Booby said honestly. But in Tomb Immortal King's ears, these words were extremely unpleasant. He took a deep breath. Dongfang Booby, I will definitely succeed this time. That's why I came to you. Mingi and Fushi are dead. They lost the most. They were just scouting for me. Dongfang Booby wasn't angry. He shook his head and said, You still can't see it. There's nothing I can't see. I only need the 19th level. I can save the people. I have always worked hard for the people. Tomb Immortal King said, But how can you be sure that you can reach the 19th level? Dongfang Booby said, My cultivation technique will definitely succeed. Tomb Immortal King's expression froze. What if you don't succeed? Dongfang Booby said. Impossible. Tomb Immortal King shouted. Dongfang Booby stared at Tomb Immortal King without saying anything. After a while, Tomb Immortal King said, Tell me, what do you want? How can you lend me the seal of great virtue? I'm not lending it to you. I think lending it to you is equivalent to losing it. Dongfang Booby said. Tomb Immortal King was furious. Of course, it's not impossible to lend it to you. Dongfang Booby said again. Oh, I don't think your method this time. How about this? I'll lend you the seal of great virtue. If you reach the 19th level, then forget it. Consider it my congratulatory gift to you. If you still fail, then join my Dongfang sect. Dongfang Booby said. All right, if I fail, I'll take you as my master. Tomb Immortal King said through gritted teeth. Dongfang Booby nodded. Lotus God immediately took out the seal of great virtue and handed over a golden seal. Tomb Immortal King grabbed the seal of great virtue. Dongfang Booby, just you wait. I will definitely reach the 19th level. Tomb Immortal King said solemnly. Turning around, Tomb Immortal King flew out of Dongfang Palace and flew toward Undying territory. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Tomb Immortal King disappeared. Master, can Tomb Immortal King really fail? Lotus God asked with a trace of curiosity. It's not that he can fail, but that it's impossible to succeed. Even if he wants to take all the power of a grand virtue supremacy, it's still not enough. It's still far from enough. Dongfang Booby shook his head. In that case, I'll have another junior brother. Lotus God smiled. Not long from now, fate might appear again. Lotus God, remember, just watch and don't do anything. Dongfang Booby instructed. Yes. Lotus God said solemnly. Tomb Immortal King took the seal of great virtue and flew toward Undying territory. Along the way, Tomb Immortal King was filled with anger. In the past, although Dongfang Booby was the #1 person in the second epoch, he didn't compete with him at that time. He might not lose to him, but Dongfang Booby was actually so arrogant. Could he only fail in front of him? I will definitely reach the 19th layer of heaven, and no one will be able to stop me. The Tomb Immortal King continued to fly towards the Undying domain in anger. Boom! Not long after, Tomb Immortal King returned to Immortal King Palace. However, his expression was still ugly. Patriarch, Tomb Immortal King, and the others quickly surrounded him. Immortal King, this is the seal of great virtue, the supreme treasure of the great virtue, supremacy. I'll give it to you now. Immediately use it to find the reincarnation of the great virtue, supremacy, or the place where he ascended. Tomb Immortal King said in a deep voice. Yes, Tomb Immortal King carefully took the seal of great virtue. I've already erased Lotus God's imprint on it. You can refine it directly. Tomb Immortal King said. Yes. He activated his magic power. Buzz. A powerful aura spread out, and there seemed to be a huge suction force inside, extracting Tomb Immortal King's essence. Tomb Immortal King waved his hand, and waves of light entered Tomb Immortal King's body, helping Tomb Immortal King quickly refine the seal of great virtue. Everyone arrived at Undying territory again. Tomb Immortal King waved his hand, and 12 reincarnation cycles slowly floated out, like 12 blue vortexes surrounding Tomb Immortal King. The power of reincarnation flowed into Undying territory. At the same time, Tomb Immortal King threw the seal of great virtue into it. Boom! The entire Undying territory seemed to be shaking. Then, the seal of great virtue slowly melted on the Undying territory. Some images gradually appeared on the Undying territory. The image of a baby slowly appeared. As expected, she's reincarnated. Everyone, remember her appearance when she grows up, and then search the world. Tomb Immortal King said. Yes. Everyone stared at it. The baby in the image slowly grew bigger, and gradually, the baby's appearance turned into an adult woman. This is... Everyone's expression changed. Wu Jiong, the Great Zhou Dynasty's emperor. It's her? Everyone had an incredulous look on their faces. Wu Jiong was an ambitious and ruthless person. Everyone looked down on Wu Jiong because she had enjoyed many things without doing anything. Yet, she had the last laugh. But who would have thought that she was actually the reincarnation of a peerless powerhouse from the first era? Great virtue, supremacy. Tomb Immortal King narrowed his eyes. He also looked a little surprised. Just like Miao, she had been exposed in front of everyone, but no one knew. Chapter 1595. Great Zhou Realm, Taiji Palace. The doors to the palace were closed, and only 2 people stood in the hall. Wu Jiong sat on the dragon throne with Yuan Tiangang in front of him. Great Emperor, we've already found out. It's Yin Chuan of the Great Zhou Realm. Yuan Tiangang sighed after taking a deep breath. Yin Chuan, yes. This time, the news of fate and the hearts of the people were spread by Yin Chuan. More accurately, Yin Chuan arranged for Lu Buwei to spread it. At this moment, the people of the Great Zhou Realm are becoming more aware of the world and fate. At the same time, their loyalty to the Great Zhou Realm is weakening. Yuan Tiangang said. Yin Chuan's hand has already reached the Great Zhou Realm? Wu Jiong asked with a gloomy expression. Not only that, but there might already be many high-ranking officials in the Great Zhou Realm who belong to the Great Zhou Realm. The people's hearts are wavering. At this moment, it will not be difficult for the Great Zhou Realm to overthrow the Great Zhou Realm. Yuan Tiangang frowned. What surfaced this time is only the tip of the iceberg. Wu Jiong asked. Yes. Wu Jiong's expression darkened. When did it start? Wu Jiong asked. It's very strange. This official feels that this hidden faction has existed since before the birth of the Great Zhou Realm. Yuan Tiangang frowned. That is to say, since a long time ago, no, since we were still in the Purple Cloud Palace, Yin Chuan might have planted a hidden chess piece. Wu Jiong's expression changed. Although this official also finds it inconceivable. Perhaps this is the truth. This person already holds a high position, so much so that he can overturn the court. Yuan Tiangang said strangely. Impossible. Yin Chuan has not yet been born, but he can already plant a chess piece. This is impossible. Moreover, How can there be a group of old officials who follow me? Wu Jiong said with an unsightly expression. This is the truth. At this moment, nearly half of the 36 territories of the Great Zhou realm can be overturned at any time. The Great Emperor should know that this official cultivates the usurping technique and can predict the fate of a nation. Not long ago, the fate of the Great Zhou realm suddenly declined, so this official had to remind the Great Emperor. Yuan Tiangang said. Then who is it? Yuan Tiangang sighed softly. I won't say more. Perhaps the Great Emperor already knows that this spy has fooled everyone in the Great Zhou dynasty. At this moment, he has even left Luoyang with ease and is now in a safe place. Wu Jiong's face darkened. Reporting. An urgent report came from outside the palace. Quang. Wu Jiong flicked his sleeve, and the door to the main hall opened with a bang. Immediately, an official rushed into the main hall in a panic. Great Emperor, bad news. All of Mingfeng Weave's city lords have submitted to Great Zhun and committed treason. The official cried out in alarm. Boom! Above the sea of Providence clouds, countless amounts of Providence were rapidly lost. Reporting. Grand Emperor, bad news. All of the city lords in Sky First, Weave have pledged allegiance to Great Zhun. They've committed treason. Boom! The news seemed to explode at the same time, quickly spreading into the main hall. At this moment, Luoyang City was in an uproar. Countless officials rushed to the Taiji Palace in a panic. Wu Jiong's face darkened. He took a deep breath. Great Emperor, we were all fooled by him. Yuan Tiangang said with a bitter smile. Great Emperor, Mother. Jiahu came from main hall. Wu Jiong took a deep breath. To think that I trusted him so much. In the past, I couldn't figure out. Great Emperor killed her grandfather, father, and family. As his daughter, she actually pretended not to know anything and followed him loyally. Now I understand. It's because Shangwan Yi and Shangwan Tingji might not be Shangwan Wan Er's relatives at all. That's why she followed you until today. Yuan Tiangang said with a bitter smile. Lord Yuan, what did you say? Did you say that Lord Shangwan betrayed us? Di Renge's expression changed. Shangwan Wana, Princess Taiping, said in surprise. There was an uproar in the main hall. Shangwan Wan was Wu Jiong's closest official. In Great Zhou, she could be said to be extremely powerful. Her ability was also extremely obvious. In the past, when Wu Jiong was in seclusion, he often let Shangwan Wan take charge of state affairs. How could she betray the Great Emperor when he trusted her so much? No one could believe this strange fact. How did Shangwan Wan who used to be a loyal official, become a traitor who endured humiliation in an instant? Wasn't this too fake? Wu Jiong took a deep breath and slowly walked out of Taiji Palace. The officials followed respectfully behind him. He slowly walked to the square of Taiji Palace and looked coldly to the east. Shangwan Wan Ingwana, Wu Jiong said with a gloomy expression. The Great Zhou world was in an uproar. A group of domains had suddenly submitted to Great Zhun for no reason. A group of armies had suddenly committed treason for no reason. Even the citizens of the various domains were confused at this moment. In a city, yesterday, I complained that fate was about to appear. How great would it be if we united the power of a country to fight against fate? Today it happened. Yesterday, I said that Yin Chuan was the most powerful person in the world. In the blink of an eye, I became a citizen of Great Zhun. How is this treason? Countless citizens were confused. This world was changing too quickly. Although the various large cities had submitted to Great Zhun, it was also a new purge. Those who were loyal to Great Zhou naturally rebelled. However, Great Zhun had buried its chess pieces too deeply. It was so deep that Wu Jiong had only discovered it today. Many high-ranking officials had already pledged their loyalty to Shangwan Wan. With Shangwan Wan order, they immediately submitted to Great Zhun. Amid the war in Four Directions City, at this moment, a large number of Great Zhun officials cooperated and quickly poured into these chaotic cities. Countless Great Jin officials were also confused at this moment. How did Great Jin suddenly subdue so much of Great Zhou's territory? Wasn't this too strange? Although it was strange, they still had to follow orders from above. They quickly poured into Four Directions City with the army. The sudden change made even Lu Buwei, who was at the front line, look on in disbelief. Not long ago, Yinchuan had asked Lu Buwei to come and spread the news of fate, saying that there would be people cooperating with Lu Buwei. Lu Buwei didn't think much of it, thinking that it would be some factory guards. Now, it seemed that they weren't factory guards. The factory guards' infiltration could never be so exaggerated. Many of them were city lords. Many of the city lords had held high positions even before the founding of the Great Jin Empire. How did Great Jin subdue these people? Lu Buwei stood in front of a large hall with a deep frown. "My lord, they're here," a subordinate said. Lu Buwei's expression changed. He understood that the person he was about to meet was the person with the highest authority to instigate the rebellion of the various city lords. Lu Buwei quickly went forward. Soon, a black-robed person walked over. "You are?" Lu Buwei asked with a trace of curiosity. "Who was it?" The black-robed person's hood slowly lifted, revealing a woman's face. "Shengwan Waner," Lu Buwei said in surprise. "Hee, Prime Minister Lu, don't you recognize me?" Shengwan Wan suddenly giggled. It was an extremely comfortable smile, as if she had put down all her burdens. You are?" Lu Buwei revealed a puzzled look. "Prime Minister Lu, I remember that you promised to give me a lawn bird. But after waiting for so many years, you still haven't fulfilled your promise. A lawn bird lays an egg every year. One egg hatches a lawn bird, and the lawn bird lays another egg. How many years has it been? How many lawn birds do you owe me?" Shangwan Wan giggled. "Ah, you're Princess Wan?" Lu Buwei suddenly exclaimed. "You remember?" Shangwan Wan laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. I remember. Princess Wan, Great Jin and Empress Zhao Afong gave birth to you on Earth. They were going to let you and Prince Fu Su enter this world together, but you were unwilling. In the end, we all returned to the Great Thousand World. I thought something had happened to you." Lu Buwei exclaimed. "How could something have happened to me? I won't go with my stupid brother. I want to start my own business." Shangwan Wan suddenly shouted. "I know you are powerful. You only know how to cause trouble all day long. Even Prince Fu Su has a headache when he sees you. Why are you like this?" Lu Buwei shouted. "I told my father that I wouldn't leave. All of you left, and I stayed in the Purple Cloud Palace." Shangwan Wan said, "Oh, then how did you become an official of the Great Zhou dynasty?" "I talked to my father for a long time before he agreed. He taught me the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets. I slept in the Purple Cloud Palace until I dreamt of Shangwan Wan. Finally, I saw Wu Jiong's kindness. I guess that this must be Hongjuan's plot. So, my main soul entered Shangwan Wan's body. This is me," Shangwan Wan said. "I see. Moreover, don't look at these city lords who have submitted to me. Many of them are controlled by my divided soul. They're all my consciousness." Shangwan Wan said, "Oh, I improved the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets. Now, there are 200 people with the greatest power. They are all my divided souls. Otherwise, how do you think so many city lords betrayed the Great Zhou dynasty?" Shangwan Wan smiled. "Princess's wisdom is beyond my reach." Lu Buwei smiled bitterly. "Of course, I am Princess Wan. Let's go back to see my father and my mother. When I saw my father's reincarnation, I was shocked. Haha, I wanted to pluck his beard, but he didn't recognize me. Stupid father. I had to tell him the truth." Princess Wan said proudly. Lu Buwei smiled bitterly. Originally, he was worried that the city lords would pretend to surrender. Now, there was no need to worry. To be precise, those people were Princess Wan's divided souls. Naturally, they could not be two-faced. Continue to assist the city lords. Take control of the cities as soon as possible. Quickly, Lu Buwei ordered. Yes, the group of coordinating officials also widened their eyes at this moment. Who would have thought that the most troublesome enemy minister in the past would actually be the great emperor's daughter? Things were changing too quickly. However, everyone was excited. Princess Wan, and Lu Buwei went back to Xianyang. Minister Lu, do you think my father's beard has grown long again? Princess Wan said excitedly. Lu Buwei smiled bitterly. Little ancestor, in the entire dynasty, no one dares to pluck the great emperor's beard. Only you dare to do that. The great emperor will have a headache when he sees you. Ha ha ha. Princess Wan laughed proudly. Chapter 1596. Xianyang City. Father, Mother. Princess Wan came back and called out to Yin Chuan and Zhao Afong. Zhao Afong had just found out that Shangguan Wan was his daughter. He looked at Yin Chuan with a grumbling gaze. He immediately acknowledged it. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and let out a long sigh. Princess Wan returned and hugged her parents. Then, she looked at the people around her with interest. She saw Fu Su first. Little sister. Fu Su smiled. Stupid brother. Princess Wan smiled happily. Fu Su also smiled. Mou, she had a strange expression. Shangguan Wan had taken care of her in the past. She even called her Aunt Shangguan. When the blink of an eye, Shangguan Wan had become Yin Chuan's daughter. Mou, she opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Hee mother. Princess Wan smiled. Mou, she blushed. She didn't know what to do. Wan Zhao Afong called out to Princess Wan. Greetings, second sister. Yin Dong. And stepped forward. Princess Wan looked at Yin Dong and smiled. Third brother, I watched you grow up. Thank you for taking care of me in the past. Nether King smiled. When Nether King spoke, Moyushi's expression became better. Although she still couldn't accept it, she slowly felt better. I didn't take care of you. Father was biased and taught you by example. Even I didn't receive such treatment. Princess Wan looked at Yin Chuan and complained. Yin Chuan could only smile bitterly. From today onwards, Ingwan is the princess of Great Zhun. Yin Chuan called out to the officials. Greetings. The officials were about to speak. Wait. Princess Wan called out. HM. Everyone paused. Father, you promised me. I want to make a name for myself. You have to make me a king. Princess Wan shouted. Wan. Zhao Afong called out. But Princess Wan kept staring at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan smiled and said, All right, Princess Wan will be conferred the title of Shangguan Wang of Dezhun. Oh, Princess Wan said happily. At this moment, Princess Wan completely let go of the coldness of the Great Zhou dynasty. She opened up like a young girl who did not know the ways of the world. Greetings, Princess Wan Shangguan Wang. The officials all bowed. Princess Wan smiled happily. Wan, what you did this time was very beautiful. Yin Chuan praised. Of course. Princess Wan said with a smile. Father, look well. I've been in charge of the Western Outer Continent a few times. I can't say for sure, but I've already planted countless spies in the surrounding cities. Follow my instructions, and we'll be able to take over the Western Outer Continent soon. Good. In that case, we will appoint you as the West Conquering Marshal. You will be in charge of all matters in the West Outer Continent. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Princess Wan's face turned solemn. When it was time to relax. When it was time to be serious, one had to be serious. Princess Wan was mischievous and intelligent, so she naturally knew more than most people. With Princess Wan taking charge, the Western Outer Continent was quickly taken over. The speed at which it was taken over shocked everyone. Firecloud Weave has submitted to the celestial realm of Great Zhun. Double Heaven Weave has submitted to the celestial realm of Great Zhun. Every day, all sorts of news spread throughout the world. In the Eastern Weave, the Lotus Goddess looked conflicted. She had originally thought that the Great Zhou dynasty could stop the Great Zhun Empire. But looking at the current situation, it was more like giving the Great Zhun Empire territory. When did Yin Chuan, that monster, take Shangguan Wan as his daughter? The Lotus Goddess listened to the reports of her disciples and found it strange. After all, she had been defeated by Yin Chuan, so she still felt a little resentful. Outside the North Outer Continent. Ha, 19, do you see that? Shangwan Wanner has hidden herself even deeper than you did back then. Zhongshan smiled at his son beside him. Luoyang City. Taiji Palace. Bad news came one after another. In an instant, the entire Great Zhou dynasty seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Wu Jiong's face was gloomy, and so were the officials. No one would have thought that Shangwan Wanner was actually a traitor. Mother, Yin Chuan has announced to the world that Shangwan Wanner is actually the daughter of Yin Chuan and Zhao Afang. Princess Wanner of the celestial realm of Great Zhun has been conferred the title of King Shangwan and will lead the expedition to the western continent. Princess Taiping said strangely. Many of the officials seemed to be constipated. They did not know how to express their conflicted expressions. Phew, Shangwan Wanner, I misjudged. Wu Jiong said in a low voice. Emperor, what do we do now? 20 weaves have already fallen into chaos. Di Renjia said anxiously. Wu Jiong looked up at the roof of Taiji Palace, as if he could see the sky through the roof. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said, Success or failure is not determined by the size of territory. We still don't know who will have a last laugh. Oh, the officials looked at Wu Jiong in surprise. Wu Jiong did not say anything else. Instead, he looked coldly to the east. There was anger in his heart. Great Zhou domain. At this moment, the world was in an uproar. At this moment, countless people understood that the high and mighty Lord Shangwan was actually the princess of Great Jin. Countless people were discussing this inconceivable matter. At this moment in the Immortal Weave, the Tomb Immortal King was also listening to the report from his family's younger generation in a daze. Shangwan Wanner is Yin Chuan's daughter? This Yin Chuan's luck is really going to defy the heavens? The Tomb Immortal King said strangely. Yes, now almost the entire world is shocked by this news. Who would have thought that Yin Chuan's hand has reached so far? The skeleton said strangely. Far. The Tomb Immortal King was conflicted. Yes, in the past, Great Qing Tian Emperor was Yin Chuan's son. He killed a group of saints, experts, and ambitious people in the underworld. Then, the Nether King was also Yin Chuan's son. He killed countless tribes in the great evil world and even destroyed the Lotus God. Now, Shangwan Wanner also calls Yin Chuan father. This great Zhou domain was almost destroyed by her. The skeleton said strangely. Yes, the Tomb Immortal King was also stunned for a long time. Patriarch, Wu Jiong is a great virtuous venerable. Are we still not going to make a move? The skeleton asked, taking a deep breath. The Tomb Immortal King said in a deep voice, after the previous two failures, this time I was more cautious and carefully studied Wu Jiong for a while to prevent any accidents. After all, Wu Jiong with a weak cultivation could occupy a continent in the world. Now that I see Shangwan Wanner's betrayal, I am relieved. The Tomb Immortal King said in a deep voice. Patriarch, Wu Jiong has no more backup? All of Wu Jiong's experiences are clear. He once had a powerful senior brother, but so what? Isn't he still a lump of yellow soil? Of course, the one I couldn't see through in the past was Hong Jun, the guardian of Great Zhou. However, there was something wrong with his head. He challenged the heavens early and died in the end. There's nothing worthy of my attention. The Tomb Immortal King shook his head. That's good. The skeleton sighed. In that case, I'll go capture Wu Jiong. You all prepare the altar and help me collect the world's merit. The Tomb Immortal King said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone answered. Turning his head, the Tomb Immortal King slowly stepped out of the Immortal King Palace and looked at Luoyang City. His gaze turned cold as he stepped on the ground and instantly shot toward Luoyang City. Boom! He disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. In Luoyang City, reports of defeat kept coming in. Wu Jiong was in extremely bad mood. After the court session, Wu Jiong stayed alone in the Taiji Palace. Shangwan Wanner, oof, how dare you betray me? Wu Jiong vented his anger alone. Also, Yin Xuan, the first emperor? Umph. Wu Jiong's eyes were filled with anger. Sitting alone in the main hall, the more he thought about it, the worse he felt. Bang! Suddenly, the main hall's door slammed shut. Outside the main hall, the guards were slightly stunned. How did the main hall's door close? Was it from Great Imperial Pass? Thinking of this, everyone felt relieved. However, Wu Jiong understood that the main hall's door did not close on its own. The instant the door closed, Wu Jiong's pupils suddenly constricted, because in that instant, the space around the main hall seemed to be sealed by a huge force. Wu Jiong's expression sank as he looked over. Instead, he saw a figure standing at the closed door. Half human, half bone. Tomb, Immortal King? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Last time, I was too anxious in Great Qin City, causing a huge commotion. In the end, I caught a Grand Venerable and ended up being bullied by both inside and outside. This time, I've been careful. Wu Jiong, when I came, no one in Luoyang noticed. The Tomb Immortal King sneered. You, why did you come to my great Zhou? Wu Jiong sat on the dragon throne and said in a deep voice. The Tomb Immortal King took a few steps forward. I came for you. The surrounding space has already been sealed by me, so no one knows what happened in this hall. The Tomb Immortal King sneered. For me? What do you mean? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. The Tomb Immortal King smiled slightly and said, there are many things that you can't remember. It doesn't matter, I know, Grand Venerable. Grand Venerable? Wu Jiong's expression changed. Seeing Wu Jiong's expression, the Tomb Immortal King was slightly stunned. Oh, you actually know your identity? The Tomb Immortal King said in surprise. Wu Jiong shook his head and said, I didn't know at first. I only know that I should be the reincarnation of a noble person, but I don't know who it was. You were the one who told me. Ha ha! I'm actually a Grand Venerable. It's fine if you know, but I need the power of your birth chart. Let me refine you first. The Tomb Immortal King said with a smile. Boom! Immediately, surging power surrounded the hall. It pressed towards Wu Jiong. Boom! Countless forces collided with Wu Jiong's body. At this moment, Wu Jiong did not feel fear. Instead, he sneered. Facing the Tomb Immortal King's attack, Wu Jiong did not even resist. Oh, aren't you afraid? The Tomb Immortal King said in surprise. Wasn't Wu Jiong too calm? I don't need to be afraid because I know that you can't hurt me, especially when I know that I'm a Grand Venerable. Merit? Not just anyone can accept it. Wu Jiong said coldly. So what if I accept it? The Tomb Immortal King shouted coldly. The rolling 18-colored light turned into 18 huge dragons that charged towards Wu Jiong. Boom! With a loud bang, a flowing light shield suddenly appeared around Wu Jiong's body, blocking the 18 huge dragons. The Tomb Immortal King's face darkened. Wu Jiong did not have the ability to block his attack. What was going on? Wu Jiong suddenly revealed a sneer and said, Teacher, you're finally willing to show up again. Chapter 1597. Teacher, you're finally willing to show up again? Wu Jiong's eyes were cold, and there was a trace of resentment in his eyes. Wisps of purple light circled Wu Jiong, blocking the heavy blow from the Tomb Immortal Emperor. Tomb Immortal King's face darkened. There weren't many people in the world who could easily block his attack. If it couldn't be Wu Jiong, then who could it be? Teacher? Wu Jiong's teacher? Tomb Immortal King suddenly had a bad feeling. The first 2 times were fine, but this third time, he was very careful. Why did something happen again? He couldn't let anything happen again. He had to be fast. Even if he couldn't refine Wu Jiong now, he had to capture Wu Jiong. Bones all over the place. The hall was instantly filled with countless bones, and the surrounding pillars quickly turned into piles of skulls. In an instant, the entire hall was like the interior of a sea of bones. Rolling death chi surged toward Wu Jiong. Boom! The death chi was filled with corrosive power. Wherever it passed, the void quickly melted, and it instantly arrived in front of Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong sneered slightly and didn't resist at all. The previous light shield appeared again, instantly enveloping Wu Jiong and releasing waves of purple light. The purple light burned the death chi in the blink of an eye and quickly restored the hall to its original state. Tomb Immortal King's great technique was broken again. "Who is it? Come out!" Tomb Immortal King exclaimed. How could his great technique be broken so easily? But in front of him, it was broken again and again. "Teacher, I haven't seen you in a long time." Wu Jiong also spoke. Tomb Immortal King's face turned ugly. "Teacher? Wu Jiong's teacher?" Buzz. At the entrance of the hall, countless purple lights condensed, gradually forming an illusory purple light figure. A purple-robed old man looked at Tomb Immortal King and Wu Jiong quietly without any sadness or joy. Hongjun, you're not dead." Tomb Immortal King said in surprise. "No, you're not at the 15th level. Your strength is actually not weaker than mine. Back then, you faked your death? Why? Why did you fake your death?" Tomb Immortal King's expression suddenly changed. How could there be so many monsters in the Third Era? "Tomb Immortal King," Hong Jun said indifferently. Tomb Immortal King stared at Hong Jun with uncertainty. "You came at the right time," Hong Jun said softly. "What?" Hong Jun ignored Tomb Immortal King and looked at Wu Jiong. "Wu Jiong." "Teacher." Wu Jiong took a deep breath. Although there was resentment in his heart, he still said respectfully, "You have anger in your heart. Do you want to vent it out?" Hong Jun said lightly. Disciple. Wu Jiong didn't know how to answer. "I know that you have resentment in your heart. However, I'm also sacrificing myself for the sake of the common people," Hong Jun said. Disciple doesn't understand. Wu Jiong's expression turned ugly. At this point, Wu Jiong realized something. Hong Jun wanted him to sacrifice himself, just like the other 3 senior brothers. Fate has been bewitched. It's about time. Wu Jiong, I know you have resentment in your heart. I'll fulfill your wish in the end and let you vent the hatred in your heart, Hong Jun said solemnly. Wu Jiong revealed a trace of bitterness and bit his lips. In the end, an irresistible sadness brewed within him. Tomb Immortal King looked at Hong Jun with a dark expression. "Hong Jun, I don't care what your plan is. I want Wu Jiong," Tomb Immortal King said coldly. Hong Jun looked at Tomb Immortal King. "You've gone astray." Tomb Immortal King's eyes widened. He had taken the unorthodox path, but it was what Tomb Immortal King was most proud of. Yet, Hong Jun looked down on him like this? It's none of your business. Hong Jun, you hid it from everyone in the world and imprisoned the great virtue, supremacy. One of the strongest experts of the first epoch is actually something in your cage. You're really shrewd. However, in the end, you're still working for someone else. I don't care what your cultivation is. I'm taking Wu Jiong away today. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Wu Jiong. Hong Jun held a horsetail whisk in his right hand. He looked in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and swung the horsetail whisk. Roar! The 3,000 floating whisk threads suddenly turned into 3,000 by long threads and instantly wrapped around Tomb Immortal King. Rumble! The rolling by long surged over. Tomb Immortal King's expression changed, and he struck out with his palm. However, these by long threads were extremely agile. They bypassed the palm and tied up Tomb Immortal King in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! In just an instant, Tomb Immortal King was trapped among the 3,000 by long threads. Tomb Immortal King's expression changed. Just one move, and I've been suppressed? How is that possible? Hong Jun, you're courting death. Tomb Immortal King roared. His right arm shone with 19 colored light. Bang! Bang! Immediately, a large number of by long threads were broken. Tomb Immortal King's power was monstrous. He struggled with great force, and by long threads were broken one by one. However, there were more than 3,000 by long threads. Even though Tomb Immortal King kept twisting, he couldn't completely break free from Hong Jun's restraints. Hong Jun looked coldly at Tomb Immortal King before turning to look at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong, remember what I said. You have no choice, Hong Jun said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong's face was filled with grief and hatred, but he was helpless in front of Hong Jun. Teacher, please give me strength. I want to go crazy again. At least I won't disappear so miserably, Wu Jiong said with a hateful expression. That's what I want to do too. Since Tomb Immortal King has personally delivered himself to me, it's best that I refine his power into your body and help you forcefully break through, Hong Jun said. What? Tomb Immortal King's expression changed. Did he hear wrongly? He was here to refine Wu Jiong. Why was he being refined instead? Impossible. Hong Jun, you can only trap me at most. You can't refine me, Tomb Immortal King said coldly. Hong Jun's expression was still cold. He threw out the horsetail whisk in his hand. Boom! The 3,000 by long threads bound Tomb Immortal King, but its tail suddenly wrapped around Wu Jiong. The 3,000 by long threads quickly bit Tomb Immortal King's body. Immediately, waves of power were extracted. What kind of Dharma treasure is this? How can it extract the power of my birth chart? Tomb Immortal King exclaimed. Rumble. Surging power surged toward Wu Jiong. The by long threads grew larger and larger. They quickly wrapped around Wu Jiong as if forming a large cocoon. Rumble. Power surged toward Wu Jiong. The Tomb Immortal King could sense that his strength was rapidly diminishing as it was being forcefully extracted. Hong Jun, you liar! Tomb Immortal King roared in shock. Who would have thought that Hong Jun was so powerful? Was this still the same Hong Jun who challenged the heavens and failed? Yin-Yang Tomb break. Tomb Immortal King roared in shock. Boom! Surging power rushed out again. The by long threads expanded, but they were all blocked. Tomb Immortal King couldn't break free at all. The restrictions around Tomb Immortal King disappeared. However, with Hong Jun here, the hall was naturally stronger. Rumble. Tomb Immortal King struggled with all his might, but Hong Jun stood at the side and watched coldly, suppressing Tomb Immortal King. Impossible. How can you be so powerful? How can you be so strong? Tomb Immortal King cried out in grief and hatred. He was also one of the best in the 18 levels of heaven, but he couldn't do anything to Hong Jun. Endless grief and hatred brewed in his heart. Not long ago, Dongfang Booby said that he couldn't succeed, but he didn't believe it. Now, could he succeed against Hong Jun? He was going to refine the grand virtuous supremacy, but instead, he was refined by the grand virtuous supremacy? No, Tomb Immortal King wanted to erupt with even more power. Time stopped. Buzz. Everything in the hall suddenly stopped. Only Hong Jun was left, and he could easily extract Tomb Immortal King's power. Tomb Immortal King was frozen there, motionless. He couldn't even move his eyeballs. At this moment, Tomb Immortal King finally understood that he had kicked an iron plate this time, and it was an iron plate that was countless times stronger than before. Tomb Immortal King wanted to cry. No matter how much regret he had, it couldn't make up for the desolation in his heart. Was he really that weak? Whoosh! The rolling essence was absorbed. The right half of Tomb Immortal King's body was also rapidly drying up, and the left half of his bones were slowly turning into powder. No! Tomb Immortal King cried out in grief. Rumble! The power of Tomb Immortal King's fate was extracted, and the entire Undying territory shook. The Immortal King Palace was shaking, and the ground was shaking. Countless Tomb Immortal King disciples rushed over. Elder, what's going on? Why does the Undying territory look like it's about to be destroyed? Elder, the paint of the Immortal King Palace is peeling. This was refined by the Patriarch. Could something have happened to the Patriarch? Countless Tomb Immortal King disciples revealed a look of fear. Tomb Immortal King in Taiji Palace was even more terrified. The left half of his body had completely turned into powder, and the right half of his body had been completely absorbed. The other half of his body was slowly becoming skin and bones, and even gradually turning into powder. "No, I'm unwilling. I'm unwilling." Tomb Immortal King cried out with grief and hatred. Boom! Tomb Immortal King completely exploded. All of his power surged into the light cocoon, and the surging power continued to fill Wu Jiong's body. "I'll teach you the Heaven Ascension realm to help you refine it as soon as possible." Hong Jun looked at the cocoon and said solemnly. With a wave of his hand, surging purple light surged into the light cocoon. The entire Taiji Palace was emitting a dazzling light. Undying territory. Boom! The Immortal King Palace collapsed. Rumble. The power of the entire Undying domain abruptly gathered towards the collapsed Immortal King Palace. The power of life and death rapidly converged. In an instant, the entire territory's vitality was extinguished, and only a desert was left. Other than the Tomb Immortal King, countless living beings had turned into piles of bones. It was at the Immortal King Palace. A human-shaped skeleton slowly crawled out. "That is," everyone exclaimed. Tomb Immortal King rushed over in shock. "How can this be? Patriarch? It's you?" "Ah!" Countless disciples exclaimed in shock. "Patriarch, you've ascended, immortalized, and reborn again. What happened?" The skeleton in the tomb exclaimed. "I actually died. Ha, what a joke, what a joke. Fortunately, I was able to ascend. Unfortunately, after absorbing the power of an entire territory, I only have the power of a 6th-stage ancestral immortal. What a joke, what a joke." The skeleton tomb Immortal King cried out in grief. "Patriarch, how can this be?" "All right, Immortal King. Bring everyone to the Eastern Territory immediately." Tomb Immortal King said with a sorrowful expression. Chapter 1598. Luoyang City, the entrance of Taiji Palace. The officials gathered anxiously in the square of Taiji Palace. Above their heads, above the sea of Providence clouds, Providence, merit, fortune, and fortune were all rapidly dissipating. It showed that the Great Zhou realm was collapsing. Renjia, Yuan Tiangang, Princess Taiping, and the others paced back and forth in the square. "What should we do? Another 3 domains have submitted to Great Zhou. Shangwanwan that bitch." Princess Taiping said anxiously. "Not just 3, but 5. Shangwanwan is indeed powerful. She has actually instigated so many officials to defect over the years." Yuan Tiangang frowned. "But why did the great emperor choose to go into seclusion at this time?" Renjia was also anxious. Everyone was anxious, but there was nothing they could do. A group of guards blocked the officials. As long as Wu Jiong did not give the order, no one was allowed to enter. "Mother!" Princess Taiping shouted anxiously outside the hall. Inside the hall, Hongjuan's phantom looked quietly at the large cocoon in front of him. Rumble. Rumbling sounds came from the large cocoon. Boom! With a loud sound, as if the giant cocoon had broken free, Wu Jiong emitted a golden light that illuminated the entire hall. His eyes were filled with 18 colors, dazzling and eye-catching. Bai Long in the large cocoon turned into a horsetail whisk again and landed in Hongjuan's hand. Hongju nodded. Wu Jiong looked at his hands and seemed to feel endless power in an instant. The feeling of dominating heaven and earth made Wu Jiong feel extremely comfortable. This was power, invincible power. Turning his head, Wu Jiong looked coldly at Hongjuan's phantom. Hongjun was not nervous. His expression was indifferent. The phantom became fainter and fainter, as if it was gradually disappearing. Wu Jiong clenched his fists but did not attack Hongjun in the end. Wu Jiong knew that Hongjuan's ability was not something he could compare to. Gradually, Hongjuan's shadow disappeared as if it had never been there. Crack, crack, crack. There was a crisp sound in the hall. It was obvious that the restriction that Hongjun had set up earlier had quickly dissipated. Hong Jun had disappeared. Wu Jiong also stepped toward the entrance of the hall. Kwang! The door of the hall opened with a bang. Outside the hall, the officials of Great Zhou were extremely anxious. Princess Taiping was even prepared to risk her life to barge into the hall. Suddenly, the door opened. A powerful aura rushed out of the door. Boom! The nearby experts were immediately sent flying by this aura. Mother Empress, you finally came out, Princess Taiping said excitedly. Greetings, Great Emperor. The officials all bowed respectfully. Wu Jiong nodded and walked out. Rumble. Above his head, providence, merit, luck, and fortune were lost again. But Wu Jiong's expression was calm, as if he did not care. Yuan Tiangang looked at Wu Jiong in surprise. The Great Emperor had become stronger? Great Emperor, what's wrong with you? Di Renjie also noticed that something was amiss. Wu Jiong's eyes now seemed to have a kind of solemn and stirring feeling. What was going on? However, Wu Jiong ignored them and turned to look towards the south. In the south, territories were being taken over by the Great Jin army. Ingwaner, Wu Jiong's face darkened. This was because Wu Jiong knew that the commander of this attack on the Great Zhou realm was Shangguan Waner, whom he had trusted greatly in the past. She was the one who destroyed Wu Jiong's empire. Unfortunately, Ingwaner did not personally come to the western outer continent. Turning his head, Wu Jiong looked at the eastern outer continent and Xianyang City. Xianyang City's providence was overwhelming. Countless providence, merit, fortune were lost from the Great Zhou dynasty and gathered in Xianyang. Founding Emperor? So what if he's the founding emperor? This is the last time. Let me turn Xianyang upside down, Wu Jiong said coldly. The difference in strength between him and Yin Chuan was huge. Originally, he could only look up to Yin Chuan. Now that he had reached the 18th heaven, the extinguished jealousy in the past erupted again. Boom! Wu Jiong stepped toward Xianyang. Mother Empress, Great Emperor. Jiahu was at the entrance of Taiji Palace, but no one could stop Wu Jiong's final madness. No one. Tomb Immortal King was forced to ascend, and all his previous strength was gone. His powerful strength made everything seem laughable. Looking at his skeletal body, he only had the strength of a sixth heaven ancestral immortal. To mortals, a sixth heaven ancestral immortal was already extremely powerful, but now this strength was laughable. The Tomb Immortal clan gathered. Patriarch, Tomb Immortal King said with a complicated expression. Let's go to the Eastern Dominion. Tomb Immortal King said bitterly. Yes, everyone answered. Tomb Immortal King made a move and led all the Tomb Immortal clan disciples to the Eastern Dominion. Patriarch, why are we going to the Eastern Dominion? Tomb Immortal King asked curiously. Now that I've been reborn, it's not possible to recover my strength to the peak in a short time. So, there's no one guarding the Undying Dominion. If there's an attack now, my Tomb Immortal clan might be destroyed. Tomb Immortal King said solemnly. Then what about the Three Lives Stone? Tomb Immortal King asked unwillingly. The Three Lives Stone is useless now. Let's go. Tomb Immortal King said solemnly. Yes. Patriarch, what happened when we went to the Great Zhou world? Tomb Immortal King asked curiously. Happened? Tomb Immortal King's face turned sinister. It's Hong, Tomb Immortal King said. However, halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. A powerful will surged into his mind. Hong what? Tomb Immortal King asked in confusion. At this moment, Tomb Immortal King was shocked. Because just as Tomb Immortal King was about to mention Hong Jun's intent rushed into his mind. Don't mention me. Hong Jun's voice exploded in his mind. Tomb Immortal King's face turned cold. He thought that he had escaped Hong Jun after his rebirth, but he didn't expect that he was still under Hong Jun's control. How strong was Hong Jun? Patriarch? Tomb Immortal King asked curiously. All right, enough nonsense. Let's go. Tomb Immortal King said solemnly. Oh, everyone answered. They flew toward the Eastern Dominion. When they reached the Middle Heaven continent, boom! Suddenly, a storm rushed in front of them, leaving behind a rolling storm as it rushed towards Xianyang. Wu Jiong, that's Wu Jiong. When did she become so strong? Tomb Immortal King exclaimed. That powerful aura made even Tomb Immortal King tremble with fear. Tomb Immortal King was at the 16th heaven. Wu Jiong was at most on par with him in the past, but now he felt like she could crush him. Wu Jiong, Tomb Immortal King's face darkened. Although his cultivation had dropped, he still had the ability to connect with the heavenly Tao. Through the heavenly Tao, Tomb Immortal King's gaze followed Wu Jiong towards Xianyang. 18th heaven. Tomb Immortal King gritted his teeth. That was his power, but it had nothing to do with him anymore. Virtuous sovereign, Tomb Immortal King smiled bitterly. He wanted to let the world know, but in the end, he realized that he had become a foil to the world. Xianyang City. Father, Mother, today 5 weaves have submitted at the same time. The Great Zhou Celestial Realm is only left with 9 weaves. It's almost gone. Princess Wanner excitedly reported to Yin Chuan and Zhao Afang. Good. Wanner did well. Yin Chuan praised. Meow. Princess Wanner did well. Meow chimed in with a smile. Of course. Princess Wanner hugged Meow. She lovingly stroked Meow's fur. Yin Chuan looked at the sky. It's almost time. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Almost what? Zhao Afang asked. When the 4 realms merge, only the western outer continent is left. Yin Chuan frowned. Most of the 4 realms had merged. The netherworld had long since merged, leaving only the western outer continent in the Yang realm. Once it merged, the 4 realms would completely merge. When the 4 realms merge, fate will appear. Zhao Afang's expression was complicated. Father, why not wait? Let's not merge the last western outer continent. Princess Wanner said worriedly. It's no use. Even if I don't merge them, fate will forcefully merge them when the time comes. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Oh, when we merge the continents, if we don't do it, fate will do it. We merge ahead of time in order to cater to our own rhythm. But we can't stop it. Yin Chuan frowned. Oh. Princess Wanner frowned and sighed. Yin Chuan's expression suddenly darkened as he looked to the west. Boom! A loud sound of something breaking through the air, accompanied by a strong wind, swept across the eastern sea. Yin Chuan looked over and saw Wu Jiong flying over from the west. Wu Jiong. Yin Chuan's expression darkened. Quickly, Yin Chuan flew to the skyward palace. Before Wu Jiong arrived, a strong aura had already swept across Xianyang. A large number of officials gathered from all directions. Meow, what's going on? Meow asked curiously. Boom! A strong wind swept across Xianyang, and Xianyang's array was quickly activated. Ha ha! Wu Jiong's laughter came from outside the city. He waved his hand. Boom! A huge golden palm print suddenly appeared and crashed into Xianyang's array. Crash! Countless arrays in Xianyang shattered. Against the 18 levels of heaven, these arrays were extremely weak. The huge aura suppressed countless commoners, making them unable to raise their heads. Yin Chuan's expression darkened as he struck out with his palm. Boom! Under the huge force, the void was torn apart, and a loud sound shook the 9 heavens. Under Yin Chuan's protection, Xianyang was able to remain unharmed. However, Yin Chuan was shocked by the exchange of palms just now. Wu Jiong, 18 levels of heaven, Yin Chuan said in surprise. Whoosh! Yin Chuan flew out of Xianyang City and stood in midair. He looked coldly at Wu Jiong, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. How long had it been? How did Wu Jiong's strength suddenly become so strong? 18 levels of heaven. He jumped 2 levels of heaven in a row. As expected of the first emperor, you are still so fierce. Wu Jiong said coldly. Wu Jiong, what are you doing? In the war between the 2 dynasties, everyone will rely on their own means. Why? You are no match for them. So you want to do it yourself? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. So what if I do it myself? Yin Chuan, I have never been so deceived. Shangwan Wanera, I trusted her in vain. Today, I am here to kill Shangwan Wan, and vent the hatred in my heart, Wu Jiong said with a ferocious expression. Wu Jiong, are you crazy? Yin Chuan looked at Wu Jiong in surprise. Chapter 1599. Wu Jiong, are you crazy? Yin Chuan looked at Wu Jiong in surprise. Had Wu Jiong gone crazy? He was still in Xianyang, but she had come here to cause trouble? Yin Chuan could see that Wu Jiong was surrounded by 18 colors. Even if she was at the 18th heaven, she shouldn't have come here just to settle a personal grudge. Moreover, he was still in Xianyang, and both of his bodies were at the 18th heaven. Crazy? Ha ha! Wu Jiong laughed. Wu Jiong had indeed gone crazy. Who could remain calm when they knew they were about to die? At this moment, Wu Jiong only wanted to go crazy and vent the endless depression in her heart. Since birth, she had been protected like a bird in a cage. She could only watch as her husband died, but she could not do anything. She could only continue to pretend that she did not know and continue to face people coldly. Great Tao dragon form, Wu Jiong shouted and struck at Xianyang. The energy palm turned into a dragon claw with a domineering aura. Bastard! Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with anger. Boom! He met Wu Jiong's palm and exchanged a heavy blow. The void was torn apart, and the stars in the starry sky trembled. The entire true dragon territory shook violently. Under the palm, Wu Jiong retreated slightly. In terms of palm power, Yin Chuan was slightly stronger. Only slightly stronger? Yin Chuan raised his brows. How did Wu Jiong's strength suddenly increase so much? She was almost on par with the Tomb Immortal King. Yin Chuan did not know that Wu Jiong's strength was the Tomb Immortal King's strength. Boom! Yin Chuan punched again, forcing Wu Jiong off the ground and toward the starry sky. So what if it's the first emperor? Break! Wu Jiong shouted. Boom! 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 The two peerless powerhouses fought quickly. Waves of explosions shook the world. The Tomb Immortal King, who was flying halfway, looked into the distance in shock. Is Wu Jiong's brain damaged? The Tomb Immortal King said in shock. In the Eastern Territory, the Lotus Goddess stood in the square of the Eastern Palace and looked at the starry sky. How did Wu Jiong suddenly become so strong? The Lotus Goddess said in surprise. Outer North Continent. Zhongshan looked at the battle in the distance. Qin First Emperor is fighting Wu Ziqian? Huh. Zhongshan laughed out loud. Zhongshan was not worried about Yin Chuan. He only felt that the scene was a little strange. Rumble. The battle in the starry skies continued. Yin Chuan won against Wu Jiong, but not by much. The two of them gradually entered the starry sky during the great battle. Gradually, they were forced into Limitless by Yin Chuan. Sha Di, Zhongshan, and the other peerless experts all rushed into Wuji to watch the shocking battle. Within the great Qin city, zombie Yin Chuan deeply breathed in and also entered the world of the living. He then rushed into the sky and entered Limitless. Zombie Yin Chuan didn't interfere. He just watched from afar with a strange look in his eyes. Great Emperor, is Wu Jiong out of his mind? Sha Di asked blankly. Zombie Yin Chuan shook his head, unable to figure it out. Wu Jiong wouldn't become stronger for no reason, nor would he be so reckless. But Zombie Yin Chuan's expression was complicated. Boom! Boom! After fighting for a while in Limitless, Yin Chuan fiercely suppressed Wu Jiong. The more Wu Jiong fought, the more irritated he became. Wu Jiong, what are you doing? The great Zhou realm has already lost. Give up. Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. No, teacher. Wu Jiong shouted unwillingly. Teacher? Zombie Yin Chuan's expression changed. Hongjun? Hongjun asked Wu Jiong to attack. What was he going to do? Wu Jiong didn't call Hongjun, but Hongjun's thoughts suddenly appeared in Wu Jiong's mind. If you can't beat him, just revive your previous life and collect all the merits in the world for your own use. Then, you can defeat Yin Chuan. Hongjun's voice suddenly entered Wu Jiong's mind. A virtuous venerate? Wu Jiong's face fell. Wu Jiong knew about his previous life. His strength had increased, but he hadn't revived his previous life's consciousness. This was because Wu Jiong knew that once the consciousness of his previous life was born, it would have an impact on his current life. At this moment, he was being suppressed by Yin Chuan. How could he vent his feelings freely? Roar! Wu Jiong roared. Immediately, endless golden light burst out and broke free from Yin Chuan's attack. Buzz! Rays of yellow light suddenly emitted from Wu Jiong's body. As the yellow light spread, his body suddenly emitted a series of crisp, cracking sounds. Crack! 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 It was as if the sealed memories of his previous life had been revived. Buzz! Countless merits appeared around Wu Jiong in an instant. Merits of the world, return! Wu Jiong shouted. Boom! In the world of the living and the world of the netherworld, countless merits surged and gathered toward Wuji. Roar! In Xianyang City, the golden dragon of merits roared and rushed into the sky. Roar! In the outer North Continent, the surging merits turned into a giant dragon and rushed into the sky. Roar! In Luoyang City, merits surged and instantly soared into the sky. It was the Eastern sect. At this moment, countless merits suddenly rushed into the sky above Lotus Goddess's head. Lotus Goddess's expression changed. Don't interfere. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Lotus Goddess's ears. Master? Lotus Goddess looked at Dongfang Hall, not far away in surprise. The door of the hall did not open, but Dongfang Booby's voice sounded. Yes, Lotus Goddess replied. After thinking for a moment, Lotus Goddess also rushed into Wuji with the merits. Rumble. Merits surged in from all directions. A crystalline figure suddenly appeared around Wu Jiong. The crystal slowly condensed into Wu Jiong's body. In my previous life, our consciousnesses fused. I don't ask for much. Follow me and fight Yin Chuan. Wu Jiong shouted. As you wish. A voice sounded. Buzz. The crystal entered Wu Jiong's body. In an instant, countless merits rushed into Wu Jiong's body. Roar, 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 rumble. As the merits surged in, Wu Jiong's aura became stronger and stronger. The countless merits instantly caused Wu Jiong's strength to soar. In an instant, countless auspicious clouds appeared around Wuji. Even though they were melted by Wuji, they continued to increase. In the blink of an eye, they formed a sea of auspicious clouds that enveloped Yin Chuan and Wu Jiong. Virtuous heaven and earth. Wu Jiong let out a loud roar as countless dragon-shaped phantoms surrounded his body. He slammed his palm towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's face darkened as he struck back. Boom! The two palms collided, and Yin Chuan was immediately sent flying. Wu Jiong's strength had more than doubled. Almost all the merits in the world were absorbed into Wu Jiong's body. The surging power caused the expressions of the people in the distance to change drastically. Even the human Yin Chuan was forced to retreat. However, this was not the key. The key was that the grand virtuous venerate had appeared, and fate had discovered it again. Zombie Yin Chuan suddenly shouted from afar, Zhongshan, begin. In the distance, Zhongshan's expression changed. He turned around and charged into the sky. Boom! The vast will of fate rushed toward Yin Chuan again. Hum! The human Yin Chuan fell into a coma. Zombie Yin Chuan suddenly stepped on the four arch altars. Because there was no resistance, Zombie Yin Chuan did not grow a second head. His eyes glowed with 19 colors as fate suddenly looked at the reincarnation of the grand virtuous venerate, Wu Jiong. Boom! Fate was suddenly right in front of him. At this moment, Wu Jiong and the grand virtuous venerate's consciousnesses were quickly merging. Both of them were at level 18, so the merging of their consciousnesses was slightly slower. Grand virtuous venerate, have you forgotten my warning? How dare you awaken? Fate said coldly. In the distance, Lotus God's expression changed. Fate actually had its own logic, which meant that half of its consciousness had recovered. The surging merits had already entered its body. Wu Jiong and the Grand Virtuous Venerate's consciousnesses merged. Before the two consciousnesses could answer, Wu Jiong's mouth moved by itself. Fate, if you want to fight, then let's fight. The sudden voice startled Wu Jiong and the Grand Virtuous Venerate. They did not speak, so why did they speak? There was still a consciousness controlling his body. Wu Jiong's consciousness suddenly trembled. It was his teacher. It was Hongjun. Even coming to find Yin Chuan to vent was part of Hongjun's plan. Did he do it on purpose? The Grand Virtuous Venerate's consciousness also knew that the situation was not right, so it quickly merged with Wu Jiong. The arch altar suddenly appeared under Wu Jiong's feet. It was as though Wu Jiong was mobilizing the power of the arch altar. Fate Master was astonished when he saw this. The arch altar was his power. Had the Grand Virtuous Venerate gone mad? Was he mobilizing his power to deal with him? In Yin Chuan's sea of consciousness, looking at the vast chaos sea, Fate's net covered all the fate charts of the common people and connected them. Yin Chuan's consciousness spread out along the Fate's net. At the same time, in Xianyang City, silver-eyed, Yin Chuan stepped out of the hall. Meow, Butterfly Queen, it's about to begin. Prepare your divine abilities. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan said. The Butterfly Queen looked at silver-eyed Yin Chuan with a strange look in her eyes. Our second divine ability is the fusion of fate energy. The human Yin Chuan and the zombie Yin Chuan will fuse. Aren't you going to fuse with them? I'm different. I'm just a lifeless soul. I'm not as important as the two main bodies. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan shook his head. All right. The Butterfly Queen nodded. At this moment, the entire machine of Dejun began to operate quickly. Following silver-eyed Yin Chuan's instructions, Li Si, Lu Buwei, and the other officials quickly got to work. Inform all the city lords and citizens to prepare to cooperate with the Arch and gather power. Yifeng ordered. Yes, outside the North Continent, at the entrance of the Hall of Immortality. Inform all the people to prepare to cooperate with Great Jun's Yin Chuan and pray for the well-being of the common people. Zhongshan ordered. Yes, at the entrance of the Hall of Immortality, countless officials also got to work. Fate had reappeared. He only had one chance. The chance was fleeting. In Wuji, Fate looked at the unconscious human Yin Chuan not far away. Under the human Yin Chuan's feet, there were 4 large sacrificial altars. At this moment, Fate was standing on 4 large sacrificial altars and 1 large sacrificial altars. Have you gathered all my things? Fine, since they're all here, let's fuse. Fate shouted. Boom! The human Yin Chuan was quickly sucked in and arrived in front of Fate in the blink of an eye. The large sacrificial altars were also rapidly expanding. In an instant, it expanded to 10,000 miles. Boom! 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 3 loud noises. The 9 large sacrificial altars fused into one. It turned into a super huge circular altar. Fate, the human Yin Chuan, and Wu Jiong stood on 3 sides of the altar. However, the human Yin Chuan was unconscious because Fate was facing the newly awakened, the arch sacrificial altars. Chapter 1600. The vast chaos sea was incomparably vast. Yin Chuan's consciousness spread out with all his might. After a while, he barely managed to spread it out. The moment it spread out, Yin Chuan connected to the Tsang life lattice. Yin Chuan's consciousness turned solemn. On the other side, the huge arch altar merged into one. Fate looked coldly at Wu Jiong opposite him. Wu Jiong and the virtuous supremacy's consciousnesses quickly merged. After the fusion, they were extremely shocked. That was because they suddenly realized that their consciousnesses could not control their bodies. His body was completely under the control of a special consciousness. Teacher, Hongjun, what are you trying to do? Wu Jiong's consciousness roared. It was Hongjun's consciousness that had taken over Wu Jiong's body. Even though Wu Jiong and the virtuous supremacy had merged and their strength was monstrous, they were still lacking when facing Hongjun. How can such an expert be born in the third epoch? Hongjun, Wu Jiong's consciousness said in shock. The strongest person in the third epoch was the former Kong Huangtian. However, in the face of Hongjun's strength, what was Kong Huangtian's cultivation level? No, even a Nether River Patriarch wasn't so exaggerated, right? How strong was Hongjun? Fate, I've recovered, but you've only recovered halfway. Why? Do you think you can stop me? Wu Jiong said coldly. However, this was Hongjun controlling Wu Jiong's body to speak. In Fate's eyes, it was the virtuous supremacy who spoke. Ah, ignorant worm. Fate shouted coldly. On the other side, Hongjun was waiting, and Fate was also preparing to attack. At this moment, Fate's expression suddenly changed. This was because Fate suddenly heard a voice. I am Yin Chuan. All living beings of the world. The four realms are about to merge. Fate has reappeared, wanting to destroy all living beings. All the heroes came one after another, but they could not stop Fate's strength. They died one after another. The apocalypse is coming. I, Yin Chuan, am not talented, but I am willing to use my strength to resist Fate. Unfortunately, Fate is strong, and Yin Chuan is weak. Common people, this battle is related to all living beings and dead spirits in this world. Perhaps you have some wishes, some hatred, and some love in your heart, but at this moment, I ask all living beings and dead spirits to help me. Help me become the strongest. Help me destroy Fate. After this battle, I, Yin Chuan, am willing to return peace to the world. What you have given me today, I will repay you 100-fold in the future. Common people, I need the power of your birth charts. I beg you to release the lock on your heart. If I win, all of you will live together. If I lose, all of you will die. All of your love and hatred will turn into nothingness. Perhaps it's just a bit short of your strength, just a bit short of your strength, and everything will be for naught, just a bit short of your strength. Common people, release the shackles on your hearts and give me the power of your birth charts. Boom! Yin Chuan's voice was transmitted to all living beings in the world through the net of Fate. In an instant, almost everyone heard Yin Chuan's voice. Whether it was the world of the living, the netherworld, the Great Zhun, the Great Zhou, or the Great Qian, as long as one had a birth chart, they all heard Yin Chuan's voice. In the Great Zhun dynasty, the people's eyes were filled with determination. Almost everyone shouted, I'm willing, I'm willing, I'm willing. The surging power quickly passed through the net of Fate to Yin Chuan's birth charts. The serpents, monolith, dragons, phoenixes, and other major races all released the shackles on their hearts, allowing Yin Chuan to absorb their birth charts. The surging power of birth charts surged out quickly. With the help of the officials of the Great Zhun dynasty, the Great Zhun dynasty was the fastest. Then, it was the people under Zhongshan's command. Subjects of the world, please open your hearts. I, Zhongshan, swear on my reputation that Yin Chuan is telling the truth. Please cooperate. Zhongshan said. His voice reverberated throughout the world. Immediately, the people under Zhongshan's command cooperated and quickly released the shackles on their hearts. In an instant, countless miserable cries rang from all directions. Waves of birth charts were extracted, causing endless weakness. Many people were not used to it for a while. However, under the efforts of Yin Chuan and Zhongshan, the people gritted their teeth and continued to release their birth charts. In the Great Zhou realm in the Western continent, amid the chaos of war, countless people were confused. Was it true? Was the apocalypse coming? For a time, the people quickly relaxed. Although not everyone relaxed, there was still a large number of people. Yin Chuan had ordered the people to spread the news, allowing them to know how terrifying Fate was. Now that they had a chance, if they did not pay the price, they might be wiped out immediately. Although some people did not like Yin Chuan, they did not reject him at this moment. Waves of power flowed through the net of Fate and surged toward Yin Chuan's birth charts. The eyes of the grave immortal king and the others widened in surprise. Extracting the power of birth charts? What's Yin Chuan doing? Is he going to fight against fate as well? The grave immortal king said in surprise. Patriarch, what should we do? The grave immortal king asked. Borrow his power, the grave immortal king said resolutely. Although he had a grudge against Yin Chuan, the grave immortal king immediately stood on the same side in the face of fate. Rumble, surging power rushed toward Yin Chuan's birth charts. The power of the two Yin Chuan was increasing crazily. On the great emperor's altar, Wu Jiang's consciousness was also slightly stunned. Yin Chuan is using the power of birth charts. Wu Jiang's consciousness was surprised. Hong Jun's consciousness also said in surprise, the power of birth charts? Yin Chuan is good at tricks, but he has disrupted my plan. Well, I still have a backup plan. This time, I'll help you once. The most shocking thing was Fate. Fate listened to this voice in surprise. What was going on? Yin Chuan was actually using his net of fate to mobilize the power of birth charts? Bastard! Fate shouted. His consciousness instantly rushed into the chaos sea, wanting to stop Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan was no longer silent. Roar! With a ferocious expression, Yin Chuan's consciousness rushed out and collided with Fate's consciousness. The flame of hope was ignited again. He had succeeded once in the past, and this time, he was prepared and needed greater success. Boom! Yin Chuan's consciousness and Fate's consciousness collided. In the distance, the human Yin Chuan's eyes were a little empty, but his powerful will made the human Yin Chuan move closer to the zombie Yin Chuan. Rumble! The power of birth charts gathered, forming surging divine flames around the two of them. Yin Chuan's strength had reached a terrifying level due to the boundless power of Tsang's life force. The entire Great Emperor's altar seemed to be trembling. Yin Chuan's consciousness and half of Fate's consciousness seemed to be locked in a stalemate. At this moment, in Xianyang Pass, Fate, 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 go to Wuji and assist the main body, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Roar, roar, roar. The golden dragon of Fate, the golden dragon of Fate, and the golden dragon of Fate quickly rushed into the sky and rushed towards Wuji. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan personally led Miao and the butterfly queen towards Wuji. In the blink of an eye, the great Qin city of the Netherworld and Xianyang city of the Yang world rushed towards Wuji. Outer North Continent. My great 1,000 realms of fate, fate, and fate, follow me to Wuji. Zhong Shan shouted. Roar! 10,000 dragons rushed towards the 9 heavens. At the entrance of Taiji Palace, the world shook. Fate, fate, and fate seemed to have sensed something. The wills of the great Qi Supremes, great Tao Supremes, and great Force Supremes also slowly moved towards Wuji. The officials wanted to stop him, but no one was able to do so. The entire world was summoned by Yin Chuan's call of borrowing power. All the power in the world quickly gathered towards Wuji. It gathered towards the huge Great Emperor's altar. On the Great Emperor's altar, inside Wu Jiang's body, Hong Jun said, Wu Jiang, enter Yin Chuan's body and fight against fate. Wu Jiang, you know what I'm thinking. The great virtuous supremes should be willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the world. Go, I'll help you enter Yin Chuan's body. Hong Jun said calmly. Boom! Wu Jiang's consciousness rushed towards the zombie Yin Chuan. The two Yin Chuan were already surrounded by surging power. Gradually, 2 gigantic birth charts appeared. They were the life chart and the death chart. The 2 birth charts seemed to be slowly fusing together. The 2 Yin Chuans were also fusing together. Endless energy assisted the 2 Yin Chuans fusing. However, it was still not enough. Roar! The consciousness of fate roared. As the situation worsened, the consciousness of fate also quickly awakened. The original half was now increasing rapidly. The Great Emperor's altar under their feet was surging with surging power, preventing the 2 Yin Chuan from merging. The Yin Chuan was also struggling. Although it carried endless hope, fate was still number 1 in the world. As more and more consciousness of fate awakened, it became more and more strenuous. Boom! Suddenly, Wu Jiong's consciousness surged over and attacked the consciousness of fate. Great virtuous supremes. The consciousness of fate shouted in shock. In an instant, surging consciousnesses collided. On the great emperor's altar, the two Yin Chuan and Wu Jiong stood still. Although they looked calm, in the depths of their consciousness, there were countless battles going on. At this time, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan, Miao Miao, Butterfly Empress, and Zhongshan appeared once again. Carrying the world's fortune, and Tao, they rushed towards the great monarch altar. Zhongshan, Miao, Butterfly Queen, we need you to protect them, Intong Yin Chuan said. Don't worry. Zhongshan nodded. Along with surging luck, they rushed towards the great emperor altar. Roar, roar, roar. Thousands of dragons roared, and all kinds of energy from the first era surged towards the two Yin Chuan. Rumble. The great emperor's altar suddenly sensed that there were intruders and surged with surging power. Suppress. Zhongshan roared. Immediately, everyone was protected. The two Yin Chuans were getting closer and closer to each other. The power of life helped the two of them fuse together. Their life force and death force fused together once again. In the sea of consciousness, fate was gradually blocked. Bastard. Fate was furious. More consciousnesses were awakening. A power that was beyond his control caused the half-awakened fate to be at a loss. Beside him, Wu Jiong, who was occupied by Hong Jun, was watching quietly. Wake up. You only have this much consciousness. Just a little more. Fate, wake up. I'll wait for you. Hong Jun's voice came faintly. Hong Jun's eyes were filled with strong confidence. He was not afraid of fate and hoped that fate would wake up. It was as if everything was under his control. Chapter 1601. Roar. The two Yin Chuans roared. Under the infusion of the power of life, Yin Chuans will finally valiantly wrenched back his body. The two Yin Chuan drew close and opened their eyes almost at the same time. Boom! The huge tremor caused fate, which was constantly recovering, to be startled. Flesh worm. Fate suddenly roared. This person was actually able to break free from his restraints. How is this possible? Fate wanted to suppress Yin Chuan again, but Wu Jiong's consciousness was also in Yin Chuan's body and was dragging on fate. Yin Chuan took back the initiative and quickly continued to fuse the two bodies together. Surging power surged out. The common people continued to gather power, and Yin Chuan's power grew stronger and stronger. This was a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas and destroy the world. The powerful force helped Yin Chuan break through to the 19th layer of heaven. However, the 19th heaven was too difficult. Even if he borrowed the power of the masses, the two Yin Chuan could not merge. Surges of fortune, and fortune gathered toward Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was anxious, and fate was even more anxious. It controlled the life and death of all living beings in the world, but at this moment, it was actually being suppressed by a nobody that it didn't take seriously. This was such an absurd thing, but it was also a fact. More and more of fate's consciousnesses were awakening. However, he was incapable of suppressing Yin Chuan. Wu Jiong's consciousnesses were even stronger, and fate was growing more and more irritated. Am I trapped in this place? Preposterous! Fate shouted angrily. In his anger, fate suddenly turned around and looked at Wu Jiong's consciousness. Great virtuous senior, how dare you? How dare you? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Fate shouted. Help me? Haha, it's already too late. Haven't you noticed that Yin Chuan is getting stronger and stronger? You will be trapped here forever. Wu Jiong said coldly. Sleepy? No, not trapped. That's because the great emperor's altar, apart from Yin Chuan, also has you. You have also been taken over by my great emperor's altar. In other words, if I can parasitize Yin Chuan, I can also parasitize you. Fate coldly said. Wu Jiong's consciousness suddenly froze. Originally, it would have been difficult to parasitize you, but now that your consciousness is connected to this place, it's much more convenient for me. I've recovered 3/4 of my consciousness, so I can wipe out your consciousness and follow the connection to your body. When that happens, everyone will die. Flesh worms, all flesh worms in the world, I wanted to wait a little longer to get rid of you, but now none of you will live. Fate said savagely, destroy my consciousness and seize my body. Wu Jiong's consciousness suddenly froze. Ah, die for me. Fate shouted. Boom. A super heavy attack rushed straight into Wu Jiong's consciousness. Although Wu Jiong was strong, he was powerless against Fate's all-out attack. It was quickly suppressed and melted. Destroy my consciousness and seize my body? Seize my body? Haha. Teacher, you're really meticulous. Everything is under your control. Wu Jiong let out a final sigh. Boom. Wu Jiong's consciousness was instantly crushed by Fate. Buzz. His Fate consciousness trembled violently as it followed a line that connected to Wu Jiong's body. Yin Xuan took back his body, but he still left a part of his consciousness in his sea of consciousness to witness the grand virtuous venerate sacrifice. Fate's consciousness slowly disappeared, but because Yin Xuan was connected to Tsang's vitality, Yin Xuan's consciousness was connected to Fate's net. Fate's net disappeared from Yin Xuan's sea of consciousness and entered Wu Jiong's body. At this moment, Yin Xuan's consciousness was connected to Wu Jiong's consciousness. Therefore, there was a sliver of connection to Yin Xuan's consciousness. Wu Jiong's consciousness was wiped out by Fate. In that instant, the grand virtuous venerate's consciousness was destroyed, and Wu Jiong's body was gradually taken over by Fate. Yin Xuan knew that this was the most dangerous moment, because he would have to face Fate head-on. Quick, quick, quick! Yin Xuan was anxious. He hoped that the fusion would be faster, but he didn't have enough common life power. Fate, Providence, Fortune, I'm still short of merit. I'm still short of merit. Yin Xuan was anxious. Boom! Suddenly, countless merit overflowed from Wu Jiong's body and exploded. It was mixed with Fate, Fortune, and Fortune. Not far away, Zhongshan's eyes narrowed. Wu Jiong is dead. With that, Zhongshan immediately rushed forward with Meow and Butterfly Queen. Okay, everything is complete. Butterfly Queen, Meow, I'll protect you. You two help Yin Xuan break through. Zhongshan shouted. Meow. Meow answered. Immediately, Meow and Butterfly Queen spat out 2 silver-white rays of light. Boom! The rays of light shot into the surrounding Fate, Fortune, Providence, and Merit. The 4 types of energy were quickly fusing into Yin Xuan's body and becoming Providence. Rumble! In an instant, the 2 Yin Xuan shone with dazzling 19 colored rays of light. Quick, quick, quick! Yin Xuan said worriedly. The fusion would take some time, which was enough time for Fate's consciousness to fully awaken. Was this the final battle? Yin Xuan's eyes were filled with determination. On the other side, Fate's consciousness entered Wu Jiong's body. Rumble! Although Wu Jiong was overflowing with merit, his aura was rapidly growing. Yin Xuan? You must die. Common life? You must die too. My consciousness is about to fully awaken. My consciousness. Fate said coldly. Rumble! The entire world was shaking. Fate was fully awakened, and a vast force shook the world. Lotus God, Grave Immortal King, Sha Di, and the other experts were all shocked. The world was shaking? Between heaven and earth, the 3,000 heavenly Daos were also shaking, and the entire world was brewing a destructive aura. All the people in the world were praying. They prayed that Yin Xuan would be able to overcome Fate, because at this moment, everyone realized that if Yin Xuan were to be defeated, then the common people would be completely destroyed. Dongfang Palace. Dongfang Bubi slowly walked out of the palace. He stood on the square and looked at the starry sky. His eyes pierced through the world and saw Wuji. Has Fate's consciousness completely awakened? Fate? Dongfang Bubi frowned. The most powerful existence in the world had completely awakened? In Wuji. Fate took over Wu Jiong's body and shone with 19 colored rays of light. Among the 19 colored rays of light, there was a faint 20-colored ray of light. Fate was completely awakened, and a will to destroy everything came out of his body. On the other side, Yin Chuan had not finished fusing, and he was very anxious. Yin Chuan? Die! Fate roared. In Fate's consciousness, he threw a punch at Yin Chuan. However, a strange scene happened. Fate's fist did not come out, and his body was motionless. What? Fate's face changed. Why couldn't he control his body? The great emperor altar under his feet suddenly surged with power into his body, but he still could not move. Fate suddenly had a bad feeling. He carefully sensed his body, and suddenly he felt a will again. Who are you? Fate was surprised. I'm Hong Jun. A voice sounded. Fate gradually saw the appearance of an old man. At this moment, the old man was sitting on Fate's net. Sitting on Fate's net, a green aura spread out in all directions. Unlike Yin Chuan's consciousness that was attached to Fate's net, the green aura under Hong Jun's seat seemed to be freezing Fate's net. Hong Jun? That Hong Jun who died long ago? You're alive again? Fate was surprised. In order to lure you into a trap, I set up a trap for 2 eras. Hong Jun's voice sounded again. Trap? You mean this body? Fate was surprised. Hong Jun nodded. Haha, you want to trap me with this body? Fate was shocked and angry. You can try, Hong Jun said softly. Boom, boom. Fate quickly controlled his body, but at this moment his body was motionless and could not be mobilized at all. Fate's consciousness covers the world. Previously, when you were in Yin Chuan's body, you could have escaped unscathed even if the virtuous venerate did not reside in it. Unfortunately, now that all your consciousness has entered this body, there is no escape. Hong Jun said indifferently. You think you can destroy me with just a flesh worm? Fate said coldly. I don't want to destroy you. Indeed, I can't destroy you now, but I can control you. I can use this body to control you. From now on, you will become my puppet. You will benefit the world with me, said Hong Jun indifferently. You control me? Fate was about to explode in anger. No one had ever dared to do this to him. Even the peerless experts of the first epoch were at his mercy. However, the person in front of him wanted to refine him into a puppet. He was too arrogant. Boom! Fate was struggling like a raging river. However, this body seemed to be specially made for Fate. At this moment, Hong Jun completely restrained him. Power of the heavenly Tao, follow my command. Fate shouted. He wanted to mobilize 3,000 heavenly energy to break through the seal. It's useless. Although you can mobilize the power of 3,000 heavenly laws, you don't understand that time here is different from the outside world. One day outside is 10,000 years inside. You can enjoy the taste of being a puppet. Hong Jun said coldly. As he spoke, the Fate net beneath him was completely covered by the green energy. At this moment, Fate was trapped in a small space by Hong Jun. He could not resist at all. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break out. That's impossible. Why? Hong Jun, how can you trap me? Fate roared in shock. Although you have the 20th colored light, you have not reached the 20th heaven. You are at the peak of the 19th heaven, and I am also at the 19th heaven. If we were outside, I would not be able to trap you or even defeat you. However, in this jar, you are already powerless to reverse the situation. Hong Jun said indifferently. At this moment, Yin Chuan's wisp of consciousness quietly retreated. Or rather, Hong Jun deliberately let it go. Yin Chuan's wisp of consciousness, which retreated, was shocked. Fate, the enemy of the world, had become a beast in Hong Jun's cage? Hong Jun of the 19th heaven? Did he control Fate just like that? Control? Yin Chuan was completely stunned as he merged with the countless energies. Chapter 1602. The whole world was waiting for the news of Yin Chuan's battle against Fate. The empresses also stayed in Xianying to wait for the news. It was not that they did not want to watch Yin Chuan fight, but they were worried that they would distract Yin Chuan. The girls waited patiently. The Empress Lu'er looked anxious. How is it? Lu'er looked at Zhao Fong and the others. The girls shook their heads, not knowing the result. The world was shaken, and everyone was anxious. Lu'er bit her lip. Suddenly, a voice entered her ears. Lu'er. It was a gentle female voice. Who is it? Lu'er was slightly stunned. The Empresses also looked at Lu'er strangely. My son Lu'er. The voice sounded again. Hearing the voice, Lu'er suddenly felt a sense of benevolence. And Mother, Lu'er said in surprise. Mother? The great Phoenix Supreme? Mother, who had transformed into the 72 paths of reincarnation? The Empresses also looked at Lu'er in surprise. Lu'er, although you don't have the talent of an Empress, you are still my flesh and blood. You have my purest bloodline. I have transformed into reincarnation, and I know everything in the world. The great Phoenix Supreme's voice sounded. Mother, are you going to be reborn? Lu'er asked in surprise. No, it's still early. If I am reborn, all my efforts will be in vain. Lu'er, I have sensed Wuji's matter, but I can't interfere. You should go and help Yin Chuan. The great Phoenix Supreme's voice sounded. Me? I want to go, but Mother, I'm only at the 13th heaven. I can't help. Lu'er said with an aggrieved expression. The 13th heaven is enough. Once you collect the Supreme Phoenixes, you can mobilize all my power. Hongjuan's plan is huge. If it was in the third epoch, he would definitely win. Unfortunately, there is a flaw. No one can stop it. I can only rely on you. Lu'er, Yin Chuan is about to face death. Are you willing to help him? The great Phoenix Supreme's voice sounded. I'm willing. Mother, what should I do? Lu'er asked immediately. Gather the honorable phoenixes and refine them into your eggshell. Mobilize my power. There are 5 with Mo Yushi and 1 with the honorable mighty phoenix. I will guide you to your location. The great Phoenix Supreme's voice sounded. Yes, yes. Lu'er said immediately. Lu'er immediately turned to look at Mo Yushi, who was still in doubt. Just now, my mother sent me a voice transmission. Sister Yushi, my husband is in danger. Please help me. Lu'er said anxiously. Danger? Mo Yushi immediately became anxious. How? Mo Yushi asked anxiously. I want the Supreme Dark Phoenix, the Supreme Thunder Phoenix, the Supreme Fire Phoenix, the Supreme Ice Phoenix, and the Supreme Blue one. I want it fast. Lu'er said. It can save Yin Chuan. Mo, she asked in surprise. Mother said it's okay, but these 5 were given to you by my husband. Lu'er stuttered. Mo, she did not hesitate and quickly opened her chest. Buzz. Within Mo Yushi's body, 5 rays of light instantly blossomed with a dazzling radiance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 5 balls of light slowly emerged from Mo Yushi's body. When they emerged, Mo Yushi's entire body became extremely weak. However, she did not complain at all. Whoosh! Lu'er quickly took out 2 eggshells and combined them into a huge egg. It was the huge egg that Lu'er had hatched. The 5 light balls quickly poured into the eggshells. Buzz! Mo Yushi felt weak, as if she was about to fall. Zhao Afong quickly stepped forward and supported Mo Yushi. Boom! In the starry sky, the Shah Di suddenly returned. When he returned, the Shah Di's expression changed drastically because he heard a voice. Apart from fate, the most powerful person in the first era? The Shah Di flew down and was still extremely shocked. In the past, the great Qi master who created the Shah Di had to bow to the great Phoenix Supreme. The great Phoenix Supreme transformed into 72 paths of reincarnation, allowing all living beings to be resurrected and accumulating the foundation of the world. She could be said to be a great benefactor of all living beings. Why did she suddenly summon him at this moment? The Shah Di quickly arrived at Xianyang. Empress Lu'er, the great Phoenix Supreme, sent me a voice transmission and asked me to come, the Shah Di said solemnly. Lu'er took in 5 great phoenixes. She looked at the Shah Di and said, My mother said that she will guide us to find the last great Phoenix Supreme. Thank you. It's my pleasure, the Shah Di said solemnly. Suddenly, a direction appeared in their hearts. Empress, let's go, the Shadi said. He flicked his sleeve and took Lu to the west. The Shadi worked very hard and moved extremely fast. Soon, they arrived at the Middle Sky Continent. In the Middle Sky Continent, the Mu clan felt the shaking of the world and was also shocked at this moment. At the request of the Mu clan also lent their strength to Yin Chuan. Even though there was hatred, the Mu clan also knew what the general trend was when facing fate. They were united against the outside world. Patriarch, haha, we are weak. Let's rest for a while before leaving. The Mu clan skeleton said with a wry smile. Boom! Before the Mu clan immortal king could speak, a gust of wind suddenly appeared. The Shadi arrived with Empress Lu. The Mu clan immortal king's face darkened. His current strength was not comparable to the Shadi's. The Mu clan immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy. However, the Shadi did not speak at this moment. Instead, Lu took a step forward. Lu saw that everyone was weak and immediately understood the reason. On behalf of my husband, Lu thanks everyone for your generosity. Lu bowed solemnly to everyone. Empress of Great Jun, what do you want? The Mu clan immortal king said in a deep voice. Lu took a deep breath and said, my mother said that the great Phoenix Supreme is in the hands of the Mu clan skeleton. My mother wants me to take it back. Your mother? Everyone's eyelids twitched. Others might not know much about Lu's identity, but the Mu clan, who cultivated in the Samsara era, knew very well. The most powerful person in the first era, the Great Phoenix Supreme. The Great Phoenix Supreme said that. The Mu clan skeleton shuddered. He looked at the Mu clan immortal king and saw that the Mu clan immortal king did not speak. He said solemnly, okay, I'll give it to you. The Mu clan skeleton did not dare to force it to stay and gradually forced the Great Phoenix Supreme out. Whoosh! The two eggshells sucked the Supreme Breeze Supreme into their bodies. Crack! The two eggshells perfectly merged into one. Mother, what do we do now? Lu asked curiously. Swallow them, and they will naturally merge into your body. You can use all of my power for once. The Great Phoenix Supreme's voice sounded. Oh! Under Lu's urging, the eggshells gradually became smaller until Lu opened her mouth and swallowed the eggshells. Lu's body suddenly bloomed with a vast light. Boom! The light was boundless and radiated in all directions. 19 colors? The Mu clan immortal king said in shock. Boom! 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 In all directions, samsara passages suddenly shot up into the sky, and the surrounding ground trembled. 72 samsara passages suddenly floated around Lu. The power of the void soared into the 9 heavens. In Wuji, Yin Chuan's consciousness retreated from Wu Jiong's body in shock. Hong Jun had actually trapped fate? Wasn't this too exaggerated? On the great emperor's altar, the two Yin Chuan quickly merged. Under Miao's and the butterfly queen's supernatural powers, fate, merit, fortune, and fortune were merged into one and turned into providence. Surging providence surged into the two Yin Chuan's bodies. Rumble. The two Yin Chuan's bodies were almost merged. The human body and the zombie body gradually merged into one, but there was still a strong repulsive force in his body. However, under the magical power of providence, the repulsive force slowly disappeared. Zhongshan protected Yin Chuan and Miao. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan saw the Shadi leave and also went toward the sky with a trace of curiosity. Rumble. Yin Chuan's fusion was becoming more and more successful. 18 colors of light burst out from his body, and vaguely, there was a 19th color light in the 18 colors. Miao, once Yin Chuan succeeds, it will be the 19th heaven, Miao said excitedly. Although Yin Chuan was shocked by Hongjuan's power, he was more concerned about himself at this moment. Boom! A huge force came from Yin Chuan's body. Yin Chuan broke free from the Great Emperor's altar. Yin Chuan finally broke free from the Great Emperor's altar. They continued to merge in the Wuji realm. On the other side, Wu Jiong's body. At this moment, Wu Jiong's consciousness was destroyed, and only Hong Jun was left to trap fate. No matter how fate struggled, he could not break free from the shackles. Hong Jun, you really surprised me. However, no one could trap me. Fate roared. As he roared, the skies suddenly burst into a dazzling light. 19 colors of light suddenly surged out from the sky and rushed toward the great emperor's altar. Buzz! The great emperor's altar surged with power again and rushed toward Wu Jiong's body. I am the soul of heaven and earth. When I am trapped, heaven and earth will naturally provide me with power to destroy this body. Fate said coldly. Hong Jun sat on the big net of fate. Your big net of fate has been frozen by me and can't contact heaven and earth. Only the 3,000 heavenly Daos can instinctively save you. Unfortunately, they can't save you, Hong Jun said indifferently. As he spoke, Hong Jun swung his horsetail whisk. Boom! 9 small balls suddenly flew out from heaven and earth and rushed toward Wu Jiong's body. One of them flew out from Yin Chuan's body. It was a small ball that led to the Purple Cloud Palace. Buzz! The 9 balls merged into one, and then suddenly trapped Wu Jiong's body and the great emperor's altar. Buzz! After entering the ball, the help from heaven and earth was immediately cut off. What? You cut off heaven and earth's help to me? How did you do it? Impossible. The 3,000 heavenly Daos instinctively saved me. How can you stop them? Fate said anxiously. Everything in heaven and earth is predestined. There are 50 predestined numbers, 49 predestined numbers, and one of the variables escapes. Hong Jun said indifferently. Here? Is this a world of variables? Fate suddenly said in surprise. I've already said that you can't escape. Everyone thinks that I can't subdue you. Unfortunately, I've disappointed everyone. You've already been drowned in variables. You're already powerless to reverse the situation. Fate, pay the price for your thoughts, Hong Jun said lightly. As he spoke, waves of green light enveloped Fate's consciousness. What are you doing? Fate's consciousness asked in surprise. Sleep. Let me control all your power and benefit the world, Hong Jun said indifferently. With a flick of his horsetail whisk, countless green lights surged toward Fate's consciousness. Zhongshan looked at Yin Chuan's real body not far away. The human Yin Chuan and the zombie Yin Chuan had merged into one. At this moment, providence filled his body and the power of life gathered. Yin Chuan's body emitted 18 colors of light. Within the light, the 19th color flashed as if it would bloom at any time. Yin Chuan had reached the most critical moment and could break through to the 19th heaven at any time. Zhongshan stood guard at the side. At the same time, he looked at a small golden ball not far away. Within the ball was the place where Zhongshan was born, Earth. To be precise, within the ball was the solar system, which was also the Purple Cloud Palace. Seeing the Purple Cloud Palace, Zhongshan understood that Hong Jun had made a move and trapped Fate within. Hong Jun, what a scheming person! Zhongshan exclaimed. Boom! Suddenly, the world in the distance trembled. Zhongshan turned his head to look, only to see that the 4 western outer continents were rapidly merging. 4 realms merging into one. Zhongshan's expression changed. Something big is going to happen. Zhongshan said with an ugly expression. When the 4 realms merged into one, heaven and earth would be perfect. At this moment, what would happen to Fate? Whoosh! Dongfang Bubi stepped into Wuji. Master, Lotus Goddess immediately flew over and said respectfully. Dongfang Bubi ignored her and stared at the golden ball in the distance cautiously. Under his vision, Dongfang Bubi seemed to be able to see everything inside. Boom! The 4 continents had completely merged into one. In an instant, countless rays of light were born in all directions. Dew fell from the sky. Countless auspicious clouds danced, and surging auspicious qi rushed in all directions. The essence qi of heaven and earth suddenly became several times richer. Countless people in the world were shocked. Boom! Above heaven and earth, endless light bloomed in an instant. The light had 20 colors and shone brightly. Heaven and earth are perfect, Lotus Goddess said in surprise. In the distance, Zhongshan's expression also sank. Heaven and earth were perfect? Where was the soul of heaven and earth? In the purple cloud palace, Wu Jiong's body stood on Mars. Hong Jun had gradually fallen into a deep sleep. The wheel of fate had 19 colors, and the 20th color flickered. All of a sudden, the 20th color shone brightly. Boom! The rolling light suddenly shone in all directions. In an instant, Wu Jiong's body bloomed with 20 colors. Heaven and earth are perfect. Hong Jun's expression sank. Ka. Fate's sleeping body bloomed with 20 colors. Gradually, a series of cracking sounds were heard. Fate slowly woke up. Whoosh! A series of long cries sounded. Fate was filled with shock and anger as it woke up. Rumble! Wu Jiong's body suddenly couldn't withstand the impact of this consciousness. A large number of cracks appeared. Hong Jun's expression changed. Replenish. Hong Jun waved his hand. Boom! Endless antimatter rushed over and quickly replenished Wu Jiong's body, preventing it from being destroyed. Ha ha ha! Hong Jun, I'm awake. I'm awake. You've lost. Ha ha! Fate's laughter was heard. The 20th heaven. Hong Jun revealed an ugly expression. If you did this in the third epoch, I would have really been tricked by you. Unfortunately, this is the fourth epoch. Heaven and earth have already severed the three corpses. The three corpses have merged again. This is the trend. There's no need for me to do anything anymore. Heaven and earth can already be perfect. I've succeeded. 20th heaven. Hong Jun, you've lost. As long as I enter heaven and earth, I will transcend and live forever. Fate laughed. Boom! Fate instantly attacked Wu Jiong's body and took control of it. Stepping on the arch altar, he instantly left the purple cloud palace and appeared in Wuji. Fate shouted and released a dazzling 20-colored light. The light instantly illuminated the surroundings. In the distance, the 20-colored light also bloomed. Then it resonated with Fate and shook violently. Rumble! The entire world was shaking. The apocalypse had finally arrived. Ha 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 ha! Fate laughed loudly. Looking at the purple cloud palace not far away, he sneered and said, Variable? Variable world? Variable and fixed number combined to form the number of dying. Unfortunately, my fixed number is about to be perfect. I don't need variables and am about to complete the number of dying. Variable world, huh? What's the point of keeping it? Fate stretched out his hand and was about to grab it. Whoosh! In the distance, Dongfang Booby suddenly made his move. He quickly grabbed the variable world, and the small ball escaped Fate's demonic claws. Fate's eyes sank as he looked at the distant Dongfang Booby. Dongfang Booby stepped on Wuji. At this moment, he no longer held back. Instantly, his body emitted 19-colored light as he faced Fate. Dongfang Booby, the strongest person in the second epoch, is also at the 19th heaven. Nearby, Zhongshan's face sank. Who would have thought that a 19th heaven would appear in the second epoch? Whoosh! An azure-robed old man suddenly appeared in front of the purple cloud palace that Dongfang Booby had captured. It was Hong Jun. Hong Jun took over the purple cloud palace and released 19-colored light. The third epoch's Hong Jun is also at the 19th heaven. The lotus deity exclaimed with her mouth agape. 2 19-colored heavens? Oh, there's another one breaking through to the 19th heaven over there? I really underestimated you bunch of worms, Fate said with a hint of surprise. Not far away, Yin Chuan was still breaking through to the 19th heaven, but the 2 19-colored heavens in front of him had already shocked Fate. What a pity, what a pity. Hong Jun let out a long sigh. Dongfang Booby also had a worried look in his eyes. Fate was at the 20th heaven. At this moment, who could stop him? Ha 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 ha. It's useless even if it's a pity. I said that when the four realms become one, all living beings will die. Didn't you want to protect them? You bunch of worms, it's time for you to die. Fate laughed. Fate, you're the first living being born in the world. Hongjun said with a frown. No, I was born with the world. I'm the soul of the world. I'm different from you bunch of worms. You're all parasites on my body. Disgusting. All of you must die. Fate said coldly. No, Fate. It's the kindness of the world that the world gave birth to all living beings. It's not what you wanted. However, the living beings also made the world stronger, just like you. Without the living beings, you wouldn't be as invincible as you are now. Please, Fate, give up the idea of destroying all living beings. The living beings are willing to worship you as their master. Hongjun pleaded again. Now you know to beg me? Why didn't you say so when you wanted to refine me? Unfortunately, that's impossible. Since the first living being was born in the world, I've hated you bunch of disgusting worms. How can I allow you to live on my body? All of you must die, Fate said coldly. Hongjun sighed slightly. He knew that it was impossible to change the concept of fate. Dongfang Booby, I need your help. Hongjun looked at Dongfang Booby. How? Dongfang Booby asked directly. Stop fate from entering the world. It's the soul of the world. Although it's at the 20th heaven, it's still a soul body. Only when it enters the world can it merge with the world and achieve transcendence. If it enters the world, it'll be completely unsolvable. All living beings will be destroyed in an instant. I'm going to stop his actions now. I'm going to mobilize all the variables in the variable world to enter my fate and seal fate for a period of time. Remember, only a period of time. After a period of time, he will break the seal formed by my fate. At that time, no one will be able to stop him, and all living beings will be destroyed. Hongjun sighed. I'll help you with all my strength, Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. Chapter 1604. I'll do my best to help you, Dongfang Booby said. Hongjun nodded and looked coldly at Fate. Fate was residing in Wu Jiong's body. His eyes were cold and filled with disdain. Hongjun was strong and cunning. But so what? Once he reached the 20th level, he would be able to force Hongjun out. At that moment, Fate was the most powerful existence. Ignorant, Fate snorted coldly. Power of panic, limitless Hongjun. Hongjun shouted. He activated the small ball in his palm. Suddenly, the small ball broke open and turned into a starry sky. In the starry sky, there were 10 giant stars. The one in the center was the sun, and the other 9 were planets. That was the world of variables. It was also the solar system in Zhongshan's eyes. The solar system was located in Wuji, and the rolling antimatter was resisting the melting of Wuji. 50 Dian, 49 fate, and one of the variables? If heaven and earth can be safely in Wuji, so can this world of variables. Fate said coldly. Hongjun twisted his body and turned into a 19-color giant beast, a huge cricket. The cricket was ferocious, but it was transparent. Half of it was in the world of variables, and the other half was in Wuji. Roar! The cricket let out a loud roar and took the lead to collide with Fate. Disgusting flesh worm. Fate's palm came crashing down. Boom! The giant palm hit the cricket's body. Bam! A large area of the cricket's body collapsed, but the entire variable world was filled with rolling antimatter that flowed into the cricket's body, and the cricket quickly recovered. Most importantly, the cricket was broken into 9 sections. At that moment, each section was perfectly formed. They turned into 9 crickets and charged at Fate. Boom! The strength of 9 crickets surged toward Fate. He used all the power of the world of variables to block Fate's attack. Not bad, but you're still far from it. Fate sneered. As he spoke, his arms slowed down as if he was gathering more strength to crush the 9 crickets. Boom! Suddenly, Dongfang Booby appeared in front of him. He attacked Fate with his palm. Boom. Fate's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, he attacked with his other hand. Boom. Puff. Dongfang Booby was hit and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Invincible East did not back down at all. A bunch of meatworms. You think you can do that? Fate sneered, clearly disdaining the two of them. Yeah. Suddenly, a loud noise came from Zhong Mountain. It was the first divine beast that Zhong Mountain had refined, the Ba Ji Tian Wei. Boom! The eight extremities heavenly tail also instantly collided with Fate, resisting it. Zhongshan watched solemnly from afar. The eight extremities heavenly tail also shone with 19 colors. It was Zhongshan's trump card. Although it did not have a physical body, it was still extremely ferocious. An ordinary level 18 was no match for it. He was weaker than Dongfang Booby, but there was a limit to it. Fleshworm? You think you can stop me just because you have a lot of meatworms? You're not enough. Fate sneered. Boom. A huge force surged around his body. Instantly, Dongfang Booby was shaken to the point that he spat out another mouthful of blood. As for the eight extremities heavenly tail, its entire body trembled violently. Clearly, it had also suffered heavy injuries. As for the 9 crickets, they were suddenly deformed from the vibrations, and countless cracks appeared on them. Ha ha ha! I didn't even use half of my strength, and you're already like this? Fate laughed disdainfully. Resist? Ha ha ha! I like it when you resist. This way, I'll be more satisfied when I kill you. Hong Jun must die, Dongfang Booby must die, Zhongshan must die, and that Yin Chuan who is trying to break through the 19 heavens must die too. All of you must die. Fate laughed. As he spoke, Fate shook violently again. A force that was twice as strong as before suddenly erupted. Boom! The huge shock made everyone widen their eyes. From afar, Zhongshan threw a punch. However, his strength was still not enough. But at that moment, 72 blue light pillars suddenly appeared around them. The light pillars gathered together as a woman appeared, turning into a phoenix claw that grabbed at Fate. The phoenix claw shone with 19 colors. It carried a force that was not weaker than Dongfang Booby's and crashed into Fate. Boom! Fate shook again. The force was blocked, but Dongfang Booby and Zhongshan were severely injured. The cracks on the 9 crickets also increased. The Empress of Dezhun, Zhongshan was surprised. 19 heavens. Dongfang Booby was also surprised. There were actually 19 heavens in this world. The power of the great Phoenix Supreme? Ha ha! In the first era, the strongest person in the world except for Fate. It's really the gathering of the strongest in all the eras. Dongfang Booby laughed. The person who came was Lu Er. She carried all the power that the great Phoenix Supreme had given her and attacked Fate. Rolling antimatter shrouded the surroundings. Fate was at the 20th heavens. He should have been able to sweep everything away, but how many times had he failed? Humph, you want to stop me too? Break for me again. Fate number shouted loudly. At that moment, Yin Chuan, who was not far away, suddenly released 19 colors and stabilized. Boom! Yin Chuan's body released 19 colors and dazzling light. 19 heavens! Dongfang Booby looked into the distance and was overjoyed. Yin Chuan broke through the 19 heavens and rushed over without hesitation. Everyone's huge force once again attacked Fate. Boom! Endless power erupted in Wuji like a tsunami, surging in all directions. The powerful force even felt like it was filling up Wuji. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. He could feel everything before, but in order to break through the 19 heavens, he had endured until now. Dongfang Booby's power, Zhongshan's power, and the 8 extremities heavenly tail's power. The great Phoenix Supreme's power, Yin Chuan's power, and Hong Jun's power to mobilize the world of variables. All of them were used on Fate. Boom! In a huge collision, it seemed like a moment, but also like a long time. Zhongshan, the 8 extremities heavenly tails, Dongfang Booby, and Yin Chuan all had cracks on their bodies, as if their fate had been broken by Fate. As for Lu Er, an egg-shaped shield appeared around her. A large number of cracks appeared on the egg-shaped shield. Even if everyone tried their best, they were still no match for fate. A look of despair appeared on everyone's faces. Who could be a match for someone with a destiny of the 20th level? At that moment, the 9 crickets that Hong Jun had transformed into cracked again and shattered into countless pieces, as if they had exploded in an instant. Ha 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 ha! Fate laughed in satisfaction. But in the midst of his laughter, he did not notice that the fragments of the crickets had exploded in a strip shape. They did not scatter, but wrapped around Fate in an instant. Fate came back to his senses and was stunned. But it was all too late, because the fragments of the crickets had strangely gathered into one again, turning into a huge cricket. But at that moment, it had swallowed Fate into its stomach. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Hong Jun, I've been tricked by you again, bastard. Fate roared. If Hong Jun had wanted to swallow Fate in the beginning, it would have been impossible. But Hong Jun pretended to be defeated and split into 9 parts, then surrounded Fate. Finally, when Fate was careless, he turned into fragments and reformed, wrapping Fate inside. The huge cricket's body suddenly twisted and charged straight towards the solar system's sun. Boom! Rolling antimatter went straight for the cricket. Fate struggled in the cricket's body, but the cricket's body seemed to be very elastic. No matter how hard it was kneaded, it could not be broken. Thank you for your help. I used the power of the variable world to trap Fate, but I can't hold on for long. Maybe a year, maybe 10 years. You only have this last moment left. The cricket sighed. Boom! The cricket drilled into the solar system's sun. The rolling power of the variable world surged into the cricket's body, and it went into hibernation. Everyone was left in shock. Cracks appeared on everyone's bodies. Obviously, their fate had been shattered. To others, it was basically hopeless, but to everyone, they could recover with a little rest. The eggshell outside, Lu'er's body shattered, and she immediately lost the power of the great Phoenix Supreme. Yin Chuan reacted quickly and grabbed Lu'er, protecting her in his arms. When Lu'er was in Yin Chuan's arms, she revealed a blissful smile. Zhongshan, Dongfang Bubi, and Yin Chuan looked at the cricket's body in the solar system with solemn expressions. Hong Jun did it. He trapped fate. Zhongshan said in a deep voice. 1 to 10 years? Hong Jun has done so much. It's enough. Dongfang Bubi said. On the other hand, Yin Chuan sighed. He had tried his best to reach the 19th heaven, but he realized that the enemy was already at the 20th heaven. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. Fate was too strong. It was already so invincible before entering and merging with heaven and earth. Once it returned to heaven and earth, who could be its match? The destruction of all life was imminent, and it only had 1 to 10 years left to live. Dongfang Bubi looked at the cricket in the sun, and determination flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and headed toward heaven and earth without wasting any time. Lotus God chased after Dongfang Bubi in the distance. In the blink of an eye, only Yin Chuan, Lu'er, and Zhongshan were left in Wuji. There's still a few years left. Yin Chuan, can you reach the 20th heaven? Zhongshan turned and asked. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. How is that possible? Fate borrowed the power of heaven and earth to reach the 20th heaven. We may never be able to do it. Years of hard work, in the end, it's all for naught. Everything is going to be destroyed. Zhongshan sighed. No matter what, the fight against fate will never stop. Even if we fight to the last living being, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. What should we do now? Zhongshan frowned. Tell the world that we will fight with all our strength in a few years. Hong Jun's actions have given us a chance to breathe. After a few years, no matter what the result is, we will face it calmly. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Zhongshan nodded. I think there is no need to hide Wuji's matter from the world. Tell them everything. The world helped me, and I need to give them an explanation. Yin Chuan said solemnly. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. Chapter 1605. Fate was trapped in the world of variables by Hongjun. He would be able to escape in at least a year, or at most 10 years. The calamity of the common people had arrived. Without hiding anything, Yin Chuan and Zhongshan announced it to the world. For a time, all living beings in the world were in fear. In the western outer continent, the great Zhou celestial realm collapsed. Wu Jiong's death caused the officials to grieve, but their grief was quickly replaced by great fear. The common people were destroyed. The fate of the 20th heavenly layer was an invincible existence. Who could resist it? Although the calamity had arrived. But Dezhun was still operating at full strength, and so was Zhongshan's kingdom. In the first month, the world was rioting and the crime rate was countless. Many people went crazy when they knew that the apocalypse had arrived. However, Yin Chuan and Zhongshan did not give up hope. They still let the officials operate the kingdom and deal the harshest blows to the criminals. The normal operation of the kingdom seemed to give the common people confidence. Gradually, everyone calmed down because everyone still had their own kingdom to rely on and hope for. In the second month, the crime rate in the world decreased to the lowest. Everyone was filled with hope, hoping that the strongest of them would be able to defeat fate. Because the strongest had not given up hope, everyone seemed to have faith. Faith strengthened the belief of the common people. In the western outer continent, the undying territory of Tomb Immortal King. At this moment, the 4 continents were united, but the 3 lives stone still existed. Boom! The 3 lives stone exploded with a loud bang. Then, a woman in white slowly walked out. She had short hair and carried a long bronze saber on her back. Boom! As soon as the woman appeared, a vast aura soared into the sky, and the entire western outer continent shook violently. In Xianying City, Yin Chuan looked over. Emperor? He's out of seclusion? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Zhongshan stood beside him. At this moment, the calamity of the common people had descended. Everyone had given up on their conflicts and was thinking of a solution. Emperor, is it the 19th heaven? Zhongshan said solemnly. In the Eastern Territory, Tomb Immortal King and Lotus Goddess stood in front of the Eastern Palace. 19th heaven. Tomb Immortal King's eyes widened. It's her. Emperor. She broke through again. 2 heavens in a row. Lotus Goddess was also surprised. That's not right. There are 2 auras around the Emperor. Do you see them? The power of reincarnation and the power of the blade. Tomb Immortal King said, his eyes widening. Although the Tomb Immortal King's cultivation base had dropped, he still had a discerning eye. What do you mean? His Majesty's parents, the Great Phoenix Supreme and the Demon Saber Monarch Meng, transferred all their power to him. She had inherited all the power of the Great Phoenix Supreme. The Great Phoenix Supreme will never awaken again? The Tomb Immortal King's eyelids twitched. The Great Phoenix Supreme is not waking up? The Great Phoenix Supreme. Perhaps she understood that even if she awakened, she would not be able to save the world. Therefore, she gave up the chance to awaken and gave all her power to the Emperor. 72 reincarnations. The Great Phoenix Supreme? He. Tomb Immortal King smiled wryly. The Emperor is very powerful and can often fight above his level. Does the Great Phoenix Supreme want the Emperor to deal with fate? Can't you skip levels at the 19th heaven? Lotus Goddess asked hopefully. Skipping levels? Haha, that's impossible. The further you go, the greater the difference. How strong was Mingi back then? Could 10,018 heavens beat the fate of 119 heavens? Impossible, not to mention the 20th heavens. Tomb Immortal King smiled wryly. Then what should we do? Lotus Goddess frowned. I don't know. Tomb Immortal King said bitterly. Master is still in seclusion. Master said that there is a way to kill fate. Lotus Goddess looked at the hall behind her. Tomb Immortal King looked over and took a deep breath. In the second era, no one could see through Dongfang Bubi. I didn't know either. I didn't expect him to have reached the 19th heaven. I hope he can succeed. Lotus Goddess nodded. The western outer continent gradually calmed down. The emperor looked at Xianying and did not go forward. Instead, he stepped into the netherworld. Xianying passed. Zhongshan looked and finally took a deep breath. The great Phoenix Supreme is righteous. The couple actually gave up the chance to awaken. Zhongshan, I still need you to witness this matter. Perhaps this is the only way to deal with fate. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Oh, you have a way to deal with fate? Zhongshan asked curiously. An extreme method. Come with me, Yin Chuan said. With that, the two of them walked into a hall. In the hall, Butterfly Queen and Meow sat cross-legged. Around the two women, there were 3,000 faint Heavenly Dao and Heavenly Dao replicas. This is the current Heavenly Dao? Zhongshan's expression changed. No, the current Heavenly Dao has merged into one. The four realms have merged into one. It can no longer be seen. Yin Chuan shook his head. This is the first world's 3,000 Heavenly Dao clones before the four realms merged into one. It was mastered by Fate many years ago and passed to Meow and Butterfly Queen. They are trying to perfect it as soon as possible. Yin Chuan said, now that the Heavenly Dao of the four realms has merged into one, what's the use of the first world's Heavenly Dao? It's useful. It's also one of my plans this time. However, I'm not sure. Yin Chuan said. Oh, while Yin Chuan and Zhongshan were talking, the 3,000 first world's Heavenly Dao clones suddenly lit up. Buzz! The entire hall was filled with a grand aura. Meow, Yin Chuan, it's finally done. We're so tired, Meow exclaimed. Butterfly Queen also stood up and nodded. Back then, even the Nether River Patriarch didn't get all of the 3,000 first world's Heavenly Dao clones. He only managed to create a new world with the help of a great Force Lord. Yin Chuan said, a new world? You mean to rebuild the new world that the Nether River Patriarch created back then? Zhongshan's expression changed. Yin Chuan nodded. Then, a droplet slowly appeared between his eyebrows. It looked like a new world within the droplet. This is the world that the Nether River created back then. Wasn't it destroyed? It was destroyed. This is the heart of the world. As long as the Heavenly Dao is filled, everything can be restored. This is the final gift that the Nether River gave back then. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Oh, whoosh. The droplet suddenly expanded and instantly enveloped the entire hall, sucking in the 3,000 Heavenly Dao clones. Rumble! The droplet trembled rapidly, and a surging aura of life was born. Let's go! Yin Chuan waved his sleeves. The droplet enveloped everyone and instantly rushed out of the world and into Wuji. Rumble! The entire world of the droplet was rapidly expanding. Yin Chuan, Zhongshan, Meow, and Butterfly Queen stood on a flat ground and watched the birth of a new world. Rumble! Just like the Nether River Patriarch, it expanded rapidly and became bigger and bigger. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, it became the same size as the original world. This is the new world. Zhongshan looked at the vast land. There were no living creatures. It was boundless. A new world can exist in Wuji. No one could compare to the Nether River's greatest achievement back then. Now, I have restored it. You and I will be in charge of checking if there is anything different about this world. Can it really allow people to live? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Okay. Yin Chuan replied. Rumble! Yin Chuan and Zhongshan quickly flew in all directions to check this new world. They returned after a month. Everything seems perfect, but there seems to be something lacking. Although this world is alive, it feels a little rigid, as if it has lost its soul. Zhongshan said solemnly. At this moment, there was one more person gathered here. It was silver-eyed Yin Chuan. I think so too. So, I have another idea. Since this world has been recreated, let's make it even more perfect. Yin Chuan said. Oh, 3 droplets suddenly appeared in Yin Chuan's palm. There was a new world in each of them. The heart of the realm, I have replicated it. However, I will fill these 3 hearts of the Great Thousand World, Great Kindness World, and Great Evil World with the 3,000 heavenly axes of each. Yin Chuan said solemnly. 4 worlds into one. Infinite chaos? Zhongshan was surprised. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. At this moment, the 3 hearts of the realm were handed over to silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan waved his hand, and 9,000 heavenly axes were immediately poured into it. Rumble. Suddenly, the 3 worlds expanded. Whoosh. Everyone transferred it into Wuji. Rumble. Around the new world, another 3 new worlds expanded. At this moment, the huge movement also alarmed some of the experts in the original world. Tomb Immortal King and Lotus God looked at Infinite in shock. The new world of the river Styx? What is Yin Chuan trying to do? There was a sound of astonishment. At the same time, the other peerless experts in the world also quickly spread the news to other people in excitement. What? The Great Emperor is recreating a new world in Infinite. I knew that the Great Emperor would save us. I knew it. The people were jubilant. And in Infinite, Zhongshan, help me forcefully merge the 4 worlds. Yin Chuan shouted. Okay. Rumble. Zhongshan, 8 extremities heavenly tail, silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Each of them controlled a world, and they quickly collided. Rumble. The huge collision brought with it a rolling force. A group of peerless experts attacked with all their strength, and the 4 worlds quickly merged. Rumble. The rolling force dissipated, and the 4 worlds were in chaos. It took a full 3 months for the new perfect world to be completed. Rumble. The 4 worlds merged into one, and countless rays of light shot into the sky. In an instant, the entire new world bloomed with dazzling 19 colors. 19 colors? Why is it 19 colors? Zhongshan frowned. One had to know that when the 4 worlds merged into one, it bloomed with 20 colors. Why was this perfect new world only 19 colors? 19 colors is enough. As long as the people can survive, isn't that enough? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Although the new world was not as good as the old world, it was enough to let the people survive. That's right. The feeling just now is gone. Now, I feel the vitality. You want to move the people to the new world? Zhongshan said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan nodded. But will fate agree to this? His rage wants to exterminate all living things. Zhongshan said in a solemn voice. Yin Chuan looked at the world of variables that trapped fate in the distance, and then at the old world. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed with a cold light. What if we destroy the old world? Destroy? Destroy the old world? Zhongshan's eyes widened. Chapter 1606. Destroy? Destroy the old world? Zhongshan's eyes widened. Yin Chuan looked at the world in the distance and nodded solemnly. The old world nurtured the people. The people owe the old world, but we have no choice. Zhongshan frowned. The old world has 20 levels of heaven. Fate is its soul. If the old world is destroyed, fate will never be able to merge with it. It will never be able to transcend and live forever. What awaits? It will be destruction by Wuji. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Although the 20 levels of heaven and earth are mystical, what's the use of it if the people are destroyed? My life is dedicated to the people. Everything is enough for the people to live. Yin Chuan said solemnly. What if fate is unforgiving? If fate loses the old world, it will naturally compromise with us. If it can't compromise and still wants to destroy the people, then we will fight with all our might. However, if it loses the old world, even if fate is at the 20 levels, it will gradually weaken. It is like a person's soul that has lost its body. Without the nourishment of an endless source of essence, it will eventually become weaker and weaker. At that time, even if we face fate, we might still have the strength to fight. Yin Chuan said solemnly. We will do our best and leave the rest to fate. Zhongshan said finally. Yin Chuan nodded. However, this is just our idea. I want to move a group of living beings here first and observe the effects. Yin Chuan said, let's gather a group from each race. Zhongshan nodded. The two of them quickly entered the old world. Then, an order was given to move the people to the new world for a period of time. At this moment, Yin Chuan and Zhongshan had become the faith of the people. Each race sent a group of descendants to the new world. At the same time, they collected all kinds of plants to move into the new world. They moved very quickly. In a few days, they had all moved into the new world. In the new world, an area was set aside for them to live in. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Until 20 days later, there was bad news. In a hall, Great Emperor, we, the mosquitoes of the lowest level of the mosquito race, are all dead. A mosquito demon said bitterly. Oh, Yin Chuan's face darkened. He quickly went to investigate. When Yin Chuan arrived, Zhongshan was already investigating mosquitoes' living area. How is it? Yin Chuan asked. Not good. Zhongshan frowned. Normal mosquitoes can only live for 20 days, but these mosquitoes can't reproduce here. In other words, they can't give birth. Zhongshan said, investigate all pregnant women. Yin Chuan ordered. A large number of assisting officials did a quick check. Reporting Great Emperor, in the past 20 days, 300 women of the human race have given birth. Unfortunately, all the babies have died. Reporting, Your Majesty, the tigers have also suffered the same fate for the past 20 days. All the babies have been stillborn. Report, all the werewolves are stillborn. After a series of reports, Yin Chuan and Zhongshan fell silent again. A world that can't reproduce? What's the use of that? Yin Chuan revealed an ugly expression. Unable to reproduce? Why? I think the main reason is that souls can't be born. The entire world can't give birth to new souls. Zhongshan frowned. Life and death in the new world can't be a cycle, and yin and yang can't complement each other. Yin Chuan said, indeed, this world still has a huge flaw. Zhongshan nodded. Let the common people be reincarnated first. The dead souls can be reincarnated again. We can migrate the 72 reincarnations of the old world. Yin Chuan said, reincarnation migration? I'll go to the emperor. It should be possible. Yin Chuan said, but the souls will eventually disperse. By then, the common people will become fewer and fewer. Zhongshan said worriedly, the new world can't create superpowers. It can't reproduce endlessly like the old world. Not only will the old world give birth to new pure souls, it will also give birth to new races. Yin Chuan frowned. Let's migrate the reincarnations first. This is the only way now. We'll see after the reincarnations migrate. Zhongshan said. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. The new world had flaws. Yin Chuan and Zhongshan hoped to overcome all of them. There wasn't much time left. Fate could break free from Hongjuan Seal at any time. Yin Chuan soon arrived at the old world's netherworld. He found the emperor in the Undying palace of the former North Continent. The emperor's disciples naturally returned. At this moment, seeing Yin Chuan arrive, everyone greeted respectfully. Greetings, Yin Di. Although they respected their teacher, they all knew that Yin Chuan was also working hard for his own life. Emperor, are you here? Yin Chuan asked. Yes, teacher is in the palace. A disciple said respectfully. You all can leave. I'll go see the emperor myself. Yes. Everyone answered. In the Undying palace, the emperor didn't cultivate in seclusion. Instead, he looked at a mirror and showed a bitter expression. Father, mother, you are so cruel. It turns out that I was only born to be sacrificed for the common people. The emperor looked at himself in the mirror bitterly. Lure is my original body. You can't bear to part with her, so you use the lifeless soul to create me. I'm just a substitute for Lure. You bear all of your power for her. Are prepared to sacrifice for the common people? Huh, the emperor said bitterly. I've always worked hard to be recognized by others. I've also worked hard to do my best. I admire your sacrifice for the common people. However, I also want a life that belongs to me. I don't need it to be too grand. I just need a plain life, a real life. But am I destined to sacrifice myself for your ideals? The 19th heaven? Haha. The world's respect? Haha, I don't need it. I really don't need it. A trace of tears streaked across the emperor's eyes. Biting his lips, the emperor looked at himself in the mirror and finally smiled bitterly. Although I'm unwilling, mother, father, you've placed your hopes on me. I'll do it. If I sacrifice myself, at least there's still lure. Haha, at least there's still lure to love him for me. Wiping his tears, the emperor took a deep breath and sat down, because the emperor had already sensed that someone was coming from outside the palace. He waved his sleeves and put away the mirror. Come in. The emperor's face turned cold. Creak. The door of the palace opened, and Yin Chuan stepped into the palace. Seeing the emperor again, Yin Chuan's heart was also in turmoil. He looked at the emperor and was silent for a while. Yin Chuan, what are you doing here? The emperor bit his lips and said, I need you to help me move the 72 paths of reincarnation to the new world that I've just completed. Chapter 1607. Okay. The emperor agreed. That's great, Yin Chuan said with a smile. However, I need you to collect 6 underworld roads for me. The emperor took a deep breath and said, Underworld roads? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Yin Chuan had studied the 6 underworld roads in the world. The underworld roads were not powerful magic weapons, but they had a special property, which was the integration of yin and yang. When placed in one place, the yin and yang realms would no longer be separated. It could only travel between the 2 realms. Its other abilities were limited. Although it could be used for fighting, it was not very powerful. Yes, the emperor nodded solemnly. No problem. There are 6 underworld roads in the world, 1 each in the outer South Continent and the outer North Continent. I have the Great Forces 1. ZZ has 1. The Shadi has 1. The one that Chao used to have is also with Miao. Yin Chuan nodded. There were 6 underworld roads. Yin Chuan agreed without asking why. Okay. The emperor nodded. The emperor followed Yin Chuan out of the palace of the Undying slowly. Outside the palace, all the disciples were waiting. Yin Chuan, if I'm not here, please take care of them for me. The emperor took a deep breath and said, You're not here? Yin Chuan was confused. The emperor did not say anything. As he stepped forward, a huge vortex suddenly appeared under his feet. Swoosh! The disciples quickly retreated in surprise. 72 reincarnation roads. Listen to my command. Rise. The emperor's face suddenly darkened. Boom! A gigantic reincarnation passage shot up into the sky, forming a towering pillar that stood between the heavens and the earth. Yin Chuan was waiting at the side. Boom! 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 A series of 72 reincarnation roads shot up into the sky and formed a huge vortex pillar. The blue vortex pillar spun rapidly. A large number of ghosts could be seen being reincarnated inside. Almost all the phoenix in the world seemed to have sensed it. Screech! Screech! Countless phoenix let out long cries as if they were worshipping something. Heaven and earth shook, and the 2 realms of yin and yang surged with blue energy. Countless experts looked at the surging energy in a daze. The surging blue energy seemed to connect to all life providences as it quickly pulled out from the life providence and gathered towards the north continent of the netherworld. Rumble! The 72 paths of reincarnation rumbled as boundless energy was drawn back. Let's go, the emperor said. As he spoke, Huang soared into the sky. Behind him, the 72 reincarnation cycles seemed to have transformed into 72 phoenix tails. Every time he swung it, countless experts would reveal looks of reverence. Yin Chuan took a step forward and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them exited this world and entered Wuji. After that, they headed towards a new world. Rumble! The 2 of them and the 72 paths of reincarnation entered a new world. Soon, they arrived at a territory. 72 paths of reincarnation create a new world. The Emperor said, boom. The 72 paths of reincarnation drilled into the ground. Boundless blue energy instantly filled the entire new world and then disappeared. The power of reincarnation filled the world. Reincarnation? It's rooted. From now on, only this place has reincarnation. The Emperor said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Not far away, Zhongshan also rushed over. Zhongshan, let's prepare to migrate the people. Yin Chuan said. All right, Zhongshan replied. Emperor, why don't you stay here first? I'll help you collect 6 paths to the underworld. We haven't seen each other for many years. Luo also wants to see you. Yin Chuan advised. The Emperor looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression, and a bitter smile flashed across his eyes. The Emperor nodded. The Emperor stayed for the time being. Dongfang Bubi asked solemnly. The Lotus Goddess quickly recounted everything that had happened. Oh, new world? Fine, let Yin Chuan do whatever he wants. It's good that the people have moved away. It will be easier for me to carry out my plan. Dongfang Bubi's eyes narrowed. Plan. Lotus God's eyes brightened. Dongfang Bubi looked up at the sky and said, it's time. I want this world to be turned upside down. I want fate to be uninhabitable. When the world is turned upside down, fate will die. Teacher? Lotus God asked curiously. Dongfang Bubi suddenly looked at the 3,000 stars in the starry sky. In the second era, Dongfang Bubi had refined the 3,000 stars with the bodies of 3,000 heroes. Dongfang Bubi's plan. Something happened to the old world, shouted Zhongshan. Oh, Yin Chuan and the Emperor quickly stepped out of the main hall. They raised their heads and looked at the old world and the Wuji, only to see the old world trembling violently. Rumble, 20-colored light bloomed in the old world. And in the old world, 3,000 stars were incomparably dazzling. Dongfang Bubi's actions. Zhongshan said with a frown. Dongfang Bubi? Yin Chuan's expression changed. We haven't had time to comprehend the mysteries of the old world. We haven't figured out how to give birth to new souls. If Dongfang Bubi destroys the old world now, we won't have any more chances. Zhongshan said anxiously. If Dongfang Bubi destroys the old world, even without fate, the common people will slowly walk towards extinction. Zhongshan said anxiously. No, we have to stop Dongfang Bubi. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Boom! Yin Chuan, Zhongshan, and the Emperor immediately soared into the sky and rushed into the Wuji, then quickly shot towards the old world. There were 3 worlds in the Wuji: the old world, the new world, and the variable world. In the variable world, Fate was trapped in the sun by Hongjun. At this moment, Fate seemed to sense something and was struggling rapidly. Rumble! In the sun, Hongjun's body twisted, trying hard to bind Fate. However, Fate seemed to know that something bad had happened. Hongjun, you meat worm. Let go of me. Fate roared. Hongjun didn't say a word. Do you think that by mobilizing the power of the entire variable world, you can trap me? At worst, I don't want this Wu Zhao's body. I can still break out of the seal. Fate roared. Boom, boom, boom. Fate collided again and again, trying to break the seal. At this moment, the variable world was shaking crazily. The power of Fate was too strong. Even the entire variable world seemed to be unable to resist, as if the entire variable world was about to collapse. The old world. Boom! Yin Chuan, Zhongshan, and the Emperor flew outside the Eastern Territory. Outside the Dongfang Palace. Dongfang Bubi was dressed in white, incomparably holy, his long hair draped over his shoulders, and his arrogance radiated in all directions. Above his head, 3,000 stars slowly rotated. Above the 3,000 stars, there was a layer of a large net. Fushi's push heaven net, 3,000 stars? Zhongshan said in a deep voice. Suddenly, the Emperor's star within it brightened. Boom! The North Star bloomed with a dazzling purple light. Suddenly, it formed a purple pillar that towered into the heavens. Boom! As soon as the Emperor's star pillar appeared, another huge purple pillar appeared out of thin air. Heavenly Tao. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Wasn't this one of the old world's heavenly Tao? Break! Dongfang Booby shouted. The purple star pillar slammed into the heavenly Tao. Boom! The heavenly Tao trembled, causing the entire world to shake. Dongfang Booby, what are you doing? Yin Chuan cried out in shock. Was Dongfang Booby going to destroy this heavenly Tao? Dongfang Booby looked at Yin Chuan and the others, smiled slightly, and said, Yin Chuan, Zhongshan, the Emperor, you guys are here, forget it. Watch my heaven-changing ceremony. Heaven-changing? Zhongshan asked doubtfully. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. 3,000 stars? 3,000 heavenly Tao? Dongfang Booby, you want to use these 3,000 stars to replace the 3,000 heavenly Tao? The Emperor was also surprised. That's right. In the past, my disciple Lotus God destroyed the heavenly Tao, proving that the heavenly Tao can be broken. I want to break this 3,000 heavenly Tao, crush it into dust, and then use the 3,000 stars to form a new 3,000 heavenly Tao, dominate this world, and remake fate. Dongfang Booby said, What? In this way, the fate of the past will be cut off from this world, and I will become the new fate of this world. Dongfang Booby said confidently. Chapter 1609. In this way, the fate of the past will be severed from this world, and I will become the new fate of this world. Dongfang Booby said confidently. Shatter the heavenly Tao and reforge a new heavenly Tao, turning your body into fate? Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. You can say that. The 3,000 stars were carefully selected by me for today's situation. After obtaining Fushi's heavenly net, I have overcome all the difficulties. The original 3,000 heavenly Taos were shattered into countless scattered rules, and the 3,000 stars led all the rules to reforge the new heavenly Tao. Dongfang Booby said solemnly. The Lotus deity said, Master, if you reforge the heavenly Tao, the world will be turned upside down. Everything will change, and the entire world will be destroyed. In that case, fate will lose its support. It will be like a soul losing its physical body and will soon wither away. It is possible. Whom Immortal King praised. Dongfang Booby nodded. No, Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Heaven and earth overturning, all the laws of this world will collapse. This world is very likely to be crippled. My new world still has a difficult problem to overcome. Wait a while more. Yin Chuan said. Difficult problem? Dongfang Booby looked at Yin Chuan. The new world cannot give birth to a new soul. Yin Chuan said honestly. Haha, give birth to a new soul? Don't even think about it. No matter how perfect the new world is, it is still a replica. How can a replica give birth to a new soul? That is a kind of creative birth, and the new world cannot be completed. Because this world is the origin, and only this world can give birth to a new soul. Dongfang Booby shook his head. There will be a way. Zhongshan, Emperor, and I will definitely find a way. So, you will need to wait for a while. Yin Chuan shook his head. I don't want to waste time with you. Dongfang Booby shook his head. Boom! The 3,000 stars suddenly shone brightly. The heavenly net was arranged, and the 3,000 stars slowly rotated. Stop! Yin Chuan shouted, and suddenly, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Whoosh! The surging sea of blood suddenly blotted out the sky and covered the earth, drowning the boundless area in all directions. Above the blood sea, the great path of the cypress tree shot straight into the 9 heavens. The cypress tree spun and quickly connected with the 3,000 stars, preventing them from continuing to move. Cypress? Oomph. Dongfang Booby snorted coldly. His aura skyrocketed, and he quickly mobilized the stars. Surging resistance, he charged straight at the cypress tree. The 3,000 stars was created by Invincible East. Invincible East naturally had an even more exquisite grasp of it. However, the cypress tree could also be mobilized. Therefore, the 219 heavens were in a deadlock for a while. Yin Chuan, go back to where you came from. I don't want to be your enemy for now. Dongfang Booby said coldly. Your plan prevents the common people from surviving. If it fails, the common people will be destroyed. Yin Chuan shouted. Destruction? This is the best way to deal with fate. After the heavens and earth are overturned, even if fate doesn't die, he won't be able to borrow power from the heavens and earth. He will be weakened, and I will become the fate of the heavens and earth. By borrowing the power of the heavens and earth, I can fight him. Dongfang Booby said stubbornly. I already said no. Yin Chuan shouted. Oomph. Dongfang Booby snorted coldly. In an instant, the 219 heavens sent out a palm strike. Boom! The huge palms collided, and 19-colored light shot out in all directions. The surging impact spread out in all directions. Zhongshan and Huang quickly waved their hands, protecting the surroundings. This time, the two of them did not interfere. Although Dongfang Booby's plan had stopped Yin Chuan's plan, it was still feasible. More importantly, Yin Chuan's fate was about to break free. Time was running out. Boom! Yin Chuan and Dongfang Booby's palms were in a deadlock. The two showed ferocious expressions as they stared at each other coldly, not giving in. In terms of strength, the two were almost equal. Good, good, good. Yin Chuan, 4th epoch, your growth is really fast. Heroes emerge in troubled times. The strongest person in the 4th epoch? Dongfang Booby said coldly. Oomph. Yin Chuan snorted coldly and did not try to persuade him anymore. The two were extremely stubborn people. They each had their own goals. Hence, it was impossible for them to persuade each other. Hence, they might as well use strength to win. If they won, they would have more say. Rumble. The two kept exerting their strength, wanting to defeat each other. Although they had all sorts of means, those spells and means appeared fancy at this moment. Hence, the two only exchanged palms. Boom! Boom! Explosions occurred in the surroundings. However, they were all protected by Huang and Zhongshan. You can't stop me. Explode for me. Dongfang Booby shouted. Wang, the Emperor's star brightened, and so did the 3,000 stars. Suddenly, surging power rushed towards the purple heavenly Tao. Boom! The super heavy attack swept through the entire world. The entire world shook. Then, the purple heavenly Tao shattered under the huge force, turning into thousands of lights that scattered in all directions. Wang, the Emperor's star suddenly turned into a pillar that connected heaven and earth. Then, the purple light quickly spread all over the world. It absorbed countless laws and formed a new heavenly Tao. Yin Chuan's expression changed. One heavenly Tao was already replaced. Firmament, Cypress. Yin Chuan shouted. Wang. Cypress mobilized the countless stars in the shallow star layer. Surging astral energy rushed towards the remaining 2,999 stars, preventing them from continuing to destroy the heavenly Tao. Dongfang Booby's expression changed. Cypress. Cypress. You actually took advantage of this loophole. Dongfang Booby said coldly. Because under Bai Shu's full strength, although the 3,000 stars could not be used by the opponent, it was not good for him to use it either. It was as if the operation was stuck. Yin Chuan used his palm to block Dongfang Booby. Dongfang Booby could not do anything. Yin Chuan, you can't stop me. Cypress? I can indeed mobilize the 3,000 stars, but I can destroy it. My previous name was 1.5. Do you know why 1.5? Dongfang Booby said coldly. As he spoke, Dongfang Booby's body trembled. Then a clone flew out of his body. The clone soared into the sky and rushed towards the cypress. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Yin Chuan felt that Dongfang Booby's strength was weaker, but he could still hold him back. The other clone rushed towards the cypress. Immerse struggled with great force, and more cracks appeared on Mo's body. It seemed like it would break out at any time. Chapter 16:10. Boom, boom, boom. The true dragon of the heavens attacked the seal again and again. Cracks appeared on Cricket's body, and the entire sun was trembling. Then the entire variable world was trembling. The entire variable world seemed to be collapsing. Hongjun, you can't trap me. I'll break the seal soon. After I break the seal, I'll destroy your variable world, and none of you will live. Destiny roared. Boom! Destiny attacked the seal. How could Destiny not be angry when he was at the 20th level heaven and was sealed by a 19th level heaven? The old world. Under Dongfang Booby's urging, the 3,000 heavenly Tao collapsed quickly. In the past, the 15th level Lotus deity could destroy the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly Tao was stronger now, Dongfang Booby was at the 19th level heaven. It was like a wolf, although not as strong as a lion. The lion's corpse was still at his mercy. Boom! The moment the 3,000 heavenly Tao collapsed, the whole world was shaking as if it was about to explode. In Wuji, Yin Chuan, Zhongshan, and the emperor's eyelids twitched wildly. This was the world that nurtured the common people. At this moment, it had completely collapsed. The creatures of the Eastern Territory were released into the new world by Yin Chuan. At the same time, Yin Chuan did not hide anything from the common people. Shadi showed the scene of the old world to the common people. All the living beings fell silent as they watched the world of the past completely collapse. They stared blankly at that place. After all, it was nurtured by the world. At this moment, the hearts of all the living beings were in pain. Our world is destroyed. There seems to be an inexplicable pain in my heart. Me too. Although unwilling, there was nothing they could do. There was an irreconcilable contradiction between the common people and destiny. At this moment, they could only watch their home being destroyed. The variable world, Destiny, who was struggling, suddenly quieted down. What? Impossible, you bunch of worms. How dare you destroy the world? Roar! Fate roared furiously. After roaring, he attacked Cricket's body even more crazily. Ka, ka, ka. More and more cracks appeared on Cricket's body. He could not hold on any longer. The old world. Boom! The new 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared. The boundless laws of heaven and earth quickly surged towards the new 3,000 heavenly Taos. The world that was originally on the verge of collapse gradually stabilized at this moment. The new heavenly Tao did not consist of the 3,000 stars. Instead, it was a framework formed by the 3,000 stars that absorbed the countless rules from before. The heavenly Taos were formed from countless laws, and it was the same for the previous heavenly Taos. Now, the laws were reorganized, forming a new 3,000 heavenly Taos. The speed was extremely fast. Under Dongfang Booby's control, the world that was originally in a state of chaos changed drastically in just 3 days. Heaven and earth became clear again, and the 3,000 stars disappeared, turning into 3,000 pillars that connected heaven and earth, connecting the two realms of yin and yang. Boom! The world was still filled with 20-colored light, but at this moment, the world had undergone a tremendous change. The original Yang 9 and Yin 6 had also disappeared. There was only one continent in the Yang realm and one continent in the Nether realm. A vast and boundless aura surged forth. Countless auspicious clouds an auspicious chi erupted, and multicolored light exploded and scattered in all directions. A vigorous life force was born. The 3,000 heavenly Daos slowly faded into the heavens and earth. A new world changed the heavens and earth. As for Dongfang Bubi, he soared into the skies. In the skies, a gigantic net fused into Dongfang Bubi's body. Rumble. Dongfang Bubi's physical body was changing rapidly. Gradually, Dongfang Bubi turned into a huge dragon, a 19-clawed by long. His entire body was shrouded in multicolored light, and he looked extremely noble. Roar. 19-clawed by long roared, and the 3,000 heavenly Daos appeared in the heavens and earth again. It was as if Daos and dragons were roaring together. The heavens and earth trembled. A new destiny? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Changed the heavens and earth. Zhongshan also said in a low voice, Dongfang Bubi has turned into a new heavenly true dragon. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Rumble. In the distance, Dongfang Bubi roared, and endless 20-colored light shot out from the heavens and earth. Yin Chuan and the others clenched their fists. Although Yin Chuan's idea was not realized, if Dongfang Bubi succeeded, everything would be worth it. Just as everyone was excited, the world of variables suddenly changed. Roar. Boom. Following the roar of a huge dragon, the cricket's body suddenly exploded. No, the entire world of variables suddenly cracked and was in ruins. The sun that the cricket resided in also had a large number of cracks. Roar. In the roar, Destiny rushed out of the world of variables and charged towards the old world. Destiny has broken free. Zhongshan's face changed. The 20-clawed golden dragon, the heavenly true dragon. The emperor also frowned. Destiny had not arrived, but an extremely ferocious aura was already in front of everyone. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and the common people became extremely nervous. Roar. The 20-clawed golden dragon roared, and in just a short while, it rushed to the old world. Roar. The 20-clawed golden dragon roared furiously. The wrath of fate soared to the heavens. When he was trapped by Hong Jun in the past, he was not too worried. After all, Hong Jun could not trap him for long. As long as he broke free, it would be the end of the world. However, who would have thought that this group of common people was crazy? They actually dared to destroy the heavens and earth. Roar. The 19-clawed by long roared. Dongfang Bubi flew out of the world and watched as Destiny returned. Flesh worm, you bunch of flesh worms, how dare you destroy the world? Destiny roared. Dongfang Bubi stared at Destiny. You're not dead. The 20-clawed golden dragon raised an eyebrow. So, you destroyed the world to kill me? You think too lightly. In this world, no one can kill me. Although I'm the soul of the world and have lost the power of the world, I'm still at level 20. Flesh worms, wait for your death. Especially you. You want to imitate me and become Destiny? You? Dongfang Bubi stared at Destiny and took a deep breath. You know, you should have been able to become the master of the common people. The common people will listen to your orders and fight for you. However, you want to destroy the common people. Left with no choice, the common people can only leave their homes and fight for you. Destiny stared at the world. Change the world? Change the world? You bunch of flesh worms. Do you think you can fight me like this? As long as the world is still here, I have the ability to change it back. I'm enough in Wuji, I don't need you guys. Roar. Destiny roared. Roar. Dongfang Bubi roared. Although Dongfang Bubi was only at level 19, he was a new Destiny. He immediately mobilized the power of the world, and his dragon body expanded. Die! Destiny roared. With a roar, a dragon claw came crashing down. Roar. Dongfang Bubi's dragon head slammed down as he mobilized the power of the world behind him. Boom! A ferocious collision. The strike of fate was instantly blocked, causing the entire world to tremble. Dongfang Bubi succeeded? In the distance, Zhongshan and the others were shocked. Was it Dongfang Booby who had blocked his fate? Roar! Destiny roared and pounced forward. Boom! Two giant dragons, one golden and one white, collided fiercely and slammed into the ground. Heavenly Dao! Dongfang Booby roared. Boom! The 3,000 heavenly Daos immediately surged with endless power for Dongfang Booby to fight with his full strength. Rumble! The battle was fierce. The world that had just recovered was once again in chaos. The yin and yang worlds were in a mess. The two peerless experts fought until they fell apart. Fortunately, the 3,000 heavenly Daos were unaffected. Rumble! The two dragons fought, neither of them giving way. They were so powerful that even Yin Chuan, the emperor, and Zhongshan couldn't interfere. The power of 20 levels of heaven. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Everyone was looking forward to Dongfang Booby's victory. Destiny was too powerful. However, at this moment, the common people seemed to have seen hope. This battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. Destiny and Dongfang Booby fought from the world of the living to the netherworld, and from the netherworld to the world of the living. If it was the original world, all the living beings would have died. Fortunately, Yin Chuan moved all the living beings into the new world. Everyone was looking forward to it and praying. They hoped that Dongfang Booby would win. The Lotus God and the Tomb Immortal King held their breaths. Yin Chuan and the others in Wuji also stared with wide eyes. Roar! Roar! The two dragons used their full strength to tear apart the world. Rip! The golden dragon suddenly tore a hole in Bailong's body. However, it recovered instantly. The two dragons continued fighting. It's over. Dongfang Booby used all his strength, but he was still lacking. Although he used the power of 20 levels of heaven and earth, he was still lacking. The emperor said with a sullen expression. Rip! Dongfang Booby was injured again during the battle. However, he recovered instantly. The common people's eyes couldn't keep up with the battle. However, Yin Chuan, the emperor, and Zhongshan saw it clearly. Just a little, Zhongshan said with an unsightly expression. However, the emperor showed some bitterness. I originally thought that Dongfang Booby could succeed. However, he was still lacking. Even if the three of us used our full strength, we couldn't block 20 levels of heaven and earth. Yin Chuan, that's all we can do. Zhongshan looked over in confusion. Yin Chuan's face sank. No, but this is the only chance. Yin Chuan, go and help Dongfang Booby. If you absorb my power, you will be infinitely close to 20 levels of heaven. You can help Dongfang Booby change his fate. The emperor said with determination. No, Yin Chuan said in distress. What's going on? Zhongshan asked in confusion. The emperor didn't hide anything and told them about the great Phoenix Supreme's plan. They used the road to the underworld to merge the fateless soul into Yin Chuan's body, allowing Yin Chuan to reach a higher level. Say no more. I won't merge you. Yin Chuan shook his head. Wait. Zhongshan suddenly shouted. The two looked over. If it's just merging the power of the fateless soul, perhaps the emperor doesn't have to die. Zhongshan said in a low voice. Oh, the two were surprised. Have you forgotten? In the past, when I transcended, I mastered the world's number 1 supernatural power, fate change. I can change Song's life chart at will. Even fate won't be able to detect it. Zhongshan's eyes flashed. But I'm a fateless soul. I don't have a fate, the emperor said in a low voice. No, you're underestimating the world's number 1 supernatural power. Fateless soul? You don't have a fate, but what carries everything you have? You just have the purest Godhead, which carries all your power. It's just that you don't have the mark of fate. The magic of fate change doesn't lie in fate, but in change. As long as you cooperate with me, I have a way. Zhongshan said confidently. Oh, fateless soul. Fortunately, you're not the only one in this world. With the same attribute change, I can transfer all your power to Yin Chuan and let the two Yin Chuan fuse. Zhongshan said. Can you? The emperor's eyes lit up. Zhongshan looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was also excited at this moment. He turned to look at the new world. Whoosh! The silver-eyed Yin Chuan shot out from the new world. Move quickly. Dongfang Booby can't hold on much longer, Yin Chuan said with excitement. Okay. Chapter 1611. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan flew over. Unlike Emperor, although Emperor was a soulless soul, he still had emotions, unlike silver-eyed Yin Chuan, who turned her emotions into comprehension. Emperor's emotions did not turn into comprehension, but silver-eyed Yin Chuan only had rationality left. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan did not reject the idea of merging with his main body. He was born as a vassal of his main body. All his rationality was to serve his main body. Now that his main body could become stronger, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan naturally did not hesitate. Supernatural power, change fate. Zhongshan shouted. Buzz! 219-colored lights suddenly appeared from his palms, and the lights rushed toward Emperor and silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Rumble! The three of them trembled. Yin Chuan looked at the three of them, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and looked at the old world. Invincible East fought against fate, and Invincible East suffered more and more injuries. Fleshworm, you want to replace me? Ridiculous. Fate shouted coldly. Boom. Invincible East was instantly sent flying again, and several cracks appeared on his body. Roar. Invincible East roared and mobilized the power of 3,000 heavenly paths to quickly heal his injuries and continued to attack. However, gradually, Invincible East was a little powerless. Under Zhongshan's supernatural power, Emperor's power was quickly transferred to silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Roar! A huge phoenix phantom appeared around Emperor. The phoenix phantom rushed towards silver-eyed Yin Chuan, and rolling power swept out, exuding a monstrous aura. Fate, who was in the middle of the battle, turned his head and looked. Oh no! Yin Chuan's face changed. Boom! The black dragon path suddenly appeared behind him. His body merged with the great path. Roar! Yin Chuan transformed into a huge black dragon and rushed forward. True dragon path. Yin Chuan's great path was also a true dragon, a huge 19-color black dragon. Roar! With a roar, he rushed into the battlefield. As expected, when Fate saw the black dragon flying over, its attention was diverted. The black dragon was smaller than by long, and the golden dragon, but it was still a power of the 19th heaven. The black dragon collided with the golden dragon. You overestimate yourself. Fate sneered. The golden dragon claw slammed into the black dragon. Boom! The strength of 20 layered heavens was not something that Yin Chuan could withstand. He was instantly sent flying. However, Invincible East was able to catch his breath. With a twist of its body, it swung its tail over. Boom! The gold and white dragons collided, and the entire world shook. The black dragon didn't hesitate either. It pounced forward once more. One black and one white attacked the golden dragon together. Rumble! The battle continued. Although Yin Chuan was being suppressed, he was still able to control his fate. The pressure on Invincible East instantly lessened. Rumble! The whole world was in chaos, and the three dragons fought until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. On the other side, under Zhongshan's superpower, the Emperor's power was stripped away bit by bit. Instead, it was on silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Countless phantoms of phoenix appeared around silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Chirp! Chirp! Thousands of phoenixes chirped together, and power was emitted from his body. Crack! 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 Countless cracks appeared on the surface of silver-eyed Yin Chuan's body. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan screamed in pain. Zhongshan also had a hard time activating it. The 8 extremities heavenly tail flew out and quickly returned power to Zhongshan. The superpower consumed too much power. As a result, Zhongshan soon became skin and bones, and the 8 extremities heavenly tail suddenly dimmed. Zhongshan shouted one last time and poured all his power into the emperor. Rumble. The last bit of the emperor's power suddenly left. All of it poured into silver-eyed Yin Chuan's body. Phew! Zhongshan's body shook, and he looked bitter. Changing the fate of the 19th heaven is really terrifying. At this time, Sha Di and Lotus God also flew over from the New World. They quickly protected the weak emperor. The emperor's power was stripped away, and he was very weak at the moment. If it were not for the protection, he might have been melted by Wuji. Sha Di and Lotus God, even if they were in different camps before, were now united against the enemy. The Eight Extremities Heavenly Tail quickly entered Zhongshan's body to recover. Zhongshan looked at silver-eyed Yin Chuan. Crack! 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 Countless cracks appeared on silver-eyed Yin Chuan's body, as if he was about to collapse. What a terrifying power! All the power of the Great Phoenix Supreme? Even silver-eyed Yin Chuan almost couldn't bear it. Zhongshan exclaimed, "Fateless souls." Fortunately, silver-eyed Yin Chuan has swallowed other fateless souls. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to succeed today. My mother made 3 copies of fateless souls. I didn't expect them to be so useful now. The emperor exclaimed. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan opened his eyes. Chirp! A 72-tailed phoenix shadow suddenly flew out from behind him. 19 colored lights surrounded him. What a terrifying power. I can't bear it anymore. Now, even if I fight, I don't dare to fight too fiercely. I'm afraid my body will collapse. Emperor, what should I do now? Silver-eyed Yin Chuan asked solemnly. This is the combination of 6 roads to the underworld. Swallow it into your body and combine with your body. You are Yin Chuan's avatar. The combination will be more perfect, the emperor said with excitement. He reached out his hand, and the roads to the underworld flew out. Roar! Silver-eyed Yin Chuan swallowed the roads to the underworld. Call back Yin Chuan and combine with him. The emperor said, Okay. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan replied. In a chaotic old world, the 3 dragons were entangled, but fate was too strong. Even if Dongfang Bubi and Zhongshan worked together, they were not fate's opponent. Puff! Yin Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Dongfang Bubi was also immediately covered in wounds. You are dead. Ha ha, no one could save you. Fate roared. Can't I? Just a little more, just a little more. Dongfang Bubi said unwillingly. Even if he used the power of the world, he was still not fate's opponent. How could it be like this? Boom! Fate struck again, and Yin Chuan was sent flying again. Ha ha! Yin Chuan? 19 heavens? Do you know? This is the difference. You will never be able to defeat me. As for Dongfang Bubi, do you think you could defeat me by using the power of the world? Dream on. Ha ha! Fate laughed confidently. Dongfang Bubi revealed a bitter expression. Cough! Cough! Yin Chuan climbed out of a pile of rubble. Dongfang Bubi, can you hold on by yourself for a while? I have a way to advance further. Yin Chuan said, 20 heavens. Dongfang Bubi revealed a confused expression. No, but it should be stronger, or close to 20 heavens. Yin Chuan said, Ha 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 ha. Good. I'll block it for you. Go. Dongfang Bubi said loudly. Roar. The black dragon roared and soared into the sky. As for fate, it seemed like it did not want to let Yin Chuan leave and charge again. Roar! Dongfang Bubi roared and charged at fate with all his might. Then, he crashed into the golden dragon. You are courting death. I'll kill you first, then Yin Chuan. Fate turned around and charged at Dongfang Bubi again. At this moment, Fate's ferocity grew stronger, and the battle became more intense. Roar! Dongfang Bubi cried out in pain. Yin Chuan quickly flew out of the chaotic old world. He turned his head and saw that the old world was in tatters, as if it would collapse at any moment. As long as fate does not die, all life will perish. Dongfang Bubi, wait for me for a moment. Yin Chuan gritted his teeth and flew out. In the distance, silver-eyed Yin Chuan's body trembled as if it would collapse at any moment. Seeing Yin Chuan coming back, silver-eyed Yin Chuan quickly flew over. "Everything is ready. Swallow me and merge with me," silver-eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! The black dragon swallowed silver-eyed Yin Chuan in one gulp. Roar! A huge 72-tailed phoenix suddenly burst out of the black dragon's body. The phoenix wrapped around the black dragon, and power surged into the black dragon's body. Rumble! The two Yin Chuan quickly merged with each other. Under the power of the road to the underworld, they quickly complemented each other and became stronger. Yin Chuan's momentum became stronger and stronger. 19 colors radiated in all directions. Among the 19 colored lights, there seemed to be a 25-colored light flickering. "Look, what's that?" Shadi exclaimed. "The 20th color? It appears and disappears. Yin Chuan's strength has reached the level of Fate's former strength. He's going to break through to the 20th level of the heaven." Lotus God exclaimed. "Yin Chuan, silver-eyed Yin Chuan? Sure enough, the fusion of the two of you is the most perfect. Ha ha ha, this is the most perfect." The emperor also laughed. He had felt sorry for his parents before, but now he found that it was not at all, because the fusion of Yin Chuan was the most perfect and powerful. Rumble! The black dragon grew rapidly, and its horns became more prominent. The 19-clawed black dragon seemed to grow the 20th claw at any time. The ferocious power kept expanding. Yin Chuan merged quickly. It took 2 hours for his strength to reach the peak. Unfortunately, he was still a little short of reaching the 20th level of the heaven. After all, it was too difficult. Fate had gone through 4 eras to succeed. Yin Chuan cannot achieve it so easily. However, even so, he was at the peak of the 19th level of the heaven. Invincible East, and Yin Chuan might be able to resist fate. Boom! The black dragon broke free from the surrounding power and was about to rush to the old world. But at this moment, a sad cry came from the old world. Roar! Invincible East's sorrowful cry caused the old world to suddenly fall silent. The original battle seemed to have suddenly stopped. The chaos calmed down and slowly revealed the scene inside. It was Bai Long, who had been bitten in half by the golden dragon. Invincible East Foundation was injured by fate. Bai Long howled, but the golden dragon was excited and swallowed half of Bai Long's body. Roar! The golden dragon roared excitedly. Invincible East lost? Ha ha! Invincible East knew fate? See how you can fight me after I swallow you. The golden dragon roared proudly. No! And Wuji, Yin Chuan, Lotus Goddess, and the others shouted. Yin Chuan quickly rushed over, but Invincible East was completely defeated. In front of fate, he could not resist at all. Roar! Only half of the dragon's body was left. Even if the 3,000 heavenly Daos quickly poured energy into it to replenish it, it could not repair the broken body. No! Invincible East roared in grief. Roar! The golden dragon swallowed Bai Long in one bite. Only the white dragon head was left. Bai Long's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Chapter 16:12. The Golden Dragon swallowed Bai Long. As it did so, the surrounding heaven and earth trembled. Fate was naturally not just for venting its hatred. After losing its original sustenance, it would perish in Wuji sooner or later. However, there was still Dongfang Bubi. Dongfang Bubi had transformed into a new fate and controlled the current 3,000 heavenly Daos. If it could refine Dongfang Bubi, everything would return to normal. Roar! The golden dragon swallowed Bai Long excitedly. None of you will live. Ha ha! The golden dragon was in a good mood. At this moment, Yin Chuan charged over. Bai Long was left with only his head. He stared at Yin Chuan in despair. Your power? You actually... What a pity, what a pity. If you had done this earlier, we would have been able to block our fate. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. White Dragon cried out in grief. Ha ha ha! Fate swallowed happily. Fate, you want to refine me? Become the fate of heaven and earth again? No, I won't let you succeed. Fate shatter. Scatter to the heavenly Daos. Dongfang Booby shouted. Boom! All the light around Dongfang Booby that was related to the heavenly Daos suddenly scattered. In an instant, he could no longer contact the 3,000 heavenly Daos. What? Bastard! The golden dragon's voice was filled with rage. It opened its mouth and bit off half of Bailong's head, leaving behind Dongfang Booby's sorrowful eyes. The black dragon that Yin Chuan had transformed into crashed into the golden dragon. Boom! The golden dragon was immediately sent flying. The powerful force stunned the golden dragon. Such power is already close to the 20th heaven. What a pity, what a pity. I destroyed your chance. If you still had the cypress tree, you could have mobilized the 3,000 heavenly Daos to form a new fate. The 3,000 heavenly Daos were formed from the original 3,000 stars. If only you still had the cypress tree. If only you still had the cypress tree. Dongfang Booby was filled with regret. Although he did not speak, his will shook the void and spoke. A new fate. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Buzz. A seed suddenly emerged from the black dragon's chest. In the distant infinity, when the crowd saw that Dongfang Booby was about to be completely devoured, they were all incomparably anxious. Master, Lotus God cried out sorrowfully. The black dragon collided with the golden dragon, but Bailong still couldn't escape. At this moment, a seed flew out of the black dragon's chest. What is that? The seed of a cypress tree? The emperor's expression changed. Cypress seeds? In the past, Bai Huang said that he had divined the future and left behind a relic for Yin Chuan. Could it be the seed? Zhongshan's expression changed. Bai Huang. Yes, Bai Huang performed divinations, peered into the future, and learned about the future. However, he didn't tell anyone. After peering into the future, he was discovered by fate and was killed. Bai Huang's inheritance is this seed? Zhongshan asked, puzzled. Cypress seeds? In the distance, in front of Yin Chuan, the seed flew out and emitted an emerald green light. Grandpa's inheritance, the seed of a cypress tree that he told me to always carry with me? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Suddenly, Yin Chuan seemed to have sensed something and understood something. Whoosh! The black dragon opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of divine light. The divine light of the peak of the 19th heaven was naturally powerful. Boom! The seed sprouted quickly, and under the nourishment of the divine light, it rapidly grew at an extremely terrifying speed. It grew bigger and bigger, reaching straight into the sky. It was incomparably vast. Heavenly cypress tree? Lotus God exclaimed in the distance. Cypress tree? Wasn't it destroyed by Dongfang Booby previously? It's alive again. This was left behind by Bai Huang. It turns out that he was waiting for this moment. Bai Huang really saw the future. Ha ha ha, Bai Huang. Zhongshan shouted excitedly. And Bai Long, who was about to be completely swallowed, suddenly saw the rebirth of the heavenly cypress tree. Bai Shu, ha, the common people are saved. Bai Huang, you are the first person in history. Ha, Bai Huang, the common people are saved. Yin Chuan, accept the power of the heavenly Tao and destroy fate. Dongfang Booby saw hope and despair and immediately laughed. Boom! Bai Long was completely swallowed into the golden dragon's stomach. Noisy, the golden dragon twisted its head and said. The golden dragon was not clear about the ability of the cypress tree. After all, it was trapped in the world of variables previously and did not know about the battle between Dongfang Booby and Yin Chuan. All right, Dongfang Booby is dead. Now it's up to you. Yin Chuan? In such a short time, you have become so strong. Unfortunately, if Dongfang Booby was here, you could still barely stop me. Remember, just barely. As for now, no one can save you. The golden dragon said coldly. Yin Chuan suddenly let out a roar. Roar. Amidst the roar, the blood sea suddenly appeared. The cypress tree spun wildly. As it spun, a divine power rushed towards the 3,000 heavenly Tao. Boom! The power of the heavenly Tao quickly poured into Yin Chuan's body. In an instant, Yin Chuan mobilized the 3,000 heavenly Tao. The entire power of heaven and earth was under Yin Chuan's control. The black dragon seemed to be connected to 3,000 chains and 3,000 heavenly Tao. The terrifying power made the black dragon expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the black dragon expanded to the same size as the golden dragon. In front of the black dragon, a sarcoma bulged out as if it would grow a 20th dragon claw at any time. His majestic aura caused the entire world to tremble. It was even more powerful than Dongfang Bubi's aura. Yin Chuan gathered almost all the power, the peak of the 19th level and the power of heaven and earth of the 20th level. With a slight overflow of power, the surroundings suddenly became like a sea of thunder and lightning, surging fiercely. The fierce aura rushed towards the golden dragon. The golden dragon's face suddenly darkened. It was just proud of defeating the strongest of the common people, Dongfang Bubi. In the blink of an eye, another strongest appeared. No, he was even stronger than Dongfang Bubi, much stronger. Looking back at the common people's experience of provoking it during this period of time, Mingyi, peak of the 18th level. Using the power of the New World, he could barely reach the 19th level. Fuxi, physical body in the heavens beyond battlefield. The realm of a great Tao master was definitely at the 19th level. Hongjun, 19th level. He even controlled the world of variables. Even was trapped. Dongfang Bubi, 19th level. With the world of the 20th level, he was already at the peak of the 19th level. Yin Chuan, peak of the 19th level. It's only because there are living beings that heaven and earth has spirituality. Only living beings are the souls of heaven and earth. Yin Chuan said coldly. No, I am the soul of heaven and earth. No, everyone is a dragon. Everyone is the soul of heaven and earth. Everyone is the spirit of heaven and earth. I also understand why the new world can't give birth to new souls. It is because souls are only the souls of this world. How can other worlds give birth to the souls of this world? How can the souls of this world be born? Everyone is the soul of heaven and earth. Everyone is a dragon. Yin Chuan suddenly said with widened eyes. Chapter 16:13. No, everyone is like a dragon. Everyone is the soul of heaven and earth. Everyone is the spirit of heaven and earth. I also understand why the new world can't give birth to new souls. It's because souls are only the souls of this world. How can other worlds give birth to the souls of this world? How can the souls of this world be born in other worlds? Everyone is the soul of heaven and earth. Everyone is like a dragon. Yin Chuan suddenly said with his eyes wide open. Roar! Ridiculous! The golden dragon anxiously roared. It was unwilling to accept this fact. Boom! The two dragons continued to resist each other. The powerful force was concentrated at the two horns. The force of the stalemate formed a vast lightning prison that enveloped the two peerless powerhouses. Crack, crack, crack. The sarcoma in front of the black dragon grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, there was a sense of breaking the seal. At this moment, the power of the 3,000 ways of the heavens was still pouring power into the black dragon. The power of the common people continued to gather. Yin Chuan almost swept up all the power to resist fate. In the end, fate blocked it and could no longer advance. Impossible roar. Fate roared angrily. His power was pushed to the maximum, but he couldn't suppress the black dragon. He could even feel that the black dragon was getting stronger. Among the 19 colors, there was a 20th color. The 20th color flashed and appeared more and more frequently. Fear flashed in Fate's eyes. This was the rhythm of breaking through the 20th level of heaven. How could this be? The power of the 3,000 ways of the heavens. At this moment, Yin Chuan was in charge of the 3,000 ways of the heavens. The 3,000 ways of the heavens were constantly pouring power into Yin Chuan. This must be it. This couldn't go on. If this continued, Yin Chuan would definitely borrow the power of heaven and earth to reach the 20th level of heaven. At that time, Fate would be completely defeated. No, Fate roared. Boom. Under the huge impact of the two dragons, the dragon claws landed on the ground and pulled a huge trench in the ground below. Rumble. The trench went down. Boom. Piercing through the two worlds, the trench in the world of the living appeared in the world of the netherworld in an instant. The impact of the two dragons seemed to tear the earth in half. Just a little bit more, huh? A new world, 3,000 heavenly Daos. Give me power. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom. In a new world far away, 3,000 heavenly Daos suddenly appeared. Surging power passed through the infinite and charged straight at the black dragon. The new world was created by Yin Chuan. Mobilizing the power of the world was a piece of cake. The power of the two worlds completely poured into Yin Chuan's body. Rumble. Another wave of energy swept over. Yin Chuan's attack became even faster. Boom. At the very front of the black dragon, the tumor suddenly exploded. As it exploded, a dragon claw abruptly emerged. Dragon claw? The 20th dragon claw? The 20th colored light burst out from the black dragon's body in an instant. It shook violently and seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. It wouldn't be long before the 20th colored light stabilized. 20 levels of heaven, Lotus God exclaimed from afar. It wasn't just the Lotus deity. Countless living beings cried out in shock. The 20th heaven? The 20th heaven? Yin Chuan broke through to the 20th heaven? No! Fate screamed in despair. Yin Chuan was already at the 20th heaven. Although it hadn't stabilized yet, it would be stable soon. Once it stabilized, would it be over for him? Fate had always been the strongest. He had never experienced any setbacks. Suddenly, he realized that he was about to lose. In an instant, he panicked. Yin Chuan was at the peak of the 19th heaven. It was nothing. Now, the 20th heaven? In addition, the heavens and earth were at his disposal. How could he defeat him? Was he finished? No! Fate screamed in grief and indignation. Compared to Fate's grief and indignation, the other experts were extremely excited. Yin Chuan was at the 20th heaven. There was no need to be afraid of Fate. There was no need to worry anymore. Fate recalled everything that had happened in the past. He was anxious, jealous, and hateful. I wasted a lot of energy. I prepared for 4 eras. You actually reached the 20th heaven so easily? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I can't accept it. I can't accept it. Fate screamed in despair. Fear, hatred, jealousy, resentment, all kinds of emotions were brewing. Fate went crazy. Boom! Fate knocked Yin Chuan away. He looked at the heaven and earth that was shining with endless light. No, no one can surpass me. No one can. I want all of you to die. I want all of you to die. Fate screamed in grief and indignation. Boom! With a tail, Fate swung towards the earth. Boom! The heaven and earth suddenly trembled. Countless cracks appeared on the earth in an instant. Fate, you're crazy. If the heaven and earth are destroyed, everyone will die. Yin Chuan shouted. Yin Chuan's 20th heaven was a little unstable. The main reason was the power from the 3,000 heavenly Daos. Once the 20th heaven was stabilized, he wouldn't be afraid of Fate. All of you have to die. I wanted all of you to die. New world? There must be something wrong with your new world. That's why all of you want to fight over this heaven and earth. I'll destroy it. Fate said coldly. After it's destroyed, you won't have a place to go. You'll perish in Wuji sooner or later. Yin Chuan shouted. Perish? Then perish. I'd rather perish with you than be destroyed by you. Destiny roared. Perish together? You're crazy. Yin Chuan shouted. Oomph. You're blocking me. Naturally, I can't transcend. Sooner or later, I'll be destroyed. Sooner or later, I'll die. I'd rather perish together. Even if I die, I won't let all of you get away with it. All of you die. Ha ha. Fate said malevolently. Boom. The huge dragon tail slammed into the earth again. Roar. Yin Chuan was enraged. He rushed forward and collided with Fate. Boom. The two dragons collided and once again caused a great deal of destruction. However, Yin Chuan had blocked his fate. You haven't stabilized your 20th heaven yet. If you do, I won't have a chance. Oomph, 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 oomph. The golden dragon stood up ferociously. Common people, raise your right hands and lend me your strength. Yin Chuan shouted. Yin Chuan's voice spread throughout the new world. Without hesitation, the common people quickly raised their right hands. Boom, boom. Surging power rushed into the sky as if it had crossed time and space. In the blink of an eye, it entered Yin Chuan's body. Boom, boom. Yin Chuan blocked fate again and again. This battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. After 10 days and 10 nights, Yin Chuan still had 19 colors. The 20th color flickered intensely and still had not stabilized. However, fate became more and more anxious during these 10 days. You don't have time to stabilize your cultivation. You can't stop me. Fate roared angrily. However, Yin Chuan did not care at all. He continued to block fate and destroy the world. At this moment, the two worlds of Yin and Yang had already shattered. However, under the protection of the 3,000 heavenly Daos, they still did not collapse. Fate became more and more anxious. Yin Chuan was about to reach the 20th heaven. Was it over? No, if they were to die, they would die together. Fate, don't struggle, don't resist. I can allow you to continue living in the world. Yin Chuan shouted. Ha ha ha, I don't need it. I don't need it at all. You still want to lie to me now? Ha, die. Let's die together. Fate roared. As it roared, Fate did not continue to attack Yin Chuan. Instead, its entire body suddenly shone with golden light. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. The golden dragon expanded and then contracted. What are you doing? Yin Chuan shouted in shock. The golden dragon revealed a sinister smile. What am I doing? I said die. Everyone has to die. You want to self-destruct? Yin Chuan shouted in shock. As he spoke, Yin Chuan suddenly flew backward. As he flew backward, he used all his strength to activate the cypress tree and connect the 3,000 heavenly Daos. Ha 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 ha. When the world is destroyed, you will also be destroyed. Everyone has to die. Everyone has to die. Fate said ruthlessly. Boom. Fate of the 20th heaven self-destructed the world. Even the world could not withstand the powerful energy. In an instant, it exploded. The billowing energy swept in all directions of Wuji. Wuji was enveloped by the huge explosion. The huge wave hit, and Zhongshan and the others in the distance were instantly sent flying. The entire new world was also affected by the huge impact. It shook continuously. The old world had exploded. The old world had been destroyed. The common people were panicking as they stared at the explosion in the distance. Was it all over? Fate's explosion had destroyed everything. Had it destroyed the hope of the common people? Had everything returned to nothingness? Had everything disappeared? Who could withstand the self-destruction of the 20th heaven? Who could withstand it? It's over, Lotus Goddess said bitterly. That's it. The Emperor also said bitterly. Zhongshan's eyelids twitched as if he was unwilling to accept this fact. The common people had worked hard for their entire lives, but this was the result? Perishing together? Fate, this lunatic, this lunatic. Almost everyone was howling in despair. The ruins of the explosion slowly cleared up after 3 days and 3 nights. Wuji melted countless fragments of the world. Everything was heading towards destruction. A phantom appeared in the ruins. It was the phantom of fate. The phantom of the 20-clawed golden dragon. This was fate. It had released all its power, and only this weak phantom was left. Ha 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 ha. The world has exploded. Die. Everyone die. Fate's phantom said with a ferocious expression. In Wuji, Fate's phantom was about to be melted. However, Fate felt that it was worth it. Everything was worth it. It had destroyed the world and the common people. Yin Chuan's voice came from another pile of ruins in the distance. Cough, 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 cough. Ha 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 ha. Yin Chuan laughed loudly. He looked over and saw a black dragon riddled with holes. Large chunks of the black dragon's flesh had exploded, revealing eerie white bones. Its dragon horns were broken. At this moment, it was extremely weak. The black dragon was Yin Chuan. Behind Yin Chuan was a cypress tree. Above the cypress tree were 3,000 fragments of the world that looked like stars. The black dragon quickly recovered from its injuries. Yin Chuan, you're not dead yet? When the world exploded, you escaped. However, so what? Without this world, all of you will die. Ha 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 ha. Fate's phantom said, growing weaker. However, the black dragon turned its head and flew over again. The remaining divine power continuously nourished its body, recovering its physical body. Gradually, the black dragon's body began to recover. Gradually, it completely recovered. Although it was still extremely weak, it was no longer riddled with holes. 19 claws? 19 claws? Fate suddenly exclaimed. The black dragon that Yin Chuan transformed into only had 19 claws. Didn't he grow 20 claws earlier? Why was it still 19 claws? Were the newly grown claws? That's right. You didn't see wrong. 19 claws. Yin Chuan guffawed. How can this be? How can it be 19 claws? Weren't you at the 20th heaven just now? Weren't you at the 20th heaven just now? Fate's phantom exclaimed. You saw wrong. I have always been 19 claws. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Saw wrong? That's impossible. How could I see wrong? Fate's phantom exclaimed. Then, Fate's phantom came to a realization. You lied to me? You lied to me? You can't break through to the 20th heaven at all. You pretended to be at the 20th heaven. You lied to me. You lied to me? Fate's phantom exclaimed. In the distance, Zhongshan, Emperor, Lotus Goddess, and the others widened their eyes. Yin Chuan, what he said about the 20 levels of heaven was fake. Did he deceive everyone? Lotus Deity asked, slightly stunned. I was wondering how he could reach the 20th heaven. So it was fake? Yin Chuan lied to fate. He tricked him into exploding? Emperor said excitedly. Ha ha ha. Zhongshan laughed. Many people among the common people were at a loss. At this moment, Fate was the most indignant. 20th heaven? No, Yin Chuan was only the 19th heaven. Did he deliberately grow a prosthetic limb to deceive Fate? Yin Chuan mobilized the power of the heavenly way, the wishes of the common people, and the power of the common people. It was impossible for him to persist indefinitely. Fate was at the 20th heaven. If he continued fighting, Yin Chuan would be defeated sooner or later. However, Yin Chuan lied to him. If he persevered, he would win sooner or later. He would definitely win. However, he was fooled. Fooled? No. Fate's heart was filled with even more grievance than before. He could have won, but he self-exploded. Now, he had no power, no support from the heavens and earth. He would soon melt into Wuji. He was fooled by Yin Chuan. Liar. Yin Chuan, you are a liar. Fate roared in despair. Fate, you have completely lost. The common people have won. Black Dragon said in a low voice. As he spoke, Black Dragon's body swayed and turned into a human again. The cypress tree behind Yin Chuan rotated. Buzz! A beam of black light shot straight at Fate. Boom! The black light instantly bound his Fate. What are you doing? Yin Chuan, what are you doing? Fate roared. You want to ascend and return? Yin Chuan laughed. Everyone is like a dragon. Everyone has a chance. If you ascend and are reborn, you will definitely become a member of the people. With your cultivation level of level 20, even if you lose your memory, You will definitely be able to reach your current height again after 1,000,000 years. Tell me, will I let you return to heaven and earth? Yin Chuan sneered. Yin Chuan? Fate's expression was extremely ugly. Since the 3,000 heavenly Tao existed, Fate hoped that he could be reborn and then destroy the people. Unfortunately, Yin Chuan saw through it. I won't let you immortalize. I want you to be trapped here for all eternity. Yin Chuan said coldly. Boom! The world-suppressing copper coffin suddenly appeared. From now on, you will be sealed in this coffin. Yin Chuan said. The world-suppressing copper coffin instantly covered Fate's shadow. Bang! The coffin lid closed. His fate was completely trapped, carrying the coffin to establish the country, the hope of the people. Heh, the people are saved. Grandpa, I did it. Yin Chuan laughed. He waved his hand. Rumble. The giant coffin quickly transformed, and gradually, it turned into a massive bronze dragon. The dragon chariot is still missing one of the 9 dragons. You will be the 9th dragon, Yin Chuan said. Roar. The bronze dragon roared. Boom. The Qinglong dragon rushed into the first heaven and earth and went straight for Yin Chuan's dragon chariot. At the dragon chariot, the 8 dragons looked at the starry sky blankly. Lao Jiao is actually fate? Dragon 5th said in surprise. Each of the 9 dragons had extraordinary origins, each stronger than the other. However, they were all pulling Yin Chuan's chariot, so their mentality was not bad. It was just that the 9 dragons had been together for a long time, and they would be arranged in order. First, second, third, until the current Lao Jiao. Seeing the appearance of the bronze dragon, almost all the dragons were stunned. The Great Emperor is too awesome. After holding in for a long time, the 7 demons said again. Above the starry sky, Yin Chuan saw fate. Looking at the vibrant 3,000 worlds, for a moment, he was in a good mood. Turning his head to look at the variable world in the distance, it was broken by fate and was about to collapse at this moment. Only when there are variables can it become a great number. Variable world, condense. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! The original variable world suddenly condensed again, and everything returned to normal. It formed a small ball. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the small ball flew into the 3,000 worlds. Under Yin Chuan's control, no one knew which world it flew into, but in any case, it entered one of the 3,000 worlds. Those who are fated will get it. Yin Chuan smiled. Turning his head, Yin Chuan flew to Zhongshan. At this moment, Zhongshan laughed. He was in a good mood. Yin Chuan also laughed. Zhongshan, you and I each choose a world. As for the other worlds, move the people as soon as possible. Let everything develop on its own. There's a chance. Everyone is a dragon. Yin Chuan smiled. Okay. Zhongshan smiled. Yin Chuan, Zhongshan, Emperor, and the others quickly returned to the world. Long live, long live, long live. Long live, long live, long live, long live. The people cheered. Fate was sealed. The people were saved. Everything was saved, and the future was even better. Everyone was like a dragon, endlessly living and immortal. The world was jubilant. Yin Chuan became the faith of the people. 1,000,000 years later, the peerless experts immortalized and returned. One by one, the worlds began to prosper again. Although new realm lords were gradually forming in the various realms, none of them could forget Yin Chuan, the strongest immortal emperor of the immortal empire. Chapter 16:14. The great emperor of the celestial kingdom continued immortality. After more than a year, it finally came to an end. When I first started the book, I was full of confidence and wanted to create another grand world. Unfortunately, Guanxi made a few mistakes. First, the material selection was not firm enough. Due to various reasons, it was changed to a sequel to Immortality. After all, there were more readers of Immortality at that time. and Guanxi's beliefs were shaken. Thus, a scam came. The sequel did not matter. The main thing was that the main character became a supporting character, and the supporting character became the main character. From the Legend of the Condor Heroes to the Legend of the Condor Heroes, although Gu Jing became a supporting character, the main character was a new character, Yanghua, and not Yang Kong from the Condor Heroes. Immortality and the Great Emperor of Immortal Kingdoms were similar to Gu Jing's and Yang Kang's. Thus, for the first time in this book, there was a scene that shocked me. Those who liked Zhongshan and those who liked Yin Chuan started arguing in the comments. At that time, Guanxi was really anxious. This scene was stressful. People who liked Zhongshan slandered Yin Chuan. Those who liked Yin Chuan were also unwilling to pass on their responsibility to others. Zhongshan was completely discredited, watching the chess game in front of the wall until dawn. So conflicted. Then, regarding Yin Chuan's character, I originally wanted to write about how he was resourceful, slowly laying out some plots and schemes. However, as soon as I laid out the plot, Yin Chuan didn't seem to be as neat and clean as he was in Immortal. After all, some schemes needed some long foreshadowing. Because the character attributes in the previous book were fixed, this book could not change the character attributes. It could only make some changes. Thus, Guanxi was helpless and had to give up some advantages. The Imperial War and the War of Commerce were not exciting enough. Then, the world's framework, such as the ranking of divine beasts and the ranking of mystical abilities, had to continue immortality. It cannot be innovated. In helplessness, there was no big innovation. I am ashamed to face everyone. The main framework was fixed and could not be changed. As for the Celestial Empire's Heavenly Emperor, Guanxi wasn't too satisfied. Guanxi's choice of materials wasn't good enough, and he felt like he was relying on his own hard work. However, at the end of the book, there was no turning back. He could only grit his teeth and continue forward. His way of thinking about chess was to be free and unfettered. Guanxi tried his best. Unfortunately, he felt a little sorry for his friends who liked chess books. Although the book had a perfect ending, it did not reach a higher level. He felt a little regretful. Let's talk about the new book. Speaking of the new book, the Celestial Nation Emperor had already been thinking about it since the very beginning. It was different from the system of 1 life, 2 luck, 3 feng shui for accumulation of virtue, and 5 study. A novel with a new ideology. It was a book that Guanxi really wanted to write. It would cover a wide range of topics. While the new book was refreshing, it would also contain some truly useful knowledge and ideas that needed to be thought about. Therefore, Guanxi had to search for a large amount of information and collect it properly. The new book required a lot of knowledge. The new book will be uploaded in about 2 to 3 months after the new year. In the next 2 to 3 months, Guanxi would first rest for a period of time. Then, he would look up all kinds of information and save some manuscripts. When the time came, he would not be flustered. The content of the new book would be different from the previous books. Please keep the specific content a secret. Guanxi would definitely not disappoint everyone. Please look forward to it. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.